Chapter 1 Am I so awesome? When Changsheng woke up, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, so heavy that he could hardly breathe. He struggled to open his sleepy eyes, and the scene in front of him instantly sobered him up. A beautiful woman was lying on him, her posture was elegant, her features were as delicate as a finely carved work of art, and her skin was so white that it seemed to be able to shine. Her hair spread out like a waterfall, covering Changsheng's chest, and her long legs inadvertently pressed him firmly on the bed. What's going on? Changsheng exclaimed in his heart. He remembered that his father dragged him to a cocktail party last night. He was not good at drinking, and he was drunk and unconscious after a few drinks. Oh my god, isn't this Lu Xian? The campus belle of Shanghai University, the goddess in my heart? Changsheng tried hard to recall every detail of last night, but his memory seemed to be eroded by alcohol and became blurred. It's over now. My image as a buddy is going to be ruined. Changsheng secretly groaned in his heart. Just as he was daydreaming, Lu Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes slowly opened, and their gazes met in the air, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Then, Lu Xian screamed, and she sat up in panic, glaring at Changsheng. Her eyes were filled with rage, as if she could burn Changsheng to ashes in the next second. Changsheng was frightened by her gaze. He realized his mistake and quickly looked away. Stop looking. Lu Xian grabbed the pillow and threw it hard at Changsheng. Changsheng was a little dazed by the pillow. He smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere with humor. You can't see it. This pillow is not transparent. But Lu Xian was not moved by his humor. She put on her clothes quickly, revealing a hint of panic in her movements. Well, I will be responsible for you. Changsheng mustered up the courage and said this. However, Lu Xian did not respond. She just put on her clothes silently, then left the room without looking back, leaving Changsheng alone on the bed with mixed feelings. Changsheng originally wanted to explain, but Lu Xian didn't even give him a chance to speak and walked away without looking back. Seeing this, Changsheng simply got up and tidied up, but he saw a bright red color on the white bedsheet, which was very conspicuous. 3 months seemed like a long journey for Changsheng. His life seemed to be back on track, but deep down, there was always a lingering worry. Today, he stood in the corridor of the hospital, waiting for his number to be called, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Please ask number 43 Changsheng to go to department number 3 for consultation. The sound of machinery echoed in the empty corridor. Changsheng took a deep breath and stood up. His golden height of 183 centimeters, upright posture, and handsome face made him stand out in the crowd. He walked slowly towards the department, each step looking so firm. The young nurses standing by had already noticed this handsome guy. When Changsheng stood up, they pushed each other excitedly. A hot pot meal. Can you please get my contact information for me? A nurse whispered. I'll pay for 2 meals. You go and get it for me. Another nurse was not willing to be outdone. How about we split the bill? Let's go together. They discussed. Let's go. The two decided to act together and walked towards Changsheng. Hello? Can you add my contact information? They asked courageously. Seeing this, Changsheng looked at the 2 people in front of him with his deep eyes, smiled and said, Sorry, I'm one. After that, he did not stop, but quickened his pace and walked quickly towards the clinic. In the clinic, a middle-aged man in a white coat was waiting for him. Please sit down. What's wrong with you, young man? Asked the doctor. Hello, doctor. I have been having stomach pain from time to time recently. Changsheng replied. The doctor motioned for him to stretch out his hand and began to feel his pulse. After a moment, the doctor sighed, which made Changsheng feel nervous. Fuck. Teacher, what does your sigh mean? Am I suffering from a terminal illness? Changsheng asked nervously. Don't be nervous, young man. I'm just a little tired from work. The doctor explained. Changsheng then breathed a sigh of relief. Drink less alcohol recently. I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine for you. Just go back and recuperate. Remember to take the medicine on time and don't eat spicy food. Just make sure to rest. The doctor instructed. Okay. Thank you, doctor. Changsheng thanked with a smile. After leaving the clinic, Changsheng took the prescription and went to the window to pick up the medicine. He muttered to himself, I have to show my old man a good look when I get back. He makes me go to social events every day. Is his son's life more important or the project company? When passing by the obstetrics and gynecology department, Chang Sheng took a casual glance. It was not a big deal, but he was startled when he saw a figure that was both strange and familiar appeared in his sight. Lu Xian was wearing loose casual clothes, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. There was a blush on her delicate face, and she looked at the list in her hand with astonishment. When he saw Lu Xian, Chang Sheng immediately thought of the night 3 months ago, and then when he saw that it was the obstetrics and gynecology department, he felt that something was wrong. Just when Lu Xian was stunned, Chang Sheng walked behind Lu Xian and happened to hear Lu Xian mumbling, "How could this happen? She got pregnant in one try? This child is mine?" Chang Sheng asked with the same look of shock. When the voice fell, Lu Xian was startled at first, and her body stepped back involuntarily. Looking at the man in front of her, the feeling of grievance in her heart immediately made tears begin to well up in her beautiful eyes. The crying immediately made Changsheng the focus of attention in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and many people looked over at the same time. "Well, don't cry," Chang Sheng said quickly. Feeling the gazes from all around, Chang Sheng quickly added, "Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll cry too. I didn't bully you." Lu Xian heard this, tears still hanging in her eyes, and said to Chang Sheng in front of her with resentment, "You didn't bully me? This child is yours, you said you didn't bully me?" Chang Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect that he would win the prize in one try. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, including surprise and a sense of responsibility. He knew that this incident would completely change his and Lu Xian's lives. At this moment, Lu Xian's low crying and a strange voice echoed in Changsheng's mind. "The strongest dad system is binding. Bind successfully. Congratulations to the host for binding the strongest nanny system. The system detects that the host is about to become the father of twins, and will receive a gift package for newlyweds. 200,000 yuan is the starting capital for raising children. A complete guide to pregnancy. Physical strengthening liquid. Chapter 2 Xian, I will be responsible." A series of prompt sounds rang in Changsheng's mind, and he was shocked. This familiar feeling reminded him of the system prompt sounds described in those novels. He knew that this might be the beginning of some supernatural phenomenon. Bite. Changsheng's phone suddenly rang, and he subconsciously took out his phone from his pocket. A bank text message notification was displayed on the screen. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that the 200,000 yuan of childcare startup funds that the system had just prompted had arrived. At the moment of his surprise, he felt an invisible force instantly filling his whole body, as if some kind of energy was flowing in his body. Chang Sheng secretly rejoiced when he felt the change in himself, but before he could appreciate it, he heard Lu Xian crying and whispering, "Don't you believe it? If you don't believe it, you can go for a paternity test." "No. I believe it. I'm just a little surprised." Chang Sheng came back to his senses immediately when he heard Lu Xian's voice, his voice full of firmness and tenderness. Chang Sheng had no reason not to believe it after the system confirmed it, but he didn't know what to do next. He needed time to digest it all. "How about we leave here first? When you cried just now, I felt like I was going to be killed several times," Chang Sheng said awkwardly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Lu Xian nodded and said nothing more, but followed Chang Sheng silently out of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Her eyes revealed a hint of confusion and uneasiness, but more of trust in Chang Sheng. "What are you doing in the hospital?" Lu Xian asked in a low voice with a hint of concern in her voice after leaving the obstetrics and gynecology department. "I felt uncomfortable in my stomach, so I came to see the doctor." "Oh, I'll go get some medicine first," Chang Sheng said, his voice returned to calm, but his heart was turbulent. Lu Xian didn't say anything after hearing this, but followed Chang Sheng. The two walked to the window to get the medicine. After Chang Sheng took the medicine, the two left the hospital together. People came and went in the corridor of the hospital, but the two people's minds were not here. Walking out of the hospital, the sun shone on them. Chang Sheng took a deep breath and felt that the whole world had become different. He turned to look at Lu Xian, and there was expectation and worry in her eyes. Chang Sheng reached out and gently held her hand, giving her a reassuring smile. "Haven't you eaten yet? Let me take you to eat something first," Chang Sheng said softly, his voice gentle and concerned. A trace of tears flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and she subconsciously pulled her hand out of Chang Sheng's hand. She felt complicated, touched but also hesitant. At this moment, Chang Sheng's driver drove a Maybach S600 and stopped in front of the two of them. When Chang Sheng saw the car coming, He opened the door for Lu Xian considerately, then walked around to the other side and got in. "Mr. Chang, are you going back to the company?" the driver asked. Lao Ji, let's go find a restaurant to eat something first," Chang Sheng responded. Upon hearing this, old Ji started the car, left the hospital and drove towards the hotel. Through the rearview mirror, Lao Ji glanced at the awkward atmosphere between the two people sitting in the back seat, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chang, did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" Chang Sheng said nothing when he heard this. He knew that Lao Ji was concerned. Mr. Chang just called and asked you to come home for dinner tonight. It seems that the young lady from the Wang family is back," old Ji said. "Yeah. I understand," Chang Sheng responded. His voice was calm, but there were some waves in his heart. "Mr. Chang, it doesn't matter if the couple quarrels. Just coax them more. Be more considerate of each other," old Ji continued. Chang Sheng heard this and agreed with a smile. He knew that Lao Ji was really doing this for his own good. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian got out of the car and walked into the hotel. They found a seat by the window and sat down. He handed over the menu and said, "What do you want to eat?" "Order anything," Chang Sheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xian randomly ticked a few items on the menu and said, "I've ordered." "Do you want anything else?" Chang Sheng took the menu and looked at what Lu Xian ordered, then picked up the pen on the table and ordered a few more. "Please wait a moment," the waiter said as he took the menu. "Okay. Thank you," Chang Sheng responded politely. After the waiter left, Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian who was sitting opposite him. Xian, I will take responsibility. I said it that day, but you just turned around and left. How are you going to take responsibility? How are you going to take responsibility?" Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng and said. Chang Sheng is the young master of a famous enterprise in Shanghai. They are both alumni of Shanghai University. Chang Sheng studied business management, is very handsome and rich. Lu Xian is a top student in the Department of Finance and is recognized as the campus beauty of Shanghai University. Although her family background is not as good as Chang Sheng's, it is also very rich. Let's get married. I will be responsible for you to the end. I was drunk that day, which is why this accident happened. I apologize to you first. Don't worry, I will work harder than before to make money and support you and the baby." Chang Sheng said this with a smile and a firm tone, fearing that Lu Xian would refuse him. Hearing Chang Sheng say so many words in one breath, Lu Xian also laughed, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with tenderness. "That's what you said. I didn't force you. I'm ready to give birth to the baby." Lu Xian gently touched her belly and spoke, her voice full of maternal radiance and expectations for the future. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian, his heart full of love and responsibility. He knew that from this moment on, his life would be completely changed, but he was willing to take on this responsibility for Lu Xian and the upcoming child. He reached out and held Lu Xian's hand tightly, and the two held hands tightly, as if silently telling their commitment and hope for the future. Chang Sheng's words revealed firmness and commitment, and his eyes were full of determination. Lu Xian looked at him, and the uneasiness and confusion in her heart were gradually replaced by warmth and trust. She knew that Chang Sheng was a trustworthy person, and his promises were not empty words. While the two were talking, the waiter came over with the food they had just ordered and placed it one by one on the table in front of them. "Are you hungry? Eat quickly. I didn't eat breakfast. I'm starving after going for that checkup," Chang Sheng said with a smile. As he spoke, he started putting meat into the bowl in front of Lu Xian. Soon, the two finished their lunch, paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Sitting in the car, Chang Sheng said, "Let me take you home first. I'll pick you up tomorrow and we'll do a comprehensive checkup." Lu Xian smiled and said, "Okay." A smile also appeared on Chang Sheng's face. It seems that she has been coaxed. As someone who has been through this, let me tell you, Mr. Chang. Give the girl more time, old Ji said. Soon, Lao Ji sent Lu Xian back home. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. The host needs to take the baby for a comprehensive checkup. In order to facilitate travel, the host is rewarded with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version. It is now parked in the parking space of the host's apartment. Please check it. Hearing this, Chang Sheng said, "Old Ji, take me back to the apartment." "Mr. Chang, are you not going home tonight?" asked Lao Ji. Why go back? Not going back. Chapter 3 Mom and Dad, why are you here? Damn, this system is pretty user-friendly. Just go for a comprehensive inspection and you get a Cullinan? If I cast a wide net, I will become the richest man in the world in no time. Warning. The host can only trigger the mission by having a child with the destined person. I thought so myself, but was speechless after hearing the system's voice. At night, Shang, who did not go home, was called by his parents and scolded, "You little bastard. I told you to go home tonight but you didn't. Then why don't you bring a girlfriend back to your dad?" After a lecture on the phone, Shang threw the phone aside speechlessly. After a while, the scolding sound on the phone stopped, and Shang said, "I will bring it back to you in a few days. Not only to you. I will also bring your grandson back to you." After saying that, Shang hung up the phone. The next day, Shang got up early, took the car key of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan given by the system yesterday and walked out of the apartment. In his own parking space downstairs, a brand new black Cullinan was parked there quietly. The black body and golden waistline make it look extremely luxurious, while the yellow custom interior gives the seemingly stable Cullinan a youthful feel. Shang got into the car, took out his cell phone, clicked on Lu Xian's number in the address book and called. "Hello?" Lu Xian's gentle voice came on the phone, sounding like she was still asleep. "Is Xian awake?" "Just woke up." "Then I'll pick you up at your house, and let's go to the hospital for a pregnancy test together." "Okay." Lu Xian felt warm in her heart and responded happily. She knew that Shang cared about her and the baby in her belly at this time. Cullinan drove out of the basement and drove on the streets of Shanghai, attracting a lot of attention. After nearly 20 minutes, it arrived at the gate of the community where Lu Xian was dropped off yesterday. Shang sent a WeChat message to Lu Xian, "I'm here. Come out." In a few minutes, Lu Xian appeared at the entrance of the community wearing light blue casual clothes. Shang sat in the driver's seat of Cullinan, watching Lu Xian slowly approaching from the gate of the community, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He opened the car door, got out of the car, and greeted her. "Good morning, Xian." Shang said gently, reaching out and holding Lu Xian's hand. "Good morning." Lu Xian responded with a faint smile on her face. Shang opened the car door and let Lu Xian get in first, then he went around to the driver's seat. He started the car, slowly drove out of the community, and drove towards the hospital. "Did you sleep well last night?" Shang asked with concern. "Well, not bad." Lu Xian replied, with a hint of laziness in her voice. The car was driving smoothly on the street in the early morning. The sunlight shone through the car window onto the two of them, giving them a warm feeling. Shang looked at Lu Xian through the rearview mirror from time to time, his eyes full of doting. "After the pregnancy test, let's go have breakfast. I know a very good breakfast shop." Shang suggested. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Xian nodded with a smile. After the two arrived at the hospital, Shang carefully helped Lu Xian get out of the car, and then walked into the hospital together. There were people coming and going in the hospital, but Shang and Lu Xian both looked particularly calm and happy. During the prenatal checkup, Shang stayed by Liu Xuan's side, and his eyes never left her. After the checkup, the doctor told them that everything was normal and the baby was healthy. Hearing the news, both of them breathed a sigh of relief and happy smiles appeared on their faces. Let's go have breakfast." Shang took Lu Xian's hand, and they walked out of the hospital together. They came to the breakfast shop that Shang mentioned. The shop was already full of people, but Shang had reserved a seat in advance, so they sat down quickly. "What do you want to eat?" "The soy milk and fried dough sticks here are especially famous." Shang handed the menu to Lu Xian. "Then let's have a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks, and a serving of steamed dumplings." Lu Xian ordered a few of her favorite things. "Okay, waiter, 2 servings of soy milk and fried dough sticks, and 2 servings of steamed dumplings," Shang said to the waiter. Breakfast arrived quickly, and the two ate while chatting, enjoying this rare quiet time. "Shang, thank you," Lu Xian said suddenly, her eyes full of gratitude. "What are you thanking me for?" Shang asked with a smile. "Thank you for caring so much about me and the baby, and thank you for being willing to take on this responsibility." Lu Xian's voice was a little choked. "Silly girl, this is what I should do." Shang gently touched Lu Xian's head, his eyes firm and gentle. After they finished breakfast, Shang drove Cullinan to take Lu Xian home. The car stopped at the gate of the community. Shang got out and opened the door for Lu Xian. Thank you for accompanying me to the hospital today, Lu Xian said to Chang Sheng after getting off the car. It's my honor, Chang Sheng replied, his eyes full of love. Smooth talk, Lu Xian said with a smile. Wait a minute. Are you free tomorrow? Chang Sheng asked. What? Lu Xian asked back. If you have nothing to do, come home with me. Yesterday my dad asked me to go back but I didn't, so he scolded me. I told him to bring his daughter-in-law back in a few days, Chang Sheng said with a smile. It depends on your performance, Lu Xian said with a smile. While the two were talking, a familiar car drove out of the community and stopped steadily in front of them. The window of the Maybach from yesterday slowly rolled down, and Chang Sheng was speechless when he saw the person sitting in the car. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Chang Sheng said speechlessly. The old couple did not respond to Chang Sheng. They just looked at Lu Xian beside them, then nodded with satisfaction. Hello, uncle and aunt, Lu Xian said when she saw this. Good girl, Chang Sheng's father responded with a smile. No girls for dinner? Chang Sheng's mother asked. Mom, why don't you ask me if I have eaten? Chang Sheng said. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not, Chang Sheng's father said, and then he looked at Lu Xian with a smile and said, Girl, let this boy drive you and let's go eat. After dinner, let him take you back. As soon as Chang Sheng's father finished speaking, Chang Sheng felt like he was completely left out. However, seeing his parents love Lu Xian so much, he felt warm in his heart. Mom and Dad, this is a surprise attack. Chang Sheng smiled helplessly. What do you mean by surprise attack? Your father and I came to visit a friend. Who knew we would run into you? Chang Sheng's mother glanced at Lu Xian and smiled from ear to ear, and our daughter-in-law. When Lu Xian heard the word daughter-in-law, a blush appeared on her face. She secretly glanced at Chang Sheng and found that he was also looking at her with a smile. Then, uncle and aunt, I won't be polite, Lu Xian said politely, but she was very happy in her heart. Okay, get in the car, Chang Sheng's father greeted enthusiastically. Chang Sheng helped Lu Xian open the door of the Cullinan, and Lu Xian got in. The two followed behind the car of Chang Sheng's parents. Old Ji, find a good restaurant, Chang Sheng's father ordered. Okay, Mr. Chang. The driver Lao Ji responded and started the car. Chapter 4, I was wrong this time. I will do it again next time. The four of them soon showed up at a high-end restaurant near Lu Xian's home. The old couple kept chatting with Lu Xian. Their laughter and conversation echoed in the restaurant, making it particularly warm. The old couple's care and love for Lu Xian were beyond words. They asked about her recent situation and shared the latest news about the family. Chang Sheng didn't even have a chance to interrupt. He sat there quietly, smiling and watching Lu Xian interact with her family, nodding occasionally, but his eyes never left Lu Xian. He knew that this was Lu Xian's family time, and he was willing to support her silently. Soon, after dinner, several people left the place, walked out of the restaurant and got into the car. Lu Xian took a long breath as if she was relieved. She turned her head and gave Chang Sheng a grateful smile. Chang Sheng gently held her hand, conveying silent comfort and support. Wife, what are you thinking about so much? Chang Sheng asked with a smile. As he spoke, Chang Sheng couldn't help but gently pinched Lu Xian's soft face. Who is your wife? Lu Xian's little face flushed instantly. She slapped the dirty hand that was pinching her face with one hand, and quickly reached out to the soft flesh on Chang Sheng's waist with the other hand, and then twisted it hard. Wife, I was wrong, Chang Sheng shouted exaggeratedly, with a hint of joking in his voice. You're still screaming. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian increased the strength of her hands and twisted. Chang Sheng immediately held Lu Xian's hand and said with a smile, You were wrong this time. You will dare to do it again next time. Lu Xian glared at Chang Sheng unhappily before withdrawing her hand. She knew Chang Sheng was just trying to make her happy, and she felt warm in her heart. Let's go. I'll take you home, Chang Sheng said, and started the Cullinan and drove towards Lu Xian's community again. The community is called Newbie Mansion. It is a large flat bought by Lu Xian's parents for her. Lu Xian, who is already from a wealthy family, has lived here since she was admitted to Shanghai University. The gate of Newbie Mansion community looks particularly majestic under the night sky. Chang Sheng drove the car slowly in, and the security guard saluted them politely. The The community is brightly lit, and the lights in the green belt dot the tranquility of the night, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Lu Xian's home is located in the center of the community. It is a high-rise building with a modern design. Chang Sheng parked the car in the parking space downstairs, and the two walked to the elevator together. In the elevator, neither of them spoke, only the sound of the elevator running and each other's breathing. When they arrived at Lu Xian's house, Chang Sheng suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Xian with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Lu Xian seemed to have sensed this emotion as well. She bit her lip gently, then raised her head and said to Chang Sheng with a smile, "How about going up and sitting down?" Chang Sheng smiled and responded, "That's great." He paused, then continued, "Don't pinch me again next time, it really hurts." Lu Xian smiled, and her smile looked particularly charming under the dim corridor lights. She said, "That depends on your performance." The two smiled at each other, then Lu Xian turned around and opened the door. The two walked in. "My doctor just told me yesterday that I've been having stomach discomfort lately, and now I'm getting free food." "That's great," Chang Sheng said with a smile. The house was decorated very simply and was very tidy. Chang Sheng sat on the sofa and picked up the snacks that Lu Xian had placed on the coffee table and started eating without hesitation. "You are quite self-conscious, huh?" Lu Xian said upon seeing this. "That's right. What belongs to my wife is mine," Chang Sheng said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Xian stopped trying to twist Chang Sheng. Instead, she sat on the sofa and said unhappily, "I just found a job." "But you ruined it for me." "I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew I would succeed in the first try?" Chang Sheng said with a smile. He looked at Lu Xian with a sly look and continued, Xian, I can't remember anything about that night. How about recalling it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian grabbed Chang Sheng's neck and pushed him down on the sofa. "You want to die, Chang Sheng. If you want to die, just say it." At this moment, Lu Xian's phone rang. Lu Xian instantly regained her composure and picked up the phone. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately warned, "Shut up." After saying that, he answered the phone. "Mom, what has Xian been busy with lately? I haven't called my mother in several days." "Ah? Nothing. Nothing," Lu Xian said hurriedly. "You're really not busy?" "No. No," Lu Xian explained. Chang Sheng heard the conversation between the mother and son. Seeing Lu Xian's nervous look, Chang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Lu Xian reached out and twisted Chang Sheng's waist again in annoyance. Hiss. "Ha? Does Xian have a boyfriend?" Lu Xian's mother heard Chang Sheng's voice and guessed her daughter's situation. "Ah. Ah." Lu Xian responded. "Let's talk. As long as you like it." Lu Xian's mother said with a smile, and then added, "Bring it home in a few days when you have time so that Mom can see it." "Yeah. Okay. I'll ask him later," Lu Xian said. "Okay, then Mom won't bother you anymore." After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng fiercely. "It's all your fault. My mom found out." "Oh. It's just a matter of time. Just wait and see." After that day, I was ready to have my legs broken, Chang Sheng said with a smile. Lu Xian glared at him, but there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. She knew that no matter what the future held, Chang Sheng would be an indispensable part of her life. The fights and quarrels between the two of them might be their unique way of love. "Then can you come home with me tomorrow?" Lu Xian asked. Chang Sheng nodded and said, "I have to go. I have to stand at attention when I am beaten. I have kidnapped my father-in-law's precious daughter, so of course I have to pay him a visit." As he spoke, Chang Sheng stood up. Seeing this, Lu Xian said, "See you tomorrow. Drive slowly on the road." "Oh, I'll be back soon. I'll go home to get my clothes. I have to move here to take care of my wife," Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Your wife is annoyed just looking at you now. Go back to your own home and sleep tonight. See you tomorrow," Lu Xian said, and pushed Chang Sheng out of the house. "Okay then. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian reluctantly and said, "Bye." Lu Xian said, "Kiss me. I'll leave." Chang Sheng continued, "Will you leave or not? Just give me a kiss and leave. If you don't kiss me, I'll come back and live by this door. Anyway, you're the one who's embarrassed. Oh. It's so annoying. Lu Xian complained, and then kissed Changxing on the lips lightly. Slow down on the road. Hey. See you tomorrow. Chapter 5 Warning from Parents. After leaving Lu Xian's house, Changsheng drove his Cullinan, a luxury SUV, and slowly drove away from the community where Lu Xian's house was. He drove along the main road of the city, passed through the bustling commercial district, and finally came to the high-end residential area where he lived. The buildings here are modern and luxurious, and each building is like a work of art in the city. Changsheng parked his car in the parking space downstairs. He noticed that the familiar Maybach was also parked there quietly. It was his father's car, which meant that his parents were already waiting in his apartment. He was even more nervous. He remembered that the medical checkup list and Lu Xian's list from yesterday's visit to the hospital were both casually placed on the coffee table without being put away. If his parents saw these lists, they would immediately understand what had happened. Changsheng quickly parked the car and almost ran into the elevator. The elevator rose quickly, and his heartbeat accelerated. Soon, he arrived at the top floor, which was the most luxurious top floor in the entire residential area and also his home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa, drinking water leisurely, and they had obviously been waiting for him for a while. Their expressions were both expectant and serious, which made Changxing feel a little uneasy. Tell me. How did you meet? Changxing's father asked directly. We are classmates. I am from the Department of Management and she is from the Department of Finance. Changsheng tried his best to stay calm, walked to the sofa, sat down, and answered. He's quite nimble, and has been silent for 3 months. Changxing's father said with a hint of sarcasm. Changsheng could only chuckle and said nothing else. He knew that now was not the time to joke. Changxing's mother seemed more serious. She said seriously, since you are pregnant, you should give her an explanation. Don't ruin the girl's reputation. Changsheng heard this and said with a smile, Mom, I know, I have already planned it. I will go to meet her parents tomorrow, and I will prepare some gifts. I don't have anything suitable here. Well, go back and get it. Changxing's mother said with a smile, and then asked, Do the girl's parents know? I don't know yet. Changsheng replied, with a hint of apology in his voice. Well, we won't get involved in your young people's affairs. I think I like that girl very much. Bring her home for dinner when you have time. It's been 3 months and we just found out about it. You little brat are really good at hiding. Changxing's father said, his tone containing both blame and tolerance. After hearing their son's explanation, the old couple felt relieved and prepared to leave. I'll ask Lao Ji to bring the things to you in a while. And let me remind you again, Changsheng, our Chang family doesn't have the habit of abandoning someone after having fun. I know you young people are having fun nowadays, but when it comes to you, stop it right here. Changxing's father spoke to Changxing seriously. Don't you know what I am like? Go away. Changsheng said impatiently. Okay, son, your father and I think that girl is pretty good. Since you're pregnant, give her an explanation. From now on, the daughter-in-law of our Chang family can only be this girl named Lu Xian. It's okay to change her to someone else, but don't even think about entering our Chang family. Changsheng's mother said. After that, Changxing's father said, Yes. Your mother is right. I told your mother in advance that if you really replace my daughter-in-law, you won't even be allowed to enter the house. After saying that, the old couple left Changxing's apartment. Not long after he left, Changsheng received a video call from Lu Xian while sitting on the sofa. Have you gone home? Lu Xian asked. I've been back for a while. Changsheng said. You've been back for a while, why didn't you send me a message? Lu Xian asked. My parents were here just now. Changsheng said, then turned the camera of his mobile phone and aimed it at the 2 hospital bills on the table. One was for Changsheng's stomach disease, and the other was for Lu Xian's ultrasound. No one came to my place, who knew that the old couple would suddenly attack. Changsheng explained. Uncle and aunt know? Lu Xian said in a low voice. Well. My parents seem to like you very much. They just warned me that the daughter-in-law of our Chang family can only be called Lu Xian. If I replace her with someone else, she will never be able to enter our family, including me. Changsheng said aggrievedly. You deserve it. You deserve it. Who told you to bully me? Lu Xian said with a smile, and then said, I'm dead. You should get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian lay happily on her bed at home. The next morning, Chang Sheng got up early, prepared breakfast carefully, and came to Lu Xian's home in Jingyue Mansion with a car full of gifts that his parents had arranged for Lao Ji to send the night before. He knew that this meeting was not just an ordinary visit, but an important step in his and Lu Xian's future life. After breakfast, the two began to prepare to go to Lu Xian's hometown. Lu Xian's hometown is located in a third-tier city 2 hours drive outside Zhenghai City, where the scenery is pleasant and the pace of life is leisurely. Lu Xian's parents are both professors at a well-known university in China. After retirement, they chose to return to their hometown to enjoy a quiet old age. Let's go. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are waiting for me at home for lunch. Chang Sheng said with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. My parents are waiting for me to have lunch. You're just eating for free. Lu Xian responded unyieldingly. Okay then. I won't sit at the table for lunch. If my father-in-law and mother-in-law ask me about it, I'll say someone didn't let me eat. Chang Sheng continued to joke with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. After hearing this, Lu Xian pretended to be angry and stretched out her hand to twist Chang Sheng's waist, pretending to threaten, Do you want me to beg you to come to the table to eat? No need, wife. How dare I trouble you? Let go of your hands first. I was wrong. Chang Sheng immediately begged for mercy with an exaggerated expression of pain on his face. Lu Xian unhappily let go of her hand, pointed at the things in the room next to her and said, Put those things in the car. There's no room left. It's full. Maybe next time. Chang Sheng said helplessly. Afterwards, the two of them left the house together and walked into the basement. Chang Sheng opened the passenger door for Lu Xian in a gentlemanly manner and said with a smile, Please get in the car, Mr. Lu. The two got in the car, Chang Sheng started the car, and slowly drove out of the basement. Lu Xian looked at the Cullinan driven by Chang Sheng and couldn't help but sighed, Your car is definitely the first one in our place. Hee hee, that's great. Once the car arrives, everyone will know that you're home. Chang Sheng said with a smile. His words revealed his anticipation for the upcoming meeting and his deep affection for Lu Xian. As the car drove steadily on the highway, it headed towards Yicheng where Lu Xian's home was. Chapter 6 Mom, I'm pregnant 3 months. On the highway, Chang Sheng occasionally turned his head and looked at Lu Xian who was sitting in the passenger seat. She had a happy smile on her face and was humming a cheerful tune. She was obviously in a good mood. What are you happy about? Chang Sheng asked with a smile. I'm not happy about anything, I just haven't been home for a long time. Lu Xian replied with a smile. Do you want to take a nap? It will take more than an hour to get there. Chang Sheng said with concern. I can't sleep. Lu Xian replied with a smile, and then continued, I'll take you to eat delicious food tonight. You, the young master of Chang Group, have definitely never tasted such delicious food. What? Chang Sheng asked curiously. Fried skewers from a roadside stall. You must have never eaten them. Lu Xian said mischievously. You look down on me a little bit. I've eaten this before. It's delicious. Chang Sheng said with a smile, and then continued, You think too highly of our group. It's not as exaggerated as on TV where you can't eat this or that. Okay. Lu Xian responded with satisfaction. Let me tell you, although our place is not as prosperous as Zhenghai, I feel it is much more comfortable than Zhenghai. Lu Xian said. In Zhenghai, people wouldn't talk unless they were someone they knew very well. It's different here, there are acquaintances everywhere. Lu Xian said happily. Along the way, Lu Xian happily told Chang Sheng about her childhood. Chang Sheng listened quietly while driving. 2.5 hours later, the car drove out of the toll station. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was particularly conspicuous in the city, attracting a lot of attention. Finally, the car slowly stopped at the destination of the navigation. Chang Sheng pinched the pretty face of Lu Xian who was sleeping in the passenger seat while talking, Xian, we're home. So fast? Lu Xian said sleepily, then stretched lazily, looking at the familiar environment in front of her, she immediately became excited again. Xian, what should we do next? Chang Sheng asked with a smile. Drive in to the end, then turn right and you'll be there. Lu Xian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng continued to drive the Cullinan in the direction Lu Xian pointed. The car seemed even more out of place when it entered this old community. Turn right at the next intersection. We're here. Lu Xian said excitedly, and finally the car slowly stopped at the door of Lu Xian's parents' house. Lu Xian quickly opened the passenger seat and got out, then ran to the trunk to help Changsheng carry his things. The trunk of this Cullinan is filled with all kinds of expensive maintenance products, famous cigarettes, and famous liquors. Xian is back with her boyfriend, said a neighbor with a smile. Auntie Wang, Lu Xian said with a smile. The boy is fine. Very energetic. Changsheng smiled and said, Thank you, Aunt Wang. Lu Xian's parents also came out when they heard the noise at the door. Mom! Dad! Lu Xian said excitedly after seeing the old couple. Teacher Lu, no wonder they were so happy chatting at the intersection last night. It turned out that my daughter brought her son-in-law back. Neighbor Aunt Wang said with a smile. Didn't you bring Xiaoqin back home a long time ago? Lu Xian's mother said with a smile. Lu Xian's parents also helped Changsheng move the things in the trunk back home. In the middle, Changsheng said he could do it himself, but the old couple still refused. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Changsheng. Changsheng said with a smile as he walked into the house. Xiao Chang, don't bring so many things next time. They are all from home. Don't be polite. Lu Xian's father said. It was almost 12 o'clock when I got home. Lu Xian's mother brought out the lunch that she had prepared long ago and placed it on the dining table. Xiao Chang, Xian, come and have lunch. Lu Xian's mother shouted with a smile. The table was filled with braised pork, boiled fish fillet, spicy chicken, braised beef, tomato beef brisket, green pepper pork slices, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which was a rich feast. Xiao Chang, come and try Xuan's mother's cooking. Don't be polite. Lu Xian's father said. Seeing this, Lu Xian sat down next to Changsheng and started eating with big mouthfuls. You girl, you're eating before Xiao Chang even starts eating. Lu Xian's father said, pretending to be angry. Dad, I'm hungry, Lu Xian said coquettishly. Xiao Chang, try it quickly and stop looking at her. If you keep looking at her, she will finish it. Lu Xian's father said with a smile. Okay, uncle. Changsheng responded with a smile. Try this. The braised pork made by my mother is definitely better than the one made by 5-star chefs that you eat every day. Lu Xian said, and picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and placed it in front of Changsheng. Changsheng took a bite, and the aroma of the braised pork filled his mouth. It was fat but not greasy, and melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Auntie's cooking skills are really unique, this braised pork is so good. After hearing Changsheng's praise, Lu Xian's parents smiled with satisfaction. Lu Xian's mother said, Xiao Chang, if you like it, eat more. Come to our house often for dinner in the future. While eating, Changsheng chatted with Liu Xuan's parents about family matters, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Liu Xuan's father also opened a bottle of good wine and drank a few glasses with Changsheng, and the relationship between the two became closer unconsciously. Xian, how did you two know each other? Lu Xian's father asked. We are classmates. From the same class. Lu Xian said a little nervously, thinking of what happened that night. Yes. Auntie. I fell in love with Xian at first sight at school. Changsheng also echoed. After lunch, Lu Xian's mother was cleaning up the dishes. Changsheng wanted to help, but was pulled by Lu Xian's father to sit on the sofa and drink tea. Are you nervous? Lu Xian asked in a low voice. It's okay. Not nervous. Changsheng responded in a low voice. After that, Lu Xian asked curiously, why aren't you nervous? I was so nervous when I met your parents. I was afraid of saying the wrong thing. I have been thick-skinned since I was a child, otherwise how could I be about to marry such a beautiful wife? Don't you think so? Changsheng said with a smile. While the two were mumbling, Lu Xian's mother came into the living room carrying a plate of after-meal fruit. What are you two mumbling about? I wasn't mumbling anything. I was just asking him if he was nervous. Lu Xian responded obediently. Xiao Chang, don't buy so many expensive things in the future. Your uncle and I don't use them much. Lu Xian's mother said with a smile. Auntie, these are just a little token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Please accept them. Changsheng said. Hearing this, Lu Xian's mother changed the subject and said gently, Xian, are you hiding something from me? Have you forgotten what I used to do? I can tell at a glance whether you have something on your mind or not. After hearing what her mother said, Lu Xian realized that she could not hide it any longer and finally made up her mind. Mom, I'm pregnant, 3 months. Chapter 7. I'm not nervous at all. Lu Xian's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room at this moment, her eyes wide open, full of shock. Her hands unconsciously grasped the edge of the sofa, as if trying to control her emotions. Xian, you are not kidding your mother, are you? There was a hint of disbelief in her voice, as if the news was too sudden for her to accept for a while. Lu Xian lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her voice was choked with sobs. I'm sorry. Mom! Her hands were clenched tightly together, looking helpless and nervous. Chang Sheng was standing aside at this time. He took a deep breath and said, Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I made Xian pregnant. I'm sorry. Although his voice was low, it was extremely firm. Auntie, don't worry, I will take good care of Xian. If you are not satisfied, just beat me up. Chang Sheng continued, his attitude was sincere and his eyes were firm, as if he was assuring Lu Xian's mother that he would take all the responsibilities. Lu Xian's mother frowned as she heard the words. She had mixed feelings, worrying about her daughter and examining Chang Sheng. Her eyes moved back and forth between the two, as if she was looking for an answer. Chang Sheng held Lu Xian's delicate hand to reassure her. After a moment, Lu Xian's mother opened her eyes and said with a little anger, Xian, come in and talk to Mom. Although her voice was stern, there was also a hint of concern in it. Hearing this, Lu Xian glanced at Chang Sheng nervously. Chang Sheng smiled and gave Lu Xian a firm look. Then Lu Xian followed her mother into the room. In the room, Lu Xian's mother sat by the bed, and Lu Xian stood in front of her. The atmosphere between them was somewhat tense. Aunt Li's eyes were full of concern and worry, and she said in a trembling voice, Xian. What's going on? Do you need to explain it to your mother? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian told her mother the whole story, from how they met to the unexpected pregnancy. Although her voice was low, it was full of firmness and determination. Mom is not against you finding a boyfriend, but you are doing it too quickly. Lu Xian's mother spoke in a gentle tone. Her brows were still furrowed, but her voice was no longer as harsh as before. Lu Xian lowered her head. She knew that her mother's words were filled with worry and blame, but she also understood that her mother was concerned about her. Mom, I know I did something wrong. Lu Xian raised her head and looked at her mother firmly. We will face this problem together and solve it together. Lu Xian's mother looked at her daughter's determined eyes, and the anger in her heart gradually dissipated. She sighed and her tone became much softer. You are still young, and there are many things you need to think about. But since it has already happened, we have to face it together. Lu Xian's mother stood up and hugged Lu Xian gently. Mom is just worried about you, afraid that you will get hurt. Lu Xian hugged her mother tightly back, tears welling up in her eyes. I know, Mom, thank you. The mother and daughter talked for a long time in the room, and Lu Xian's mother finally accepted the fact and said she would support their decision. She told Lu Xian that no matter what happened, home would always be her safe haven. Chang Sheng waited anxiously in the living room until Lu Xian and her mother walked out of the room together. After Lu Xian's mother asked Chang Sheng to sit down, she said, Xian told me everything just now. I also know what happened. You said you would be responsible. How are you going to be responsible to Xian? Don't worry, Auntie. As long as you and Uncle agree, Xian and I will get the marriage certificate right away. Chang Sheng said firmly. Xiao Chang, this is not something your aunt and I have agreed to. Do your parents know about this? Lu Xian's father said. Uncle, don't worry. My parents also want me to marry Xian home. Chang Sheng said. Then, Chang Sheng spoke again, Auntie, please rest assured and leave your daughter to me. I will take good care of Xian. Hearing this, Lu Xian quietly moved her feet, walked behind Chang Sheng, and unconsciously held Chang Sheng's hand tightly. Seeing the two of them, Lu Xian's parents couldn't help but shook their heads and said, Xian, I don't mean to separate you two. I just didn't expect to become a grandmother so soon. Hearing what Lu Xian's mother said, Chang Sheng was overjoyed and immediately said, Thank you, Auntie. And Lu Xian shed tears without knowing when. Chang Sheng, remember what you said today. If our Xian is wronged in your family, I will settle the score with you. Lu Xian's mother said. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will reward you with a Shanghai Tianyue Mansion single-family villa. Congratulations to the host. You are about to give your unborn baby a complete home and will be rewarded with 5-star chef cooking skills. A series of system sounds rang in Changsheng's mind. Changsheng did not expect that this could trigger the system's rewards. In the living room, Lu Xian's father looked at the two people's nervousness and couldn't help laughing. His voice was relaxed and humorous. "Sit down, Xiao Chang. When I went to your aunt's house, I was more nervous than you. I was also bullied at that time." His words revealed the understanding and comfort of a person who had experienced it. "You talk too much now. The two children drove back early in the morning and they must be tired now. Let them go and rest," Lu Xian's mother said, with a hint of tenderness and concern in her voice. Hearing this, Lu Xian's father nodded, with a trace of kindness in his eyes. Xian, take Xiao Chang to have some rest. Your mother knew you were coming back, and she has already cleaned up your room for you." Lu Xian nodded happily upon hearing this, and took Changsheng's hand and walked up to the second floor of the little general building, to Lu Xian's room. Every step of the stairs seemed brisk and full of expectation. Walking into the room, Changsheng took a deep breath, as if to expel all the tension and anxiety with this breath. Lu Xian also smiled when she saw Changsheng's expression, her eyes curved into crescents. "Aren't you not nervous? The dead duck's mouth is still stubborn. Can't I, a living person, be stubborn a little?" Changsheng said with a smile upon hearing this, with a hint of mischief and a spirit of not admitting defeat in his words. "Okay, you're just being stubborn. You'll have to sleep on the floor tonight," Lu Xian said, with a hint of joking and threat in her voice. Hearing this, Changsheng immediately lay down on the bed in Lu Xian's room. His movements were exaggerated and quick. "That won't work." There was a hint of joking and determination in his voice. Seeing this, Lu Xian immediately walked to the bedside. Her movements were light and quick. She grabbed Changsheng's ear and said, "Take off your coat before lying down." There was a hint of command and concern in her voice. "Okay, my wife," Changsheng said with a smile while holding Lu Xian's hand, his eyes full of love and pampering. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became relaxed, and the laughter of the two echoed in the room, as if all the tension and anxiety had dissipated with the laughter. Lu Xian's room was warm and comfortable, with her childhood photos hanging on the wall and her favorite books on the bookshelf. Everything seemed so familiar and kind. Changsheng looked around, a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. "Your room is still the same, it hasn't changed at all." Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, my mother has kept it all the time. She said it is our memory." The two smiled at each other. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to the past, those carefree days. They knew that although the future was full of unknowns and challenges, as long as they held hands, there was nothing they could not face. Lu Xian's father and mother were listening to the laughter coming from upstairs, and they also showed relieved smiles on their faces. They knew that their children had grown up, they had their own paths to follow, and their own happiness to pursue. As parents, all they could do was support and bless them. Chapter 8. You thought I didn't say anything, I just farted. As night fell, Lu Xian and Changsheng lay in bed, talking about their future dreams and plans until sleepiness set in. In this room full of love and warmth, they found each other's support and the courage to face the future. Changsheng's phone rang with the ringtone of a video call, and Changsheng picked it up immediately. His mother's familiar face appeared on the screen, her eyes full of expectation and concern. "Son, have Xuanxuan's parents agreed?" Changsheng's mother asked on the phone, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. "I came here with sincerity, how can I not agree?" "Right," Changsheng said, with a hint of pride and confidence in his tone. As he spoke, he pointed the video call screen at Lu Xian's belly and patted it gently with his hand, as if showing his future grandson or granddaughter to his mother. "You dead child, stop hitting my grandchildren. You don't know the consequences." Changsheng's mother spoke immediately, her voice carrying a hint of blame and worry, but more of it was love for the unborn child. After saying that, Changsheng's mother spoke again. "Give the phone to Xianxian." There was a hint of tenderness and expectation in her voice, and it was obvious that she also wanted to hear Lu Xian's voice. Changsheng handed his phone to Lu Xian after hearing this. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law talked for a while, they were ready to end the call. Lu Xian had a smile on her face, and her voice was gentle and kind. "Auntie, don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves." Changsheng's mother nodded on the other end of the phone, her eyes full of relief. Okay, you guys take care of yourself. When will you come back? Auntie will cook your favorite food for you." There was a hint of expectation in her voice, and she obviously missed her son and future daughter-in-law very much. "I'll be back in a few days." "Hang up." Changsheng took the phone and said, then hung up. His actions were quick and decisive, but there was a hint of mischief in his tone. "Go back in a few days?" Don't we go back right away? Lu Xian said, with a hint of doubt in her voice. Why are you going back? My wife finally came back to her parents' home, so she'll stay for a few more days. Chang Shang said with a smile, his eyes full of doting and understanding. He knew Lu Xian hadn't been home for a long time, and she must have a lot to say to her parents when she came back this time. As he spoke, Chang Shang raised his head and said with a smile, I remember someone told me during the day that he would treat me to a delicious meal in the evening? There was a hint of anticipation and joking in his voice. My mom won't make delicious food for you. What else do you want to eat? Lu Xian said with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. That was a treat from my mother-in-law. It doesn't count. Chang Shang said with a smile, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Why not? Or do you think my mother's cooking is not delicious? Lu Xian asked with a smile, with a hint of challenge in her eyes. You thought I didn't say anything. I just farted. Chang Shang said while lying on the pillow. His actions were exaggerated and humorous, which made Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became relaxed, and the laughter of the two echoed in the room. Chang Shang turned over and sat up, looking at Lu Xian seriously. Actually, I just want to find an excuse to stay with you for a while longer. A happy smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. She gently held Chang Shang's hand and said, I know. I like being with you, too. After saying that, Lu Xian seemed to remember something. She poked Chang Shang's head as he was playing with his phone and said, You said that you fell in love with me at first sight when you first saw me? There was a hint of curiosity and sweetness in her voice. Did I say that? Chang Shang said, turning sideways, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. You said it during the day. Lu Xian said coquettishly, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hey, I forgot. Chang Shang said teasingly. His actions were exaggerated and humorous, making Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. Having said that, Lu Xian asked again curiously, when you were in school, you rich second generations got together every day, but he had a different girlfriend every day. Have you ever thought about it? This should be very easy for you, right? There was a hint of inquiry in her voice. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang smiled and said, Let me ask you, as a campus beauty, there must be a lot of people pursuing you. Have any of them expressed their interest in you? There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Lu Xian nodded after hearing this, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Yes, they are all interested in me, but I am not interested in them. Go to sleep. Chang Shang said, turning over and preparing to sleep. Don't sleep. Get up first. You haven't told me yet. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Xian asked with a hint of persistence in her voice. Now I have it whether I say it or not. Chang Shang said with a smile, his eyes full of pride. As he was talking, Chang Shang gradually fell asleep, and soon he began to snore softly. His breathing was steady and deep, and he had obviously fallen asleep. Seeing this, Lu Xian leaned close to Chang Shang's ear and whispered, Actually, I've liked you a long time ago. There was a hint of shyness and sweetness in her voice. Although Chang Shang had fallen asleep, Lu Xian knew that their hearts were already closely connected. In this room full of love and warmth, they found each other's support and the courage to face the future. As the night deepened, Lu Xian gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Chang Shang woke up early, and seeing Lu Xian still sleeping, he quietly got out of bed. His movements were gentle and careful, for fear of disturbing Lu Xian's sleep. Walking down from the second floor, Lu Xian's mother was preparing breakfast. The sound of pots and pans came from the kitchen, as well as waves of tempting aromas. Good morning, Auntie. Chang Shang said with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of morning freshness and vitality. Xiao Chang gets up so early. Lu Xian's mother said, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Obviously, she was satisfied with Changsheng's habit of getting up early. I went to bed early yesterday. Chang Shang responded with a smile, then looked around downstairs and asked, Where's my uncle? There was a hint of curiosity in his voice. He went to the community park to exercise. Lu Xian's mother said with a hint of smile in her voice. Changsheng nodded, and he walked to the kitchen door, watching Lu Xian's mother busy at work, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He knew that this family was full of love and warmth, and he was now a part of this family. Auntie, do you need my help? Changsheng asked, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. No need, just sit down and rest, breakfast will be ready soon, said Lu Xian's mother, with a hint of kindness in her voice. Changsheng nodded, walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, picked up a magazine and started reading. Not long after, Lu Xian's father came back from outside with a trace of sweat on his face, but he looked particularly energetic. "Good morning, uncle." Chang Shang immediately stood up and said respectfully. "Xiao Chang, you're up so early?" Lu Xian's father said with a smile, with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Yes, I went to bed early yesterday." Chang Shang responded with a smile. "That's what young people should do. Go to bed early and get up early to keep healthy," said Lu Xian's father. Breakfast was ready, and the family sat around the dining table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. Lu Xian also woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and joined the breakfast group. "Good morning," Lu Xian said with a yawn. Chapter 9. This is a cat cafe. No dog food. After breakfast, Lu Xian felt that the atmosphere at home was a bit dull, and she became a bit bored. Her eyes wandered around the room and finally fell on Chang Shang. Chang Shang was sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine in his hand, reading attentively. Lu Xian tiptoed to his side, bent down, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Come on, I'll take you out for a walk." Chang Shang raised his head, looked at Lu Xian's eyes full of expectation, and responded with a smile, "Where are you going?" There was a hint of pampering in his voice. Lu Xian pouted and said unhappily, "Are you going or not? If you don't go, then I will." There was a hint of threat in her words, but her eyes were full of expectation. Chang Shang immediately put down the book in his hand, stood up, and said gently, "Go, go. My wife can go wherever she wants." His words made Lu Xian's mouth corners rise unconsciously. Lu Xian stood up, walked to her parents and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm taking him out for a walk. I won't be back for lunch." There was a hint of excitement in her voice. The parents smiled and nodded, and Lu Xian took Chang Shang out of the house. The sun shone on them, warm and happy. "Where are you going?" Chang Shang asked again as he walked out of the house. "I'm going to take you to my childhood friend's place to play. She has so many cute little cats," Lu Xian said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chang Shang nodded and prepared to drive. Seeing this, Lu Xian grabbed Chang Shang and said, "Let's take a taxi." There was a hint of mischief in her voice. Chang Shang also put away his car keys after hearing this, and took Lu Xian's hand, and the two walked out of the community together. They held hands, walked and chatted, enjoying this rare leisure time. "Have you ever taken a bus?" Lu Xian asked curiously. Chang Shang smiled when he heard this and said, "Xian Xian, don't tell me. I have never sat on this before." His words surprised Lu Xian. After saying that, Lu Xian pulled Chang Shang to the bus stop and said with a smile, "Take you, my young master, and take the bus. No need to take a taxi." Her words made Chang Shang feel novel and also made him feel a little bit of anticipation. Soon, the two squeezed onto a bus. The bus was crowded with people, and the air was filled with various smells. Some passengers were looking down at their phones, and some were whispering. Chang Shang shuttled through the crowd and finally found an empty seat in a corner of the car. He motioned for Lu Xian to sit down, and he stood beside her, holding the handrail with one hand and gently protecting Lu Xian's shoulders with the other hand. The bus started slowly, and with each stop, the number of people in the car gradually decreased. After 7 stops, the two finally arrived at their destination, Changsheng Plaza, a large shopping mall integrating shopping, dining, and entertainment. Lu Xian held Chang Shang's hand and walked through the bustling crowd to a cat cafe called Meow Star. As soon as they entered the door, they heard the owner's warm greeting, "Welcome. What would you like to drink?" The owner was a young woman. When she looked up and saw Lu Xian, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Xian Xian. Why are you back?" Her voice was full of surprise. "I just got back yesterday. So I came to see you today." Lu Xian responded with a smile, then turned to Chang Shang and introduced, "Her name is Mengyao. Let me tell you, we have been classmates from kindergarten to high school." Chang Shang smiled, extended his hand, and said politely, "Hello." Mengyao looked at Chang Shang with a hint of admiration in her eyes, then turned to Lu Xian and teased, "Hey, where did Xian Xian pick up this handsome guy?" Lu Xian gently hit Mengyao and said with a smile, "Is he handsome?" So. Her gaze fell on Chang Shang, her eyes full of love. Chang Shang was amused by Lu Xian's words. He knew that Lu Xian said this to hide her love for him. "Get away. You come here to show off your love as soon as you come back. This is a cat cafe. No love food," Meng Yao said unhappily. Although she was teasing, there was a hint of joking and intimacy in her tone. After Meng Yao finished speaking, she took the two of them to the cat cafe and sat down. She asked, Xian, do you want some latte? Yes. Lu Xian agreed with a smile. Hearing this, Chang Shang looked at Lu Xian and said, let's not drink it. It's not good for the baby. Ever since that day when he learned that Lu Xian was pregnant with his child, Chang Shang learned from the system's parenting manual that drinking coffee for pregnant women would affect the baby's development. Just this one cup. I won't drink it anymore. Lu Xian said, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but more of concern for the future baby. Meng Yao understood from what the two said that Lu Xian was pregnant. As someone who runs a cat cafe, she knew that coffee would have some effect on the fetus, so she said, Xian. Are you pregnant? Don't drink coffee if you are pregnant. Okay. Lu Xian was somewhat helpless, then she looked at Chang Shang who was sitting next to her and said, then go buy us some milk tea. Milk tea is drinkable, right? Okay. Chang Shang agreed with a smile, his eyes full of doting. I want the taro one. She wants the blueberry one. Lu Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Chang Shang also walked out of the cat cafe. After Meng Yao told Chang Shang that there was a milk tea shop next to it, Chang Shang walked towards there. Xian. Why are you moving so quickly? You're pregnant. How many months have you been pregnant? Meng Yao asked, holding Lu Xian's hand, her eyes full of curiosity and surprise. 3 months. Lu Xian said with a smile, her hand gently placed on her lower abdomen, her face filled with maternal glow. That's great. I don't even have a boyfriend and you're about to become a mother. Meng Yao said with a smile, with a hint of envy in her words. Lu Xian smiled and comforted him, you will have it too, don't worry. The two were chatting in a cat cafe. From time to time, cats would jump onto their legs or rub against them. The atmosphere was warm and pleasant. Changsheng quickly bought back the milk tea, and the three of them continued chatting while drinking the milk tea, enjoying this relaxing time. By the way, Xian, our high school classmates will have a reunion today and tomorrow. Did you see the message sent in the group? Meng Yao said with a smile. I haven't read the messages in that group these 2 days. I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me. Lu Xian said with a smile. It's Li Liang who organized the party. We always see them showing off at every class reunion. I heard that this time, Li Liang's family seems to have hooked up with a big company under China overseas. There happens to be a project here, and it is probably Li Liang's family who is doing it. They're so popular recently. Why don't we go together? Meng Yao said with disdain. Oh. Who cares about him? It has nothing to do with us. Lu Xian said with a smile. Xian, are you going? If you are going, let's go together. Bring your handsome boy with you. Meng Yao said with a smile. Chapter 10 Let You Threaten Me. Lu Xian and Meng Yao, who had not seen each other for a long time, were chatting animatedly. Their topics ranged from interesting childhood events to high school graduation. Recalling those carefree days, both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Chang Shang listened quietly, occasionally interrupting, but mostly smiling at them. From their conversation, he learned that Li Liang, whom Meng Yao mentioned, had pursued Lu Xian. This made him curious, as he had actually pursued his wife. By the way, Xian, how long do you plan to stay this time? Meng Yao asked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He will be back in a few days. He still has things to do. Lu Xian said with a smile, looking at Chang Shang beside her. Her words revealed her dependence on and trust in Chang Shang. I just asked you how many days you will stay. You two are showing your affection again. Meng Yao pretended to be speechless when she saw this, but there was a hint of joking in her tone. Ha. You'd better hold on tight. Lu Xian said with a smile. Her words made Meng Yao's face blush. It doesn't matter whether you hold on or not. Anyway, I want to be the bridesmaid at your wedding. Meng Yao responded, her eyes revealing her deep friendship for Lu Xian. Of course. Who else can be the bridesmaid if not you? Lu Xian said with a smile, and her words made Meng Yao feel warm. The conversation between the two was full of expectations for the future and cherishment of friendship. Changsheng listened from the side and felt warm in his heart. Time passed quietly in the pleasant chat, and the cats in the cat cafe seemed to feel the warmth. They napped on the guests' legs or chased and played in the corner. Changsheng, Lu Xian and Meng Yao are enjoying the rare tranquility and happiness in this small cat cafe. Close the door. I'll treat you two to hot pot. Mangyao said near dusk, her voice full of enthusiasm and generosity. Then we won't be polite. Chang Shang said with a smile. His attitude was both polite and friendly. Don't be polite to her. It's unnecessary to be polite to him. Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of mischief and intimacy in her words. You two are really going too far. Meng Yao said to Lu Xian. Although there was a hint of complaint in her tone, the smile on her face revealed that she didn't mind. As they spoke, the three of them walked out of the cat cafe. After Meng Yao closed the door, she asked, Xian, how did you get here? Take the bus. Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of pride in her words, as if to say that this was a novel experience. Okay. Then drive my car and I'll take you back after you finish eating hot pot. Meng Yao said with a smile, her words full of concern and care. Soon, Meng Yao drove her car and took the two to a hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was steaming, bustling with people, and full of the breath of life. The two began to talk about the new delicious food that appeared in Yicheng in recent years. Their conversation was full of love for life and pursuit of food. While the two were talking, Chang Shang also went to the bar to pay the bill, and then sat aside to listen to the conversation between the two girlfriends. His eyes were full of tenderness and understanding, and he knew that this was a kind of relaxation and enjoyment for Lu Xian. At 7:30 in the evening, the three of them left the hot pot restaurant. Meng Yao drove the two back and left as well. Under the night sky, the lights of the city flickered, and the number of pedestrians on the streets gradually decreased, but the hearts of the three were filled with warmth and satisfaction. Wife, are you tired of talking? Chang Sheng asked in a mean way, with a hint of joking and concern in his words. What? Do you think I talk too much? Lu Xian stopped and looked up at Chang Sheng with a hint of mischief in her eyes. No, I feel like you two have endless things to talk about. Chang Sheng said, with a hint of curiosity and understanding in his voice. Of course. I can't find anyone to complain to in Shanghai. If you bully me one day, I won't have anyone to complain to. Lu Xian said. There was a hint of joking in her words, but more of it was an expectation for future life and trust in Chang Sheng. The night breeze blew gently, and the soft street light shone on the two of them, adding a touch of golden glow to this warm scene. Lu Xian and Chang Sheng held hands, their steps were light and harmonious, as if the whole world slowed down to their rhythm. When they walked into the community square, Lu Xian's parents were sitting together with some neighbors, chatting and laughing. In the square, the laughter of children, the chatting of the elderly, and the melodious music coming from afar form a harmonious picture of life. Old Lu. Your daughter and son-in-law are back. An old man with sharp eyes saw the loving young couple at a glance. There was a hint of teasing and blessing in his voice. Lu Xian heard the old man shout, and she looked through the crowd and saw her parents. She smiled, held Changsheng's hand, and walked over quickly. She greeted the elderly politely, then turned to her parents and said softly, Mom and Dad, let's go back and rest first. Lu Xian's mother smiled and nodded, her eyes full of love and understanding. Okay. Your father and I will go back soon. Her voice was gentle and kind, making Lu Xian feel warm. The two said goodbye to their parents and neighbors and returned to their own small home. They took turns taking a bath to wash away the fatigue of the day, and then lay on the bed to enjoy the rare quiet time. You're pressing on my hair. Lu Xian suddenly complained in dissatisfaction, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. After hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately realized his negligence. He carefully turned around and gently held Lu Xian in his arms, fearing that he would hurt her again. He. Chang Sheng smiled. There was a hint of apology and a hint of doting in his smile. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Lu Xian asked curiously when she heard Chang Sheng's laughter. I won't tell you. Chang Sheng said with a smile, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. Don't touch me. Lu Xian also responded with a smile. As soon as Chang Sheng finished speaking, he felt a warm force coming from his arms. He hugged her tighter, as if he wanted to merge Lu Xian into his body. He said half jokingly and half seriously, Go ahead and call them. It's no use calling my father-in-law and mother-in-law over. You despise me just because I smiled. There was a hint of teasing in his voice, but his eyes were full of doting. When Lu Xian heard this, she glared and bit Chang Sheng's wrist in anger. Her teeth bit his skin gently, which was both a punishment and an expression of intimacy. Although her action was a little forceful, she didn't really want to hurt him. I was wrong. Honey, I was wrong. I won't complain anymore. Chang Sheng begged for mercy immediately, with a hint of exaggerated pity in his voice, as if he had really suffered a great injustice. He didn't stop begging for mercy until Lu Xian opened her mouth. When they let go, 2 rows of teeth marks appeared on Chang Sheng's wrist, which were the marks of love left by Lu Xian. He looked at the 2 rows of teeth marks, and although it was a little painful, he felt more happiness and satisfaction. You'll never threaten me, Lu Xian said in relief. There was a hint of pride in her eyes, as if to say, see if you dare to do it again. Chang Sheng gently rubbed his wrist, then reached out and gently stroked Lu Xian's hair, his eyes full of love. How dare I threaten you? I'm just teasing you. Lu Xian snorted softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She knew that no matter what Chang Sheng said, he truly loved her. Chapter 11. This is my husband. The next day, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains into the cozy bedroom. The two slept until almost 9 o'clock before waking up gradually. This was a rare leisure time for them. Lu Xian opened her eyes first. She turned sideways and looked at Chang Sheng, who was still sleeping. She felt satisfied. She reached out and gently poked Chang Sheng's nose. Looking at the person in front of her, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a gentle smile. After she recovered, Lu Xian got up from the bed quietly and walked into the bathroom to wash up. The sound of running water and the fresh smell of toothpaste made her feel refreshed. While she was washing up, Chang Sheng also woke up from his sleep. The lazy bum is awake? Lu Xian saw Chang Sheng walking into the bathroom with sleepy eyes, and she said with a smile and a teasing tone. Chang Sheng nodded when he heard this, rubbed his eyes, and joined the group in washing up. The two smiled at each other in front of the mirror and started a new day. Chang Sheng, let's go back to Shanghai tomorrow, Lu Xian said while brushing her teeth. Why don't you stay at home for a few more days? Chang Sheng responded with a smile while washing his face. You'll have plenty of time to come back later. Didn't your uncle arrange a job in your family's company? Why don't you work? Lu Xian said, with a hint of concern in her words. What kind of job can be more important than having a wife, right? Chang Sheng said with a smile, his words full of love for Lu Xian. That won't work. How can I make money if you don't work? I have bought your stocks. I'm still waiting for your stocks to reach the daily limit, Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of playfulness in her words. Great. You're worthy of studying finance. When did you buy it? Chang Sheng said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. About a year ago, Lu Xian said with a smile, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. After washing up, the two went downstairs to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Then Lu Xian began to busy herself with preparations because they were about to attend a class reunion. Mom and Dad, we're going out. We won't be back for lunch. I'll go to a class reunion with Yao Yao later, Lu Xian said to her parents with a smile. Well, drive slowly on the road, Lu Xian's mother said to Chang Sheng. She made an appointment with Meng Yao and would pick her up later. It was almost 11 o'clock when the two set out from the community where Lu Xian lived and got into Chang Sheng's car. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, my wife is just beautiful. Lu Xian's makeup was light and elegant, revealing a gentle temperament, making her already delicate face even more attractive. When Lu Xian heard Chang Sheng's praise, she smiled and said, of course. If you say someone else is pretty, I'll complain. Their conversation was full of sweetness and jokes. Chang Sheng started the Cullinan and slowly drove out of the community. Under the sunlight, the car body flashed a dazzling light, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. How much is your car? Why are so many people looking at it? Lu Xian asked curiously. It's $1,000. Chang Sheng said with a smile. This Cullinan was a reward given to him by the system. It has luxurious configuration and is worth a lot of money. 10,000. Lu Xian said in surprise. Although she didn't care much about the car, she knew it was a Rolls-Royce, a luxury car among luxury cars. She originally thought it would only be a few million, but she didn't expect it to be more than 10 million. Where is the sports car you drove at school before? Lu Xian asked again. Which one? Chang Sheng asked back. As one of the top second-generation rich in Shanghai, he had at least 10 sports cars in his garage, and he really couldn't remember it for a moment. It's the purple one. The one whose door opens upwards, Lu Xian reminded. Chang Sheng thought back and remembered the Pagani Zonda he had driven to school before, and slowly said, the one you saw can buy 5 of these. Lu Xian was even more shocked when she heard that. Although she didn't recognize the brand, she could tell from the way the door opened that it was out of her reach. Prodigal son. Lu Xian said with a smile, but there was no blame in her tone, but rather a hint of pampering. Soon, Cullinan stopped at the gate of Meng Yao's community. Meng Yao had been waiting at the gate for a long time, and she was stunned when she saw such a luxury car parked. Yao Yao. Come in quickly. Lu Xian rolled down the car window and waved to Meng Yao. Meng Yao responded with a startled sound, opened the back door and got in. Chang Sheng showed her how to use the button on the door to close it. Sitting in the car, Meng Yao said in surprise, "Damn. Xian, this person of yours is not simple. Keep a low profile." Chang Sheng said with a smile, then patted Lu Xian's leg. "Wife, use navigation. I don't know the way here." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian turned on the navigation and drove towards the restaurant where the classmates were having a party. Along the way, the three of them talked and laughed, looking forward to the upcoming party. The three of them soon arrived at the restaurant where the classmates were having a reunion. As soon as Meng Yao got out of the car, she excitedly said to Lu Xian, "Yao Yao, tell your husband to wear a valuable watch or something. Beat Li Liang. I'm annoyed when I see him pretending to be cool." Lu Xian smiled and responded, "What's the point? How can I compare with him? Suppress his arrogance." Meng Yao continued with a smile, and it was obvious that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Liang's show-off behavior. Lu Xian turned to look at Chang Sheng and said half-jokingly, "Yao Yao told you to act cool, and you heard it. Bring out your prodigal temperament." Chang Sheng smiled and responded, "Wife, I just want to be a quiet handsome man. No need for that." Seeing this, Meng Yao continued to add fuel to the fire. "Chang Sheng, you can be low-key with others, but he is just a pretentious person. He even pursued Xian. You have to give him a good slap in the face." When Chang Sheng heard this, he felt that what Meng Yao said made sense. He opened the armrest box, took out a Patek Philippe watch worth more than 1 million yuan, and put it on his wrist elegantly. Meng Yao asked curiously, "Master, how much is this watch?" Chang Sheng answered easily, "About 1 million. That should be enough." Meng Yao smiled and responded, "It's enough. There's more than enough." The three of them walked into the hotel talking and laughing. The Patek Philippe on Chang Sheng's wrist shone with low-key luxury under the light. His temperament and manners were natural and noble, and he didn't need to show off deliberately to attract the attention of others. Lu Xian was holding the hand of Chang Sheng. Some high school classmates recognized Lu Xian and came over to greet her. "Xian, long time no see. Are you back from Shanghai?" A female classmate who was dressed very elegantly came forward and said, "Yeah. I've been back for a few days." Lu Xian responded with a smile. "Xian, who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to us?" The man spoke again. "This is my husband." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng with love in her eyes and introduced him to several people. "Hello everyone. I'm here to eat for free." Chapter 12. Lu Xian, you really don't know how to treat me. The arrival of Lu Xian and her husband Chang Sheng undoubtedly added a lot of topics to the class reunion. Lu Xian, once the most beautiful girl in the class, her beauty and temperament have always been a topic of conversation among the boys. Today, she not only maintains her former charm, but also marries a handsome husband, Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng's appearance made the female students present take a few more glances. His noble temperament and brand name clothes made him stand out in the crowd. His every move and every smile revealed his nobleness. The atmosphere in the box became more lively because of the arrival of Lu Xian and Chang Sheng. Lu Xian sat next to Chang Sheng, and her friends looked at them enviously. Meng Yao, Lu Xian's best friend, couldn't help but joke with Lu Xian in a low voice, reminding her to keep an eye on her husband because the girls in the class were almost dying of envy. Chang Sheng didn't seem to be affected by this atmosphere. He lowered his head, his fingers tapping quickly on his mobile phone, as if he was dealing with something important. Lu Xian curiously leaned over to take a look and asked softly what he was busy with. Chang Sheng smiled and told her that someone just wanted to treat him to a meal, then he handed Lu Xian his phone and told her not to worry. Their interaction was full of sweetness and trust, which made people envious. At this time, the students' conversation turned to Li Liang. It was said that Li Liang had recently established a relationship with Zhonghai Changsheng Group, and the boss of this group was said to be the young master of Chang's group. This news shocked the students present, because it meant that Li Liang was about to enter the rich family and become the new noble of their Yicheng. Have you heard? Li Liang is going to be rich this time. A classmate said excitedly. Yes, I heard that Changsheng Group has developed an industrial park here, and Li Liang's family seems to have cooperated with them. Another classmate added. This is so enviable, they became a wealthy family in an instant. Someone sighed. This must be true. The hotel where we are having dinner belongs to the Chang Group. Someone said with certainty. The class reunion attended by Changsheng and Lu Xian was held at Xinhua International Hotel. This hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Yicheng and one of the businesses of the Changsheng family. The luxury and grandeur of the hotel undoubtedly demonstrate the wealth and status of the Changsheng family. Wife, I'm going out for a while. Changsheng patted Lu Xian's leg and said, with a hint of tenderness in his tone. Lu Xian nodded when she heard this, and her eyes revealed her trust and understanding of Changsheng. Seeing this, Changsheng turned to Meng Yao and said, keep an eye on my wife. I'll treat you to a meal after we're done. Okay, young master. Meng Yao responded with a smile, with a hint of joking and seriousness in her voice. Changsheng heard this and walked out of the box with a smile. His steps were steady, revealing a calm and unhurried temperament. After leaving the private room, Changsheng turned and walked into a more luxurious private room not far away. The decoration of this private room was more exquisite, the lighting was soft, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. When the people in the box saw Changsheng coming in, they immediately stood up respectfully and said in unison, "Young Mr. Chang." Their eyes were full of respect and expectation. Changsheng nodded and sat down casually, his movements were natural and dignified. The people around him stood respectfully. They were all local business elites in Yicheng, and they were full of respect for Changsheng, the young heir of a business family. I said, I'm not here for inspection this time. I'm here to accompany my wife back to her parents' home. And to attend her class reunion, by the way. Changsheng said slowly, his voice calm and powerful. Mr. Chang. Since you have come to Yicheng, please at least let us show our hospitality. One of them said, with a hint of request in his words. No need. I'll go back tomorrow. Maybe next time. Changsheng said, with an unquestionable determination in his words. The people present were a little disappointed when they heard this, but they all expressed their understanding. They knew that Changsheng's time was precious, and that he could take the time to come to Yicheng was a sign of respect for them. Changsheng had a brief conversation with them, asked about the business situation in Yicheng, and then politely left. He knew that Lu Xian was still waiting for him, and he didn't want to keep her waiting too long. Before leaving, several people said that they would treat Changsheng to a banquet in the evening. Changsheng nodded and agreed. Returning to the box where Lu Xian was, Changsheng saw Lu Xian and Meng Yao chatting happily. He walked over quietly and sat next to Lu Xian. Are you back? Lu Xian looked up at Changsheng with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Yeah, I took care of some small things. Changsheng replied with a smile, then turned to Meng Yao. Yao, I'm going to keep my word. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Meng Yao smiled and nodded. She knew that Changsheng was a man of his word. The three of them continued to enjoy the fun of the party. Changsheng's brief departure did not affect the atmosphere of the party. On the contrary, his return made the atmosphere of the party even more lively. Not long after Changsheng came back, the organizer of the party also walked into the box. As soon as he came in, he instantly became the topic of the party, and many people came forward to show their courtesy. Li Liang had heard on his way here that his former goddess was coming to attend the class reunion with her husband. Seeing Changsheng holding his goddess hand, Li Liang also felt a little angry. Li Liang put away his emotions, walked to Lu Xian and Changsheng hypocritically, and said with a smile, "Hey, the campus beauty of Lu University is here with her relatives? Well, my husband accompanied me back, so I brought it with me." Lu Xian said with a smile. "We are all family, don't be polite. Eat more, brother." Li Liang said with an unhappy look on his face. Li Liang had just walked in when the door of the box was pushed open and several waiters came in carrying a bottle of Romane Conti worth more than 300,000 yuan. Seeing him walk in, the waiter Li Liang's face was obviously panicked. He recognized the bottle of wine worth more than 300,000 yuan, but he obviously didn't order it. Before Li Liang could say anything, a boy beside him took the bottle, opened it with a bottle opener and said, "Mr. Li is so polite. We are old classmates, but you still treat us with such expensive wine." Li Liang's face twitched in pain when he saw this, and he only heard other people starting to compliment him. Meng Yao, who was sitting next to Lu Xian, laughed when he saw this. With the arrival of Li Liang, the class reunion began. During the whole reunion, everyone was either complimenting Li Liang or on the way to complimenting Li Liang. Gradually, Li Liang also got a little drunk. He walked up to Lu Xian with a glass of wine and said with a smile, Xian, let's have a drink too. It's been a while since we last met. Chang Sheng also stopped her when he saw this and said, my wife can't drink. You drink it yourself. When Li Liang heard Chang Sheng's words, his unhappy expression was exposed under the blessing of alcohol. Lu Xian, you really don't know how to appreciate me. You looked down on me before. Do you really think it's the past? My uncle is the leader of the Yicheng project team of Changsheng Group. The boss of Changsheng Group is the young master of Chang's family. After the Changsheng project is completed, our Li family will be one of the best groups in Yicheng. Chapter 13, Your uncle doesn't have face, so what face do you want? Hearing this, some classmates hurried over to hold Li Liang back and said, Xian, what's wrong with you just having a drink with Li Liang? His family will soon be affiliated with a large company in Shanghai. It's not the small workshop they used to be. Yes, Xian, maybe I can be of use to you in the future. We are all classmates. Xian, give them some face. Wang Changfu doesn't have any face, so how can his nephew still have face? Isn't he afraid of shortening his life? Chang Sheng's voice rang out in the box. Sure. Have you done your homework before coming? Have you found out my uncle's name? Li Liang said drunkenly. After that, Chang Sheng didn't say anything else. He picked up his phone, quickly found a number and called it. Bring your people over here. After saying that, Chang Sheng hung up the phone and held Lu Xian's hand to let her rest assured. After a while, the door of the box was pushed open, and several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes walked in. They were all well-known figures in Yicheng. Mr. Chang. Wang Changfu said. Uncle. Why are you here? Li Liang said in surprise. Is this your nephew? I heard that your nephew wants to do business with our Changsheng group. When Changsheng's voice sounded, Wang Changfu immediately panicked. There is no Mr. Chang. You heard it wrong. That wouldn't happen. Wang Changfu explained quickly. Nothing? How can I hear a letter about nothing? Does that mean something like this? Chang Sheng said again, his eyes filled with anger. After saying that, Wang Changfu angrily slapped Li Liang beside him, and before he could open his mouth, he said, Wang Changfu, from now on you don't have to be the project leader. Go and start by sweeping the toilet. After saying that, Chang Sheng looked at another middle-aged man beside him and waved. The man immediately came over and said, from now on, you are the project leader. Thank you, Mr. Chang. I will definitely make you satisfied. The man said quickly. Also, you should know this person. Chang Sheng pointed at Li Liang and said. I know you. Mr. Chang. I understand what you mean. Within 3 days, I will make sure their family disappears from Yicheng. Hearing this, Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian's classmates with disdain in his eyes, and said with disdain in his tone, just now you said that our Xian might be able to use him in some way in the future? It's useless to be a lackey like this. His words made everyone present nervous. Chang Sheng took Lu Xian's hand and said with a gentle smile, I saw you didn't eat much just now, you must not be full. Lu Xian nodded, her eyes showing a touch of emotion. Before Chang Sheng could speak, one of the middle-aged men beside him said, Mr. Chang. Please go to the next room. I will have someone serve the specialties of our hotel to the young lady right away. As he said this, he greeted the two of them. This middle-aged man was the manager of the hotel. After he knew Chang Sheng's identity, he immediately showed great respect and enthusiasm. Yao. Let's go. Lu Xian smiled and said to Meng Yao. Meng Yao followed immediately after hearing this, and sat in another box with a confused look on his face, looking at Chang Sheng, and asked in surprise, Are you the young master of Chang's? The boss of Changsheng Group? Before Chang Sheng could answer, Meng Yao muttered to herself, That's right. You drive a car worth 10 million yuan, and any watch left in the car is worth more than 1 million yuan. You must be from a prominent family. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Xian and said in surprise, Oh my god. Xian, you're marrying into a wealthy family. Lu Xian smiled when she heard Meng Yao's words. She didn't answer directly, but looked at Chang Sheng with love in her eyes. Chang Sheng gently held Lu Xian's hand and said to Meng Yao with a smile, It doesn't matter whether the family is rich or not. What matters is that Xian and I are very happy together. When Meng Yao heard Chang Sheng's words, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. She knew that Lu Xian had found someone who truly loved her, and that this person was very outstanding. Soon, the hotel's special dishes were served one by one, with delicious colors, aromas and flavors, making people salivate. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian chatted with Meng Yao while tasting the food. "I'm treating you to a meal. I've fulfilled my promise," Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Chang." Meng Yao responded with a smile. Outside the door, Wang Changfu stood outside the box with his nephew, anxiously waiting for an opportunity to plead with Changsheng. The middle-aged men who had just arrived were all local business people. They did not leave, and were obviously paying attention to the development of the situation. "Old Lu, please help me plead with Mr. Chang," Wang Changfu said, with a hint of pleading in his voice. "No. Your own good nephew caused the trouble, so you should deal with it yourself. I don't want to be implicated by your family," said the middle-aged man called Lao Lu. He had a firm attitude and was unwilling to interfere in the matter. Li Liang was sober at this moment. He sat outside the box where Chang Sheng was with a deathly pale face, obviously realizing that he might have caused a big disaster. Half an hour later, Chang Sheng came out holding Lu Xian's hand. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Mr. Chang, I was wrong. I was really wrong." When Li Liang saw Chang Sheng coming out, he immediately rushed over to him. His voice was filled with tears and he was obviously really scared. Wang Changfu also came forward and begged for forgiveness. "Mr. Chang, please be magnanimous and let us go." Seeing this, Chang Sheng kicked Li Liang away and said coldly, "Mr. Lu, is this your efficiency? Should I consider changing people again?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Chang." Lu Jun immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He waved and several security guards came over and threw Li Liang and Wang Changfu out of the hotel. Chang Sheng, Lu Xian and Meng Yao were also escorted out of the hotel by these people. It was not until Chang Sheng drove away that they breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the matter had come to an end. Changsheng's car drove smoothly on the night street. Lu Xian and Meng Yao sat in the back seat, both silent. Chang Sheng glanced at them through the rearview mirror, then said softly, "It's okay, it's all over." Lu Xian held Chang Sheng's hand. She knew that Chang Sheng did this for her, and she was full of gratitude. Meng Yao was surprised by Chang Sheng's ability and decisiveness. She didn't expect Chang Sheng to have such a great influence. "Chang Sheng, thank you," Lu Xian said softly. "Just verbal thanks? No real action, wife?" Chang Sheng responded with a smile. "Wait a minute. Send me back before you can show your affection again. Your car's condition has nothing to do with me," Meng Yao said immediately. The car soon arrived at Meng Yao's neighborhood, and Xian said to Meng Yao, "Yao Yao, we will go back tomorrow. We will come back to play with you next time." "Yeah," Meng Yao said and got out of the car. "Bye. Drive slowly, both of you," Meng Yao said to Lu Xian with a smile after getting out of the car. Lu Xian nodded, closed the car door, and Chang Sheng drove towards the community where Lu Xian lived. Chapter 14, 20 per picture. How many pictures do you want to take? After leaving Meng Yao's neighborhood, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian quickly returned home. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Xian said to her parents, "Mom and Dad, we will be back tomorrow. Chang Sheng has something else to do at his company." When Lu Xian's mother heard this, she immediately said to Lu Xian's father, "Old Lu, go pick up some of the fruits we grew for the two children." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's father took action immediately. He knew that this was a rare opportunity for his daughter and son-in-law to come back, and he wanted them to bring back some flavors of their hometown. "Xian, when you leave tomorrow, take your second aunt's cousin with you. He will go back to school tomorrow. Let's go to your eldest aunt's house for dinner in the evening," Lu Xian's mother continued. Lu Xian nodded and agreed, yes. The afternoon passed quickly, and in the evening, Chang Sheng drove Liu Xuan's family to Liu Xuan's aunt's house for dinner. A large family of more than a dozen people gathered together, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was warm and satisfying. "Sister, do you know my brother-in-law's watch? It's worth more than $1 million. Which big boss did you get from?" Lu Xian's cousin came up to Lu Xian and said in a low voice. Lu Xian's cousin is Wang Ko, who is 13 years old and is studying in Zhonghai Middle School. Lu Xian's second aunt and her husband are divorced, and the child lives with the man and is studying in Zhonghai Middle School. You are in junior high school, how do you know those things? Lu Xian asked curiously. I've seen my dad's boss wear it. Wang Ke said with a smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. Lu Xian smiled and didn't say much. She knew that although Wang Ke was young, he was very smart and knew something about these luxury goods. After dinner, everyone continued chatting and sharing each other's recent situation. Changsheng also integrated into this big family. He talked with Lu Xian's relatives and smiled from time to time. He could feel the warmth and harmony of this family, and he also understood Lu Xian's character and upbringing better. The next day, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian took Lu Xian's cousin Wang Ku in a car full of local specialties and set off on the journey back to Zhonghai. Lu Xian's parents stood at the door of their home, waving goodbye, their eyes full of reluctance. As the car drove away, Lu Xian looked back at her hometown, which was getting smaller and smaller, and her heart was filled with emotion. She knew that no matter where she went, the love of her hometown and family would always be her strongest support. Chang Sheng held Lu Xian's hand tightly and said softly, "We will come back often." Wang Ke was sitting in the back seat, leaning on the armrest and excitedly said to Lu Xian, "Sister, give me your phone. I want to take some pictures." Lu Xian turned around and said with a smile pretending to be angry, "What are you doing? Do you want a beating?" Wang Ke explained, "No. I finally got a ride in a Rolls Royce, I want to take a picture and brag about it in class later." Lu Xian joked, 20 per photo, it will be deducted from your New Year's money. How many photos do you want to take? Wang Ke responded immediately, "Forget it. I won't shoot anymore. I only have a few hundred yuan in New Year's money and you still want to blackmail me." After hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled and said to Wang Ke, "I'll take the photo for you later. I don't want any money." "Thank you, brother-in-law," Wang Ke said happily. Then, Wang Ke patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Sister, why don't you break up with your brother-in-law? You are not worthy of my brother-in-law. As a younger brother, I know you very well. You are lazy, and you like to beat people. And you also sting. Only now do I have enough looks to please my brother-in-law." Chang Sheng heard this and responded with a smile, "Fuck. My little brother. What you said is very dangerous. You'll be gone when we get to Shanghai. It was me who did it to your sister." Lu Xian said to Wang Ke in a bad mood, "No, Wang Ke, where did you learn these words from? You deserve a beating again, don't you?" When Wang Ke heard Lu Xian's words, he put away his legs and said mischievously, "I can't hit you." Lu Xian threatened, "I will tell your dad to let you go to my house first. I will beat you up when I get home. Then I will watch you do your homework." Wang Ke immediately begged for mercy, "Stop, sister. I was wrong. My sister is gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous." Lu Xian said, "That's not what you said just now. It's too late." Chang Sheng reminded, "Wife, there is a small table in the back armrest where you can do your homework." Lu Xian immediately said, "Husband, move aside. I'll go to the back and watch him." Chang Sheng stopped by the roadside and Lu Xian ran to the back seat and sat down. Lu Xian twisted Wang Ke's ear and said, "Write it now. If you don't finish it before you go back, you'll get beaten." Wang Ke honestly took out his homework from his school bag and started writing it on the small table behind him. Lu Xian taught Wang Ke a lesson, "Write carefully. Look at your handwriting. It's like a crab crawling." Wang Ke said aggrievedly, "I am confused. How can you find someone to marry when you and your elder sister always beat people up?" Lu Xian threatened with a smile, "If you say anything else, I'll beat you up." Wang Ke continued, "Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more violent she is." When Changsheng heard this, he also laughed out loud. Soon, the three of them returned to Zhonghai, and Wang Ke finished his homework in the car. After Lu Xian checked him, she sent him to her father. Lu Xian said to Wang Ke's father, "Second uncle, we are leaving." Wang Ke's father responded, "Well, slow down on your way." After sending Wang Ke off, Lu Xian sat back in the passenger seat, while Changsheng continued driving the car towards his home. "Oh. You know what, I'm quite right. She's quite pretty," Changsheng said jokingly while driving and touching Lu Xian's leg. "Really? Why do I think there are many people who are prettier than me?" Lu Xian responded with a smile, with a hint of joking and self-deprecation in her words. "I don't like her. I just like the looks of a beauty named Lu Xian," Chang Sheng said with a smile, his eyes full of affection and concentration. "I don't believe it," Lu Xian said. Although she said this, she felt sweet in her heart. The two chatted as they drove towards Changsheng's home. Soon, they returned to the top-floor apartment where Changsheng usually lived. After parking the car, Changsheng held Lu Xian's hand, and the two took the elevator to their floor. When they got home, Changsheng sat down on the sofa and relaxed. "I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything," Changsheng said while lying on Lu Xian's shoulder, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Lu Xian gently stroked Changsheng's head and said softly, "Then take a good rest." "Wife, it's so good to have you," Changsheng said softly, his voice full of satisfaction and happiness. Lu Xian smiled and said nothing, but held Changsheng's hand tightly. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa, enjoying each other's company and the warmth of home. Chapter 15. This is a good job. I'll do it. Changsheng returned home. As usual, he collapsed on the soft sofa as soon as he entered the door, picked up his mobile phone and began to browse aimlessly. At dinner time, Lu Xian randomly picked a few ingredients from Changsheng's refrigerator and simply fried 2 dishes. The two of them had a meal together. "I'm full. Time to sleep," Changsheng stretched and said with a satisfied smile on his face. "You've been lying down all day," Lu Xian said with some dissatisfaction. "I usually lie in bed at home." Changsheng walked to the dining table and said with a smile while cleaning up the dishes. "No. Come with me downstairs for a walk later," Lu Xian insisted. "Yes, sir," Changsheng responded with a smile, a hint of pampering in his tone. Hearing this, Changsheng helped Lu Xian clean up the dishes they had just used. After that, the two of them walked out of the house and strolled around Changsheng's house. The two walked out of the community at a relaxed pace and walked to a maternity and baby products store. "Wife, it's only been 3 months, it's not necessary," Changsheng said helplessly as he looked at the store in front of him. "Of course we don't need it," Lu Xian said as she walked into the maternity and baby products store. "Welcome, what can you do for us?" The clerk came up and asked with a professional smile on his face. "Hello, do you have any stretch mark protection cream?" Lu Xian said. "Yes." The clerk then took the two of them to a counter and began to introduce them enthusiastically. "Ladies, this is one of our most popular products, very popular both online and offline. It's very effective in removing wrinkles. The price is also reasonable, and the cost performance is very high." The clerk saw that the two women were very young and did not recommend anything particularly expensive right away. "I see there are several models over there. What about those?" Changsheng said, his eyes sweeping across the counter, as if looking for something. "Sir, these models are cheaper than the ones I just introduced to you too, but the effects are not as good as this one," the clerk said after introducing other products. Lu Xian listened carefully to the clerk's introduction, nodding from time to time, as if weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Changsheng stood aside. Although he didn't know much about these products, he knew that as long as Lu Xian needed it, she had to get the best. "Well, is there anything that's effective? Price is not an issue," Changsheng said. Upon hearing this, the clerk took out a product with exquisite packaging and said, "Sir, this is the best protective cream currently in our store. But it's a little expensive, this bottle costs 3,000 yuan. In terms of cost effectiveness, I still recommend the first one I introduced to you too." "No need, just this one," Changsheng said. "Let's take the first one. This one is a bit expensive," Lu Xian said, pulling Changsheng's hand. "No, that won't work. My wife wants the best," Changsheng said with a smile, then looked at the clerk. "How long can this small bottle last?" "It will take about 1 month. Pregnant women need to use it twice a day and persist for more than 3 months to see the effect." "Excuse me for asking how many months of pregnancy your wife is?" the clerk said. 3 months, said Changsheng. "Well, this is the time to use it. Generally, these things are used when the fetus is 3 months old or later," said the clerk. "Take 5 bottles first," Changsheng said. The clerk was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that a big order would come in when the store was about to close. "Do you want anything else?" Changsheng asked Lu Xian, who was standing beside him. "Let's take a look at maternity clothes," Lu Xian said. Upon hearing this, the clerk immediately took the two of them to the maternity clothes section nearby. After looking for a while, Lu Xian didn't like any of them. Lu Xian didn't like anything in particular. Chang Shang said, "Nothing you like? Then I'll take you to the mall tomorrow to have a look." Lu Xian nodded upon hearing this. "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Chang Shang asked with a smile. "No more." Lu Xian responded. "Check out." Chang Shang said to the clerk, then walked to the cashier. After paying, Chang Shang picked up his things and left the maternity and baby store. The two of them strolled around for a while before returning home. Chang Shang sat on the sofa, holding the protective cream he had just bought, and asked curiously, "Xian, where do you apply this?" Hearing this, Lu Xian pointed to the area where the ointment should be applied. Chang Shang saw it and said with a smile, "This is good. I'll apply it for you." Hearing Chang Shang's words, Lu Xian rolled her eyes at him. She certainly knew Chang Shang's little thoughts. As he spoke, Chang Shang took a bottle of protective cream and they walked into the bedroom together. After Lu Xian finished her shower, Chang Shang couldn't wait to start applying protective cream to her. Lu Xian came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, looked at Chang Shang and said, "I can reach it myself. No need to trouble Master Chang." "No, wife, just take care of yourself," Chang Shang said with a smile. "Can you do it?" Lu Xian asked. "You don't need to learn this. You'll be born with it," Chang Shang said. Having said that, Chang Shang began to work, starting from the abdomen, and slowly applied it to Lu Xian. When applying it to the chest, Chang Shang asked in confusion, "Wife, I don't understand, stretch marks grow on the belly, why do they grow here?" "You have a lot of questions," Lu Xian said. "It should have a B, right? A little bigger. Wouldn't that be a bargain for me?" Chang Shang said with a smile. "Hiss. Are you going to work or not? If you don't, I'll do it myself," Lu Xian said. No. I'll do it," Chang Shang said, and started to work with great enjoyment. Soon, Chang Shang finished his work with great reluctance and said, "Wife, isn't twice a day too little? What if it doesn't work? How about applying it a few more times?" Lu Xian was also angry when she heard this. "Chang Shang, I will do it myself from now on. You can do the places I can't reach." No. Just 2 times will do. It's good. I can do it," Chang Shang said in a mean way, with a hint of mischief in his tone. "Go take a shower. I'm getting angry just by looking at you now," Lu Xian said unhappily. Although there was a hint of blame in her tone, her eyes were full of doting. Chang Shang didn't say anything after hearing this, he just walked into the bathroom with a smile and started to take a bath. The sound of water was rushing, and the bathroom was filled with warm water vapor. Chang Shang enjoyed this moment of tranquility. After a while, Chang Shang came out wrapped in a bath towel, his hair still dripping with water, and his body exuding the fragrance of shower gel. He lay down on the bed quietly, trying not to disturb Lu Xian. Chang Shang's hand reached into Liu Xuan's clothes and began to grope. When Lu Xian felt it, she nudged Chang Shang twice with her elbow in annoyance, but still let Chang Shang do what he wanted. Chang Shang's movements were gentle. He knew that Lu Xian was a little tired, so his actions were more about expressing love than anything else. Gradually, their breathing became even and calm, and the fatigue of the day and the quarrels at night all dissipated as the night deepened. They clung to each other, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat, and finally fell asleep. Chapter 16 is not expensive, but you have to be able to afford it, right? The next morning, Lu Xian woke up early and looked at Chang Shang, who was still sleeping soundly, and she felt secretly happy. She moved her body gently, trying not to disturb Chang Shang, and then quietly admired his sleeping face. Chang Shang's face looked particularly peaceful in the morning light, his breathing was even, and he occasionally made a slight snoring sound, which made him look very cute. After admiring it alone for a while, Lu Xian quietly took out her phone and took a photo of Chang Shang sleeping. She playfully stretched out her finger, made a yeah gesture in front of the camera, and then pressed the shutter lightly. Chang Shang was sleeping soundly in the photo, and Lu Xian's finger yeah added a touch of playfulness. After posting on WeChat moments, Lu Xian quietly got out of bed, washed up, and went into the kitchen. She took out 2 packs of shrimp wontons from the refrigerator and prepared to make a delicious breakfast. She gently put the wontons into the pot, added water, turned on the fire, and then waited patiently for the water to boil. After the water boiled, Lu Xian carefully put the wontons into the pot and gently pushed them with a spoon to prevent them from sticking. The kitchen was gradually filled with the aroma of shrimp wontons, which made people salivate. Chang Shang was awakened by the fragrance. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked into the kitchen in a daze. Seeing Lu Xian's busy figure, a warm feeling surged in his heart. "Good morning, wife. It smells so good," Chang Sheng said with a yawn. Lu Xian turned around and gave him a gentle smile. "Good morning, go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon." Chang Sheng obediently went to wash up. When he came back, Lu Xian had already put the cooked wontons in a bowl and carefully sprinkled them with chopped green onions and coriander. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying this simple but warm breakfast. The delicious shrimp wontons and Lu Xian's attentiveness made Changsheng feel extremely happy. While they were eating, Changsheng's cell phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered it. "What do you want me to do so early in the morning?" "Mom," Changsheng said while eating wontons. "Have you and Xian come back?" Changsheng's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm back. I came back yesterday," Chang Sheng said, and put the phone in front of Lu Xian. "Auntie. Good morning." Lu Xian took Chang Sheng's phone and said, "Good morning, Xian. It's only so late. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Chang Sheng's mother said with a smile. "I went to bed early yesterday, Auntie." Lu Xian responded with a smile. "Come home for dinner tonight. Tell Auntie what you like to eat and I'll make it for you." "Mom, I want to eat caramel braised pork, braised prawns, and beef brisket in vermicelli soup." Chang Sheng interrupted after hearing this. "I asked you, so just answer me. You should eat whatever my daughter-in-law eats." Chang Sheng's mother responded, and then her tone became gentle again. Xian, let's ignore him. Tell your aunt what you want to eat, and she will make it for you. It's all right. I love whatever you cook." Lu Xian said with a smile. "It's all right. I like to eat whatever you cook." Chang Sheng imitated him in a sly manner when he heard it. After hearing Chang Sheng's words, Lu Xian reached out to pinch him, but Chang Sheng twisted his body to avoid it. After the two talked for a while, Chang Sheng's mother also hung up the phone. Lu Xian stood up and twisted Chang Sheng's waist. "Are you still hiding?" "Hiss. It's my wrong wife. I won't do it again." Chang Sheng immediately begged for mercy. "Annoying," Lu Xiansong said unhappily as she let go of her hand, then rolled her eyes at Chang Sheng and continued, "You clean it up." Chang Sheng nodded obediently immediately. He knew that although Lu Xian said so, she loved him in her heart. He began to clean the table and took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng's busy back, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. She knew that this was their life. Although there were sometimes some small quarrels, there was more mutual understanding and tolerance. After Chang Sheng finished washing the dishes, he walked over to Lu Xian and gently put his arm around her shoulders. "Wife, let's go to my mother's house for dinner tonight. What do you want to eat?" "I'll call my mother again." Lu Xian leaned in Chang Sheng's arms and said softly, "No need, I love whatever Auntie cooks." Chang Sheng gently kissed Lu Xian's forehead and said, "Okay, let's go there early in the evening and help my mother cook." The two of them had lunch at home before going out. "Let's go. I'll take you to the mall first, and then we'll go back." Lu Xian nodded and started to pack up. After changing her clothes, the two walked out of the house. Soon, Chang Sheng drove Cullinan and took Lu Xian to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. After parking the car in the VLP parking area, he took the elevator to the first floor. They walked into a store specializing in maternity wear, and after Lu Xian carefully selected a few pieces, the two of them strolled around the mall again. When they arrived at the door of a jewelry store, Chang Sheng pulled Lu Xian in. "Welcome." A clerk greeted us warmly. "Look at the diamond ring," Chang Sheng said with a smile. After that, the clerk saw that the two were very young and recommended some diamond rings around 20,000 yuan. After looking around, Chang Sheng shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Don't waste time, bring out the best." "What is your budget, sir?" asked the clerk. "There's no chance. Just bring out the best in your store," Chang Sheng said. Upon hearing this, the clerk didn't say much to Chang Sheng. He turned around and disdainfully took out several diamond rings worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan from the safe and placed them in front of the two men. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are valuable items. You can only look at them but not try them on," said the clerk disdainfully. "Damn, how can a little gadget worth only 200,000 or 300,000 be so valuable?" Chang Sheng said dissatisfiedly. After saying that, the female clerk immediately said unconvincingly, "It's not expensive, but you have to be able to afford it." I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. I told you to get the most expensive one, but you fooled me with these rubbish. Chang Sheng immediately retorted. The sound here also attracted the attention of others, and immediately a middle-aged man in leather shoes came over. Oh. Mr. Chang. What a rare guest. What the hell? Damn it. I brought my wife to your place to buy a diamond ring and you said she couldn't afford it. Chang Sheng cursed angrily. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang can't afford it? He can even afford to buy the whole store. This middle-aged man had previously been to the Chang family to give jewelry to Chang Sheng's mother, so naturally he had also met Chang Sheng. At the side, a female shopping guide who had been to Chang's house with the store manager immediately held up a box. In the box were several pigeon egg-sized diamond rings. The diamond rings were not only white, but also pink, purple, and light blue. They looked very luxurious. Don't be angry, Mr. Chang. I apologize to you on her behalf. Take a look at our treasure. Yes, Mr. Chang, let's go inside and take a look, said the middle-aged male store manager. As he said that, he welcomed Chang Sheng and Lu Xian into the VIP room. When Chang Sheng turned around holding Lu Xian's hand, the middle-aged man's face immediately changed and he looked at the clerk fiercely and said, "Get out of here right now. Don't work in this industry in Shanghai anymore. Don't let me see you again." Chapter 17, Change one a day, exactly 7. After teaching the female clerk a lesson, the manager's face immediately became cheerful again, and he followed Chang Sheng Lu Xian into a VIP room. Mr. Chang, you and your wife please watch first. I'll go pour tea for you too, the store manager said enthusiastically. No need, just take 2 bottles of mineral water, Lu Xian said. After saying that, the store manager happily went to get 2 bottles of Filico, each bottle of mineral water worth more than 1,000 yuan, and returned to the VIP room. When they came back, another female shopping guide was explaining to them the meaning of each diamond ring. Lu Xian was listening very attentively, and Chang Sheng would pick it up and play with it in his hands from time to time. Which one do you like? Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian and asked with a smile. Why don't you try them all and see which one looks best on your hand, said the shopping guide. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng nodded and personally put the diamond rings on Lu Xian. My wife looks good in any of them, Chang Sheng said with a smile. Forget it, don't choose. Take both. After he finished speaking, Chang Sheng took out a black card and handed it to the store manager beside him. After seeing it, the store manager immediately took it respectfully. Seeing Chang Sheng's actions, Lu Xian glared at him and said, even if you have a lot of money, you can't spend it like this. He. There are exactly 7 of them. I change one a day. There are 7 days in a week, Chang Sheng said with a smile. After hearing Chang Sheng's explanation, Lu Xian was speechless, but the bank card had already been used to swipe the card. Soon, the store manager came back to the 2 of them and respectfully handed the bank card to Chang Sheng. Lu Xian shook her head helplessly, but her heart was warm. She knew that Chang Sheng did this not only to surprise her, but also to express his love and commitment to her. Chang Sheng took the bank card and gently held Lu Xian's hand. Let's go, wife. Chang Sheng held Lu Xian's hand and walked out of the store. They then shopped for a long time. Lu Xian used her own money to buy a few sets of clothes for Chang Sheng's parents before leaving. After Chang Sheng carried his bags and put them in the trunk, the 2 got in the car and drove towards Chang Sheng's parents' home. We passed through the bustling streets of Shanghai and finally arrived at an extremely luxurious community. Each villa in Ueda Shanghai Manor was more than 2,000 square meters and each villa covered several acres. Finally, the car stopped in front of a villa near the inside. Chang Sheng walked in from the car carrying the clothes that Lu Xian bought for his parents in the afternoon. Mom! We're back! Chang Sheng shouted as he walked into the door. Hearing the shout, the 2 old men also came out. Following behind Chang Sheng's parents was an old woman, who quickly took the things from Chang Sheng's hand. Aunt Chang, these are the clothes Xian Xian bought for my parents. Xian Xian, this is my aunt, you can just call her Aunt Zhang, Chang Sheng said. Oh, Xian Xian, just come empty-handed. Why buy things? Chang Sheng's mother said with a smile. Then I'll take it away later. I'll return it when I get back, Chang Sheng said with a smile. When Lu Xian heard Chang Sheng's words, she gently hit him and said, Don't listen to his nonsense, Auntie, this is a little gift from me. I said I would buy some nutritional supplements, but Chang Sheng said that there were too many at home for you to finish, so I bought some clothes for auntie and uncle. Chang Sheng's mother smiled and took Liu Xuan's hand. Xian, you are so polite. We are very happy that you can come. Chang Sheng's father also smiled and nodded, welcoming Liu Xian's arrival. Aunt Zhang took the clothes aside and put them away, then turned around and said to everyone, "The food is ready, we can eat now." Chang Sheng and Liu Xian followed their parents into the restaurant. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and the aroma was fragrant. Chang Sheng's mother enthusiastically picked up some food for Liu Xian. Xian, eat more. Liu Xian smiled and nodded, feeling the warmth and care of this family. The dinner was conducted in the midst of laughter and joy. Chang Sheng's parents kept asking about Liu Xuan's recent situation and caring about her life. Liu Xian answered them one by one, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room and chatted. Aunt Zhang served fruit and tea. Chang Sheng and Liu Xian chatted with their parents and enjoyed the warmth of the family. Xian, did this boy bully you? Chang Sheng's mother asked, with a hint of joking and concern in her tone. Without my aunt, how dare he bully me? Liu Xian said with a smile, her eyes revealing her trust and dependence on Chang Sheng. That's right. Mom. I'm the one who gets bullied. Chang Sheng said aggrievedly. His exaggerated expression made everyone present laugh. You deserve it. Chang Sheng's mother glanced at Chang Sheng. Although she said this, her eyes were full of doting. Chang Sheng's father laughed and interrupted, Okay, stop teasing this kid. If he dares to bully Xian, I will be the first one to not let him go. When Liu Xian heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. She knew that Chang Sheng's parents loved her very much, which made her feel very relieved and happy. Chang Sheng said helplessly, "Oh, from now on, I will have even less status in this family." As he spoke, Chang Sheng walked towards the garage, and soon the roar of a sports car was heard. The garage is filled with Chang Sheng's luxury cars, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, and Porsche, all parked quietly in the garage, and there are also several cars covered with car covers. Not long after the voice was heard, Liu Xian also walked in. Hey! How did our baby egg come out? Chang Sheng said with a smile. Liu Xian was even more shocked when she saw the garage. Every car in the garage would easily attract attention from outside. What kind of car is covered with a car cover? Liu Xian asked with a smile. As he spoke, Chang Sheng walked in holding Liu Xian's hand and opened a Pagani Zonda. This is the one you saw me driving at school. I haven't driven it for a long time. Chang Sheng then uncovered several other cars covered with car covers, including a Bugatti Chiron and a Lycan. Liu Xian pointed at the black Lycan and said, I know this one. I've seen this in a movie. I even searched for it out of curiosity. How about it? Handsome, right? Chang Sheng said. What's the use of being handsome? Each one is more uncomfortable to drive than the other. Chang Sheng's father walked up behind the two of them and said, I didn't ask you to open it. Chang Sheng said unhappily. Uncle. Liu Xian greeted politely. Chang Sheng's father nodded and said to Liu Xian unhappily, I'll sell my daughter-in-law to him in the future. He's just taking up space here. When Liu Xian heard this, she couldn't help laughing. She knew Chang Sheng's father was joking, but she could also feel his helplessness towards these luxury cars. Chang Sheng looked indifferent. He knew that these cars were more of a collection and a hobby for him rather than a daily means of transportation. Dad, these cars are the result of my hard work, how can you just sell them? Chang Sheng protested. Okay, go to bed early. Your room has already been cleaned up by Sister Zhang. Chapter 18, First Morning Sickness. After Liu Xian stayed with Chang Sheng in the garage for a while, the tacit understanding and companionship between the two seemed particularly warm in the silent space. Chang Sheng held Liu Xian's hand, and the two took the elevator together. The elevator door slowly closed, the numbers jumped, and finally stopped at the third floor. Chang Sheng opened the door of his room, and Liu Xian followed him. The two people's breaths intertwined in the air, and the room was filled with the warmth of home. After taking a shower, they both felt tired after a day of work, so they decided to rest. Liu Xian lay in Chang Sheng's arms, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat, with a happy smile on her face, as if the whole world had become sweet. The next morning, the sun shone through the gap in the curtains and gently fell on Liu Xian's face. She woke up early and looked at Chang Sheng, who was still sleeping beside her, her heart full of love. She gently shook Chang Sheng, trying to wake him up. What's wrong, Xian? Chang Sheng asked in a daze without opening his eyes. It's okay, I'm awake. Lu Xian answered softly, with a hint of morning freshness in her voice. Chang Sheng heard this and buried his head in the pillow again, as if he wanted to enjoy the tranquility of sleep for a while. But Lu Xian didn't intend to let him continue sleeping. She spoke again, hubby. Please accompany me downstairs. I don't know how to talk to my uncle and aunt when I go downstairs. Hearing Lu Xian's call, Chang Sheng finally woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes, which were still a little hazy, but soon became clear. He looked at Lu Xian with a doting smile on his face, and then pouted his lips. Seeing this, Lu Xian kissed him gently, and the kiss was full of love and tenderness. After the kiss, Lu Xian said again, okay. Get up quickly. Seeing this, Chang Sheng got up from the bed, stretched, and went to the bathroom. The two began to wash up for a new day, and their figures were reflected in the mirror, looking harmonious and happy. After washing up, the two of them walked down from upstairs. Chang Sheng's father was sitting on the sofa in the living room smoking a cigarette. When he saw Lu Xian coming down, Chang Sheng's mother immediately patted Chang Sheng's father and asked him to put out the cigarette. Old Chang, I'm telling you, if you want to smoke in the future, please go out and smoke. Don't smoke our daughter-in-law. Chang Sheng's mother said. I know. Chang Sheng's father responded. Then Chang Sheng's mother looked at Chang Sheng and said, I said your father also said you. I know you smoke, so don't smoke in front of my daughter-in-law. Smoking is not allowed in our house from now on. If you two want to smoke, go stand outside and smoke. Chang Sheng didn't say anything after hearing this. Chang Sheng's mother said again, Xian, go have breakfast. Sister Zhang has prepared everything. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Xian said with a smile. After saying that, the two of them sat at the dining table and started eating breakfast. After breakfast, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian strolled around the house hand in hand, enjoying the tranquility and fresh air of the early morning. They strolled in the garden, admiring the blooming flowers and verdant plants, and feeling the harmony of nature. More than an hour later, the two returned to the villa with a relaxed and happy mood. Chang Sheng sat down on the sofa, looking a little lazy. At this time, Chang Sheng's father saw them coming back and said, You little bastard, take Xian to look at houses this afternoon. We'll buy a house wherever you like and give it to you two as your wedding house. Chang Sheng listened to his father and replied with a smile, No need, just give me a discount, I'm ready. I bought it in Tianyuan Mansion. Chang Sheng's father listened and said seriously, The discount is not for you, but for my daughter-in-law. If you buy it yourself, we won't care. But my daughter-in-law's name must be on the property certificate. I know. Chang Sheng said with a smile, his eyes revealing respect for his father and deep affection for Lu Xian. Then, Chang Sheng's mother also joined the conversation. She said, Mr. Chang, please arrange 2 days to go to Xuan's house and propose marriage to your son. Although Xian is pregnant now, no process can be missed. Chang Sheng's father immediately responded, I have already arranged it. My son's marriage is the top priority. The old couple are very satisfied with their daughter-in-law Lu Xian and respect her very much. Xian, let me tell you, my family is the only one that doesn't have a pet, otherwise my status would be second only to the pet. Chang Sheng whispered to Lu Xian. Lu Xian also laughed when she heard this. Xian, what did this kid say to you? Why is he so happy? Chang Sheng's mother asked with a smile. Auntie, Chang Sheng said that there is no pet at home. If there is a pet, his status will be second only to the pet. Lu Xian said with a smile. Well, this kid is quite self-aware. Chang Sheng's father said. When Chang Sheng heard his father's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he lay quietly on the sofa, picked up his mobile phone, and began to swipe the screen carelessly. His eyes wandered around the screen, as if looking for something to distract him, but his mind had already drifted to Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea. She stood up quickly and rushed to the bathroom. The door slammed shut, followed by a violent vomiting sound. Chang Sheng heard the sound and immediately put down his phone. The relaxed expression on his face was instantly replaced by worry. He walked quickly to the bathroom door, patted Lu Xian's back gently, and asked with concern, What's wrong, Lu Xian? Did you eat something bad? Lu Xian's weak voice came from the bathroom, I didn't eat anything special, I just suddenly felt uncomfortable. After a while, Lu Xian opened the door, her face pale, with a few beads of sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Chang Sheng hurriedly helped her back to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He quickly walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of warm water, carefully handed it to Lu Xian, and whispered, "Drink some water first, you may feel better." Lu Xian took the water cup and sipped it, her complexion slightly recovered. At this time, Chang Sheng's mother also came over after hearing the sound. She looked at Lu Xian and a look of understanding appeared on her face. She gently patted Lu Xian's back and said in a gentle and affirmative tone, "This is morning sickness, not something bad you ate." Changsheng's mother continued to comfort him, "It's okay. Morning sickness is a very common phenomenon. It will get better after a while. What you need now is to get more rest and keep a good mood." She turned to Changsheng and said, "Changsheng, you have to take care of Lu Xian. She needs you now." "It's okay. Auntie Xianxian will have someone come to your house to treat you and reduce morning sickness," Changsheng's mother said comfortingly. "Thank you, Auntie. It's no trouble," Lu Xian said. Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng's determined eyes, and the uneasiness and worry in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a kind of warmth and expectation. She nodded gently, and the two smiled at each other, looking forward to the good times in the future. Chapter 19 Wife, I'll take you to show off. Changsheng's mother knew that pregnant women needed adequate nutrition and rest, so she asked Zhang Sa, the helper at home, to make a bowl of delicious fish soup for Lu Xian. After lunch, Lu Xian felt a little tired, so she returned to her room, lay on the bed, and slowly fell asleep. In the afternoon, Changsheng accompanied his father out, and they drove to Tianyue Mansion, where there was a house that Changsheng had just obtained from the system. Changsheng took his father to visit the house, and he had already decided to use it as a wedding house. After the visit, Changsheng decided to register the house in Liu Xuan's name as their common home. In the house, Changsheng said to his father half-jokingly, "Mr. Chang, I bought the house. Do you have to pay for the renovation?" There was a hint of mischief in his words. When Changsheng's father heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed. "Oh, I was just about to praise you for buying a wedding house yourself, but I have to do the decoration." There was a hint of teasing in his words. Changsheng responded seriously, "This is not for me to live in. I don't believe that your grandchildren won't live with their parents in the future." His words revealed his expectations for his future family. After hearing this, Changsheng's father nodded and expressed his understanding. Okay. I'll have someone transfer the money for the renovation to Xuan's card when I get back." His words revealed his love for his son and future grandchildren. Changsheng shook his head and said, "Just call me. My wife is pregnant. I don't have time to deal with these trivial matters." There was a hint of pampering in his words. After hearing this, Changsheng's father deliberately frowned and said, "Called you? Of course not. You can pretend or not. The rough draft looks good. It gives you a broad vision." There was a hint of joking in his words, and it was obvious that he had seen through Changsheng's little thoughts. After walking around Tianyue Mansion, the father and son returned home at around 3 p.m. Changsheng's father and Changsheng walked into the house while discussing the details of the house's decoration. At home, Changsheng's mother was busy receiving several managers of jewelry stores. They brought the store's treasures and hoped that Lu Xian could try them on to see the effect. When Changsheng's mother saw the father and son coming back, she quickly called Changsheng, "Son, come and see if your wife looks good wearing it." Changsheng walked over with a smile, watched Lu Xian try on the jewelry, and exclaimed, "It looks good. It looks good even without wearing it, and it looks even better with it." His words were full of praise and love for Lu Xian. Changsheng sat down next to Lu Xian and asked in a concerned voice, "Why did you get up? Why don't you rest for a while?" Lu Xian responded softly, "Auntie just asked the therapist to come over and treat me, and it's just finished." "Are you feeling better?" Changsheng asked with concern. Lu Xian nodded, with a hint of a smile on her face, "Yeah." Changsheng saw a jade ring in a small box on the coffee table, picked it up curiously, put it on his hand, and said with a smile, "This is good. This looks awesome." Changsheng's mother glanced at Changsheng and joked, "If it looks good, buy it yourself. Your mother doesn't have the money to buy it for you." Changsheng's mother then picked up an imperial green bracelet and carefully put it on Liu Xuan's hand. "This is good. Xian, wear it. Jade nourishes people." Seeing this, Changsheng deliberately asked, "Mom, don't you have no money to buy it for me?" Changsheng's mother responded with a smile, "Yes, I don't have money to buy it for you. This is for my daughter-in-law. Of course I have money." Her words were full of love for Lu Xian. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh when she heard the interaction between the mother and son. It was obviously not like the atmosphere of a wealthy family on TV, but more like an ordinary family. Changxing's mother also asked those people to leave after she gave Lu Xian some expensive jewelry. After a while, Changxing's father came out of the study with a black card and walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Xian, this is the money for buying and decorating your wedding house. Now that this kid has bought the house, I will make up for it to you. Take it and don't give it to this kid. Changxing's father said with a smile. Uncle, I also have some money. Please take it back. Lu Xian said quickly. Just take it if it's given to you. Don't refuse it. If you feel embarrassed to take it, just nod your head and I will take the trouble to take it for you. Changsheng quickly put the black card in Lu Xian's hand and said. Thank you. Lu Xian took the black card and said to Changsheng. Just take it. You are a great contributor to our family. Changsheng's father said with a smile. In the evening, the sky was dyed a gentle orange-red by the setting sun. Lu Xian had vomited a lot during the day, and by the evening, she had almost no appetite. She reluctantly ate a few bites of light food and returned to Changsheng's room, intending to have a good rest. After dinner, Changsheng lay leisurely on the sofa in the living room, eating fruit and watching TV. His mother came over, patted him on the shoulder and said, Son, take your wife out for a walk, so she might have an appetite. After hearing what his mother said, Changsheng immediately stood up from the sofa, an apple in his hand, and went up to the bedroom on the second floor. He pushed open the bedroom door and saw Lu Xian lying on the bed. He walked gently to the bedside, lay down, and asked with a smile, You only ate 2 bites in the afternoon, aren't you hungry now? Lu Xian shook her head, her voice a little weak. I feel uncomfortable after vomiting, I don't want to eat. Changsheng thought about it, then smiled and said, How about I take you out for a walk? I'll drive you to the snack street behind the school. There are a lot of delicious food there. When Lu Xian heard this suggestion, her eyes lit up and she nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Changsheng immediately got up from the bed and took the elevator down to the garage on the basement floor of the villa with Lu Xian. The garage was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, each quietly showing off its unique charm. Changsheng held Lu Xian's hand and said with a smile, Wife, I'll take you to show off. Which one do you want to ride in? Lu Xian looked at the luxury cars and answered easily, I can drive any of them. You can drive whichever one you want. After listening to Lu Xian's words, Changsheng took her to a Pagani Zonda. He carefully opened the door, let Lu Xian get in, and then he sat in the driver's seat. As Changsheng started the vehicle, the originally quiet super sports car immediately became agitated, emitting a low and powerful roar. The car slowly drove out of the garage, and Changsheng drove Lu Xian towards Zhonghai University. Not long after they drove out of the villa, Changsheng's cell phone rang. Lu Xian saw the caller ID and immediately helped Changsheng answer the call. Changsheng's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone, You little bastard. You drove your shabby car to take my daughter-in-law out. I asked you to take Xian out for a stroll, but who told you to drive those cars? It's uncomfortable to sit in. Changsheng was a little helpless, but still replied, Mom, we are all out, let's leave it at that. Then he signaled Lu Xian to help him hang up the phone. After Lu Xian hung up the phone, she couldn't help laughing, See? If you bully me in the future, I will tell my uncle and aunt. I guarantee that you will win the mixed doubles. The two smiled at each other, and the car continued to drive steadily in the night, heading towards the snack street full of delicious food and laughter. Chapter 20 How dare you ask for my wife's contact information? How bold! The moment the super beast appeared on the streets of Shanghai, it attracted a lot of attention. Pedestrians on the road cast envious glances at it. Fuck! Pagani! This is so handsome! Every time the car stops at a traffic light, many people take out their phones to take a picture. Soon, the car appeared near Zhonghai University. It was a crowded time and many college students looked at it with envy when they saw the appearance of this super sports car. When he drove to the university gate, there were several sports cars parked there waiting for people. Changsheng drove in and took a look at the license plates. They were all people he knew. He drove to the side and honked the horn, and several people came over. Changsheng lowered the window and said, You guys are quite free, why are you here to pick up girls again? Brother Sheng, who is this? This is the first time I see you bringing people out. This is my wife. I just abducted her. Changsheng said with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. After hearing this, several people greeted in unison. Hello? Lu Xian responded with a smile. Sure thing, brother Sheng, you got a beautiful girl without making any noise. Ha ha ha. Let's go. You guys continue to pretend to be cool, Chang Shang said with a smile. The car started moving again, heading towards the snack street behind Zhonghai University. Soon, Chang Shang drove the car to the snack street behind. In full view of everyone, Chang Shang parked the car in a roadside parking space, and the two of them got out. The neon lights of the snack street flickered in the night, and the aroma of various foods intertwined in the air, making people salivate. The arrival of Chang Shang and Lu Xian undoubtedly added a touch of color to this lively street. Fuck. She's worthy of being a beauty riding in a Pagani, so beautiful, someone whispered. Chang Shang and Lu Xian seemed to have gotten used to such stares. They walked hand in hand on the cobblestone road of the snack street. It's been a while since you came here, Chang Shang asked Lu Xian with a smile. Of course. But I haven't been here for a long time, Lu Xian replied with a smile, with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Honey, I want milk tea. I want taro flavor, Lu Xian said suddenly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Okay. Let's go buy some milk tea first and drink it while shopping. Chang Shang smiled dotingly, and the two of them walked hand in hand towards the milk tea shop nearby. While waiting in line, the two were surrounded by young couples and students, who were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Finally, it was their turn, and the two ordered their favorite flavors. Let me try yours, Lu Xian said to Chang Shang mischievously while holding the milk tea. Chang Shang smiled and passed his milk tea to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took a sip and said with a smile, "Mine tastes better." Let me try it, Chang Shang also asked with a smile. No. Lu Xian refused with a smile, then turned and left. Her steps were brisk and playful. Chang Shang quickly followed. He put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulders, their figures stretched out under the lights of the snack street. He stretched his head from time to time to try Lu Xian's milk tea, and Lu Xian dodged with a smile. Their interaction was full of sweetness and fun. The snack street was bustling with activity, and the aroma of various delicacies filled the air, making people want to try them one by one. Lu Xian's appetite seemed to be awakened by these delicacies, and she was full of curiosity and interest in the delicacies of each stall. This looks delicious, Lu Xian pointed at a stall, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chang Sheng smiled and nodded, and they stopped to buy some snacks. Lu Xian was eating stinky tofu with gusto, a satisfied smile on her face. Give me a bite. Chang Sheng couldn't help wanting to try it when he saw Lu Xian eating so happily. Lu Xian smiled and picked up a piece, carefully putting it into Chang Sheng's mouth. Chang Sheng chewed it, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. They ate as they walked, and the food in their hands was soon almost finished. However, Chang Sheng helped with most of the food, and he seemed happy to share this sweet burden with Lu Xian. Wife, let's stop shopping. I can't eat anymore. Chang Sheng finally spoke, with a hint of joking and helplessness in his voice. Get ready. Go back to the palace, Lu Xian said happily. She poked Chang Sheng's face playfully. I want a strawberry sundae. Go to the same shop where you buy milk tea and buy me a sundae. Chang Sheng smiled and agreed, and they turned around and walked back the way they came. Lu Xian seemed to be in a good mood, her steps were brisk, and there was a happy smile on her face. The two returned to the milk tea shop and saw the long queue. Chang Sheng considerately suggested that Lu Xian wait in the car while he went to queue up to buy a sundae. Wife, do you want to wait in the car? I'll go queue up and buy it for you, Chang Sheng said. Lu Xian smiled and rejected his kindness. No, I want to go with you. What if you hook up with a little girl when I'm not paying attention? There was a joke in her words, but her eyes were full of love. When Chang Sheng heard what Lu Xian said, he jokingly responded, with our looks, it's usually the little girls who fall for us on their own. There was confidence in his words, but more of it was doting on Lu Xian. You are so awesome? Then go and line up, Lu Xian said with a smile, holding Chang Sheng's cheek. Chang Sheng pointed to an empty seat at the door of the store and said, then go sit there for a while. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, and Chang Sheng joined the queue. Lu Xian sat in her seat, waiting while happily watching Chang Sheng queuing, her eyes full of happiness. Not long after, Lu Xian's cell phone rang. She saw the incoming call alert and happily picked up the phone. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Lu Xian asked with a smile. Oh my! What is our Xian Xian doing? Why is she so happy? Meng Yao saw Lu Xian's happy look on the video call and asked curiously. Of course. My husband is queuing up to buy a sundae for me. Lu Xian said proudly, then turned the video screen to Chang Sheng, who was also queuing. Is it interesting? Are you interested? I just call you and you still show off your love. Meng Yao said, pretending to be angry, but there was also a hint of envy in her tone. The two chatted for a while, and Meng Yao hung up the phone. A male college student nearby saw Lu Xian put down her phone and walked over to ask, "Hello, beautiful lady, can you add my contact information?" "Sorry, I have a husband." Lu Xian looked up and responded politely. "You see, meeting is fate, so just add contact information." "You can add mine." Chang Sheng came over with a strawberry sundae and said. As he spoke, Chang Sheng handed the strawberry sundae he had just bought to Lu Xian, and then said again, "Do you want more? If not, we're leaving." "Sorry," the man said awkwardly. Hearing this, Chang Sheng also took Lu Xian's hand and walked towards the Pagani parked nearby. The man just now watched the two of them walk to the Pagani, and Chang Sheng opened the door for Lu Xian and got in. Chang Sheng also turned around and walked to the driver's seat. As the car started, a roar sounded and it slowly started moving. The two drove to the door of the milk tea shop they had just driven to. Chang Sheng saw that the man was still looking at them, so he stepped on the accelerator hard. "How dare you ask for my wife's contact information? How dare you?" Lu Xian, who was sitting next to her, also covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. Chapter 21 Twins. On the way home, Lu Xian's mood was like the warm sunshine in spring. She couldn't help but take out her mobile phone and capture the scenery along the way through the car window. Her smile bloomed on the screen, and every photo recorded her joy at the moment. When they stopped at the traffic light, Chang Sheng's eyes fell on Lu Xian's phone. He moved closer curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. "Wait a minute, let me see your wallpaper," he said softly. Lu Xian smiled slightly when she heard Chang Sheng's words and handed him the phone. Chang Sheng took the phone and his eyes fell on the wallpaper on the screen. It was a photo that Lu Xian secretly took in the early morning. In the photo, he was sleeping soundly with a barely perceptible smile on his face. "Wife, when was this taken?" Chang Sheng asked curiously. Lu Xian answered mischievously, "Why do you care when I took the picture? Anyway, I took it." There was a hint of pride in her voice. Chang Sheng looked at the photo and laughed at himself, "Damn my looks. I can still look so handsome even when I was secretly photographed while sleeping." Lu Xian hit him lightly and pretended to be angry and said, "Shut up. If you continue to be narcissistic, I will vomit out what I just ate." The laughter of the two echoed in the car. "By the way, Xian, are we going to do a fetal NT ultrasound examination tomorrow? The doctor told us to do it next week." Chang Sheng suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile. Lu Xian nodded and responded softly, "Yeah." Soon, the voices of their conversation gradually disappeared on the way home. They parked the car and walked into the living room hand in hand. Chang Sheng's mother saw them and said with some dissatisfaction, "You little bastard, you have a comfortable car but you don't drive your crowded cars. My daughter-in-law is uncomfortable sitting in it." Chang Sheng explained with a smile, "Let's go back and rest. I'm going to the hospital with Xian to do an ultrasound examination tomorrow." "Well, go and have a rest. I'll go with you tomorrow." Chang Sheng's mother also smiled. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian smiled at each other, then walked up the stairs together, returned to their bedroom, and prepared to rest. The next morning, Chang Sheng woke up earlier than Lu Xian. He gently picked up his phone, wanting to capture the tranquility and beauty of Lu Xian's deep sleep. Lu Xian seemed to feel his movements, opened her eyes in a daze, and found that the phone camera was facing her. Lu Xian immediately got into the warm bed and pretended to be angry and said to Chang Sheng, "You want to die?" Chang Sheng was amused by her appearance and responded, "Hey, I just woke up. Get out of the way." Lu Xian kicked Chang Sheng in annoyance. Although her tone was harsh, there was a smile on her face. "Stop filming. Get up and wash up." Chang Sheng lifted the quilt and said gently. Hearing Chang Sheng's words, Lu Xian stretched out her arms and said coquettishly, "Pull me up." Chang Sheng saw this and gently pulled Lu Xian out of bed. They washed up together and prepared to start a new day. After washing up, they went downstairs and found that Chang Sheng's parents had prepared breakfast for them. Mrs. Zhang prepared a simple but warm breakfast, and the family sat together, enjoying the morning tranquility and family warmth. After breakfast, Chang Sheng drove the family to the hospital. In the car, Chang Sheng half-jokingly said to his father, "Let's go for a prenatal checkup." "My mom can come with us, but why should you come with us?" Changxing's father responded angrily, I don't need to report to you where your father is going. Just concentrate on driving your car. Why are you asking this and that? Changxing smiled and said, you can bully me as much as you want. Just wait and see how I bully your grandson in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxing's mother patted him on the back and said half jokingly and half seriously, if you bully my grandchildren, I will bully you. The family chatted and laughed in the car and soon arrived at the hospital. After registering, they began to wait. After waiting for more than an hour, they finally walked into the department. The doctor briefly explained the next examination items to be carried out, and the family walked out of the department and headed towards the examination place. At about 3 p.m., the family walked into the hospital's ultrasound examination room, which was their last stop of the day. Lu Xian lay on the bed, her heart filled with nervousness and anticipation. Changsheng stood by the bed, holding Lu Xian's hand tightly, trying to give her some comfort. The doctor began the examination. While operating the instrument, he chatted with Lu Xian in a relaxed manner. What week is it? 14 weeks. Lu Xian replied with a slight tremor in her voice. You are so lucky, young man, to have married such a beautiful wife. The doctor joked with a smile. Changsheng smiled proudly when he heard this. The examination was over quickly, and the doctor's words made the whole room quiet. Don't worry, the two little ones are very healthy. The doctor's words stunned everyone present. 2. Lu Xian repeated the doctor's words in surprise. Yes, according to the examination, there are 2 embryos, so congratulations to your family. And congratulations on being pregnant with twins. The doctor announced with a smile. Thank you, doctor. Changsheng's mother said excitedly, with a slight tremor in her voice. Changsheng immediately helped Lu Xian up, a happy smile on his face. You're welcome, thank you. Continue to maintain the same diet and pay more attention to rest, but also do some appropriate exercise. The doctor advised with a smile. After learning that they were pregnant with twins, Changsheng's parents were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Changsheng held Liu Xuan's hand and followed behind his parents, whispering to Lu Xian, Honey, am I awesome? What's so great about it? Lu Xian asked curiously. I got it right in one try, and I got 2 at that. Changsheng said with a proud smile. Awesome. You're the best. Lu Xian responded, with happiness sparkling in both of their eyes. Soon, the family got into the car, and Changsheng drove out of the hospital and headed home. Changsheng's mother in the back seat held Xuan's hand and loved her even more. Xian, when you get home, tell your parents that you are pregnant with twins and make them happy. Changsheng's mother said with a smile. Okay, auntie. Lu Xian responded with a smile. After saying that, Changsheng's mother said, Old Chang, hurry up and go to Xian's house to propose marriage. I can't wait to hear Xian call me mom. Oh. Twins. Xian, our Changsheng is so lucky to marry you. And this kid got it. Changsheng's father said with a smile. Hearing this, Changsheng's mother also laughed behind him. Mother, go back and cook 2 dishes yourself and get some wine so we can celebrate. Changsheng's father said with a smile. Okay, I'll make an exception and let you drink some today. Changsheng's mother responded with a smile, and then continued, You and your dad can have some. Dad. Take out your bottle of 1980-year-old Mutai and let's drink it together. Changsheng said with a smile. Okay, today I'll let you get a taste of my daughter-in-law's beauty. Chapter 22. This short video will make you understand. As the car slowly drove into the familiar street, the family's excitement grew. As soon as she opened the door, Changsheng's mother could not wait to walk into the kitchen and start busying herself. Her movements were quick and skillful, and the sound of pots and pans colliding and the aroma of cooking soon filled the whole house. Lu Xian sat on the sofa in the living room and looked around, trying to find something to do to kill time. She stood up several times and wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but each time she was gently pushed back to the sofa by Changsheng's mother. Xian, you look so bored, do you want some entertainment? Changsheng asked in a joking tone. What new ideas do you have? Lu Xian responded curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Changsheng lazily lay on Lu Xian's legs, enjoying a moment of relaxation. Lu Xian looked at him and couldn't help laughing, teasing, Husband, can you change your posture? You lie on the bed or the sofa all day long, like a lazy bug. When Changsheng's father heard this, he immediately shouted from the other end of the living room, You little bastard. My daughter-in-law hasn't rested yet, and you are lying on her. I think you deserve a lesson. As he spoke, he walked over with a smile. He looked at Lu Xian and his tone became much gentler. Xian, go back to your room and have some rest. By the way, call your parents and tell them the good news. Let them be happy too. After hearing what his father said, Changsheng also sat up, picked up a cup of tea on the coffee table, took a sip, and then continued to half lie on the sofa, sliding his fingers on the screen of his mobile phone, immersed in his own little world. Thank you, uncle. Lu Xian responded politely with a grateful smile on her face. She stood up and walked briskly to the second floor, towards Changsheng's room, ready to bring the warmth and joy of this family to her parents far away. Lu Xian walked into the bedroom and gently closed the door, as if to isolate herself from the outside world. She lay on the bed, and the soft mattress made her feel extremely comfortable. She took out her mobile phone and dialed her mother's video call. Her heart beat faster, looking forward to sharing the good news with her family. The call was quickly connected, and my mother's familiar face appeared on the screen, her smile warm and kind. Xian, what's wrong? Didn't you just get home? Why are you calling again? Lu Xian's mother asked with a hint of curiosity and a smile. Mom, is my dad here? Lu Xian's voice was full of anticipation. Here it is. Lu Xian's mother said, turning the phone to Lu Xian's father. Mom and Dad, hold on tight, I have good news to tell you. Lu Xian's tone was a little naughty. Hold on tight, and go ahead and talk. There was a hint of anticipation in Lu Xian's father's voice. I'm pregnant with twins. Lu Xian's face was filled with a happy smile. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xian's parents were shocked. Her mother's voice was filled with disbelief. Xian, what did you say? Twins? Lu Xian nodded affirmatively, and her smile became even brighter. Seeing their daughter nod, Lu Xian's parents couldn't hide their joy. Her mother then asked about Lu Xian's life in Changsheng's house. Lu Xian told them that Changsheng's father would go to her house to propose marriage tomorrow. Just then, Changsheng walked into the bedroom with a plate of fruit. His voice was gentle and caring. Xian, have some fruit. He sat on the edge of the bed and saw Lu Xian talking to her parents on the phone, so he greeted them politely. When Lu Xian's parents saw Changsheng coming in, they smiled and said to Lu Xian, Okay, Xian, you take a rest. Mom is hanging up the phone. Okay. Lu Xian responded with a smile. After the call, Changsheng picked up a piece of apple with a fork and gently passed it to Lu Xian's mouth. Lu Xian opened her mouth and enjoyed this sweet moment. I don't want apples, I want cantaloupe. Lu Xian said in a slightly coquettish tone, with a mischievous light in her eyes. Oh, you're quite difficult to please. Changsheng responded with a smile, his tone full of pampering. Then don't serve me. Lu Xian counterattacked with a smile. The interaction between the two was full of sweet flirting. I want mango. Lu Xian continued to order, like a little princess, enjoying the feeling of being pampered. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xian opened her little mouth, expecting Changsheng to feed her. Changsheng looked at her cute appearance and deliberately forked a piece of mango and put it into his mouth, making Lu Xian utter an ah sound, looking cute as if she was waiting to be fed. Seeing this, Changsheng deliberately took out half of the mango that he had just put into his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Xian closed her mouth in disgust and snatched the fruit plate from Changsheng's hand. You don't want to eat anymore? Changsheng teased her deliberately, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Hey! Get up! Lu Xian said unhappily, pulling the fruit plate to her side and signaling Changsheng to move aside with her eyes. Changsheng looked at Lu Xian's smug look, smiled, and shook his head, then gently moved his body to lie next to Lu Xian and said gently, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll feed you whatever you want to eat. Lu Xian looked at Changsheng's gentle eyes, and her temper instantly disappeared. She gently picked up a piece of cantaloupe and handed it to Changsheng's mouth. Here, you eat too. Changsheng took the cantaloupe from Lu Xian with a smile, and the two continued to enjoy this warm moment. Lu Xian leaned on Changsheng's shoulder, feeling his warmth and peace of mind. Changsheng was browsing a certain audio app, sliding his fingers across the screen, and laughing from time to time. After a while, Lu Xian snatched Changsheng's phone with some dissatisfaction. She looked through it curiously and found that almost all the accounts Changsheng followed were those of beautiful women. What do you watch every day? 8 out of 10 are beauties. The other one is an advertisement or a game. Lu Xian said half jokingly and half seriously. Changsheng looked at Lu Xian's expression and knew that she was a little jealous. He smiled and said, Don't look at my wife. You get angry when you look at her. It's not good to get angry now. He tried to use humor to ease the atmosphere. Let go. Lu Xian glared at Chang Sheng and said in pretended anger. Chang Sheng immediately let go of his hand upon seeing this. Lu Xian continued to look through Chang Sheng's phone, clicked on the favorites list, and found that it was full of videos of beautiful women dancing. I can't tell, Master Chang. This short video will make you understand it. Lu Xian teased, with a hint of mockery in her tone. When Chang Sheng heard this, he felt his hair stand on end and a chill on his back. He knew that Lu Xian was teasing him. My dear wife, I won't watch it anymore. Chang Sheng quickly admitted his mistake with a flattering smile on his face. Lu Xian couldn't help laughing when she saw Chang Sheng's expression. She knew that Chang Sheng was sincerely admitting his mistake, and she also knew that Chang Sheng's love for her was genuine. I forgive you for the sake of the 2 babies in my belly. But before I go to bed at night, I want to see that only men are left among the more than 600 followers of yours. Lu Xian said. Hearing this, Chang Sheng agreed with a bit of anxiety. In a short period of time, the positions of the two changed. Lu Xian, who was originally leaning on Chang Sheng's shoulder, was now leaning on Chang Sheng's shoulder. They clicked to unfollow each other. Lu Xian was holding her phone and watching a certain audio app, which was full of videos of pets and scenery. Look how healthy I am. Lu Xian said, raising her shoulders slightly. Those are some beautiful views too. Chapter 23 Return to Yicheng. Lu Xian glanced at Chang Sheng with a hint of ridicule and dissatisfaction in her tone. She slowly said, how about you just hug your phone and fall asleep with the scenery at night? There was a sense of teasing in her words, but at the same time there was a hint of seriousness, as if testing Chang Sheng's reaction. When Chang Sheng heard Lu Xian's words, he quickly put down his phone, put his arms around Lu Xian's slender waist, and said in a gentle but firm tone, actually, I think the most beautiful scenery is still in front of me. What the hell are those? There was a sincere light flashing in his eyes, and he was obviously expressing his feelings to Lu Xian. Hearing Chang Sheng's words, Lu Xian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. Just then, Mrs. Zhang's voice came from outside the bedroom door. Chang Sheng, dinner is ready. There was a hint of urging in her voice, obviously reminding them not to delay the meal. Okay, Aunt Chang, I'll be right there. Chang Sheng responded immediately after hearing that, his voice full of energy and enthusiasm. Not long after, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian walked out of the bedroom hand in hand. Their steps were light and harmonious, as if they were a pair of tacit partners. They walked downstairs together to enjoy dinner. Mrs. Zhang. Sit down and eat together. It's so hard to have such a happy event. Let's have fun. Changqing's father sat at the dining table, his face full of smiles, his voice full of joy and enthusiasm. He is a person who likes to be lively and always hopes that his home can be filled with laughter. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian walked to the dining table, where Mrs. Zhang had carefully prepared a sumptuous dinner. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, each of which exuded an enticing aroma that made people salivate. As soon as he sat down, Changqing's father took out the bottle of treasured 1980s mutai that Changsheng had mentioned in the afternoon. There was a hint of generosity in his voice. Open it and fill it up. His words revealed a kind of anticipation and joy. It was obvious that he had been looking forward to this bottle of wine for a long time. After hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled. He took the bottle and opened it carefully. As the cap was unscrewed, a rich aroma of wine immediately spread out, filling the entire restaurant. He first filled his father's glass, then filled his own glass, then turned to his mother and asked, Mom, do you want to drink something? There was a hint of concern in his voice, and it was obvious that he also cared about his mother's feelings. You too drink it. I don't want to drink. Changsheng's mother said with a smile, her voice containing a hint of tenderness and kindness. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with this warm family moment. As the dinner progressed, the table was gradually filled with laughter. After the father and son finished their bottle of mutai, Changsheng went to get another bottle, and the two of them finished after drinking 2 bottles. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere became more lively and everyone felt more relaxed. At night, Changsheng was slightly drunk and lay on the bed in a daze. Lu Xian looked at Changsheng lying on the bed with a satisfied smile on her face. She knew that today was a special day for Changsheng and he needed to rest well in order to meet the important moment of the next day. The next morning, Changsheng was woken up early. Today was a very important day for him. He quickly washed up and had breakfast. The driver of the Chang family drove a luxurious Maybach, took Changsheng's parents, and another driver drove Changsheng's Cullinan, and drove to Yicheng together. Chang Shang's car led the way, and the Maybach with his parents followed closely behind. Chang Shang, who was sitting in the back seat, slept all the way. When they were about to get off the highway, Lu Xian woke him up. "We're almost there. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore." Lu Xian called out softly, with a hint of tenderness and concern in her voice. Hearing this, Chang Shang also opened his eyes, looked at the scenery outside, and stretched. "Oh. It's still comfortable to ride in a car," Chang Shang said with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction and ease. After getting off the highway, the car drove towards Lu Xian's home. When they were about to reach the community where Lu Xian lived, several Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars were already waiting on the roadside. When they saw Chang Shang's Cullinan coming, they waved. When Chang Shang's driver saw it, he slowly parked the car over. "Mr. Chang," Lu Jun greeted while respectfully walking towards the car behind. He stood outside the car, bent over, and greeted Chang Shang's parents who were sitting in the car. The people who came were Lu Jun and others whom Chang Shang had met when he came back a while ago. Although they behaved respectfully in front of the Chang family, they were all well-known figures in Yicheng. "Honey, why are they here?" Lu Xian asked in confusion, with a hint of doubt in her voice. "Since I have come to their territory to propose marriage, they have to show their courtesy. Besides, they are not here to see me," Chang Shang said with a smile, his words carrying a hint of confidence and humor. "See what you can get. Return it to me, young master." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian held Changxing's face and said with a smile, her eyes full of love and pampering. "That's right." Chang Shang responded with a smile, his eyes flashing with pride. Not long after, Lu Jun came over and said to Chang Shang's driver, "Let's go." As he finished speaking, Cullinan started slowly again, and the other cars followed the Maybach and drove towards Lu Xian's house. Several cars quickly drove into the community and finally stopped at the entrance of the alley where Lu Xian's home was. After getting off the car, the two drivers also walked to the trunk of Chang Shang's car and took out 4 heavy boxes. Lu Jun and his companions also took out many things from the trunk of their own car. Lu Xian's parents learned from their daughter that Chang Shang's parents were coming to propose marriage today, so they started to get busy in the kitchen. When they arrived, it was also dinner time. "Xian, which one is it?" Changxing's father asked with a smile, with a hint of anticipation and joy in his voice. "My father-in-law's house, I know," Chang Shang said with a smile, and walked in with his parents. Several people followed behind, holding carefully prepared gifts in their hands. Soon, several people walked into Lu Xian's home. When Lu Xian's parents, who were busy in the kitchen, heard the noise, they immediately came out to greet them. Their faces were filled with warm smiles, and they were very happy about the arrival of Chang Shang's family. The elders from Lu Xian's second and third aunt's families also came out of the house. The two elders also greeted each other after Lu Xian's introduction. "My dear relative, have we met somewhere before? You look familiar," Changxing's father said. Lu Xian's father held Chang Shang's father's hand and tried hard to recall when he had met this great man. "I remember now. We met at the Architecture Institute 20 years ago. Right, Professor Lu." Chapter 24 Marriage Proposal. When Lu Xian's father heard what Chang Shang's father said, his memory floodgates opened, and he immediately recalled the past. He smiled and recalled, "I remember. At that time, Mr. Chang came to the Architecture Institute to hire a designer. The then dean even took me to have dinner with you." There was a hint of nostalgia and emotion in his words, and it was obvious that he still remembered that past clearly. "Ha ha ha. Yes, I never thought that we would become relatives." Changxing's father also laughed, his voice full of joy and relief. He never thought that a chance encounter at work would lead to a marriage between the two families many years later. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Please come in," Lu Xian's father said enthusiastically. As he spoke, he invited everyone into the house. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Jun said respectfully, "Chairman, we are waiting outside. Just give me a call if you need anything." His words revealed his respect and loyalty to Changxing's father, and it was obvious that he attached great importance to this marriage proposal. After saying that, Lu Jun and several others left Lu Xian's house and waited outside. After a few people left, Lu Xian's father said with emotion, "We didn't have the chance to work together at that time, but now we are relatives." There was a hint of relief and joy in his words, and it was obvious that he was very happy to become relatives with Chang Shang's family. "Ha ha ha. Who said it wasn't?" Changxing's father said with a smile, his smile was full of beautiful expectations for the future. "Old Lu, let's eat." Let's talk while we eat. Lu Xian's mother said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. Let's eat. As they were talking, everyone sat around the dining table. The food on the table was extremely rich, with all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Old Lu, we're here this time for the child. We don't know the customs here, and we didn't ask much about the specific amount of the bride price. But as long as you open your mouth, our family guarantees to satisfy it. Shangxing's father said with a smile. The bride price is just a formality. In the end, it will still go into the hands of the two children, right? Don't you think so? Xuanxuan's mother and I have thought about it a long time ago. As long as our Xianxian likes it, it doesn't matter whether there is a bride price or not. As long as our daughter is happy. Lu Xian's father said with a smile. Xuanxuan's father, we understand what you are thinking. We all hope that these two children will live a good life. In ancient times, people used to ride in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Changxing's mother said with a smile. After saying that, Changxing's father spoke directly. Old Lu, we have prepared 3.88 million in cash for the 3 parties to distribute together, and the hardware is also ready. Do you think it's okay? After listening, Lu Xian's father drank the tea in front of him and said, it's good as long as the children are happy together. Upon hearing this, Changxing's mother immediately patted Changsheng, who was sitting there peeling shrimp shells for Lu Xian, before Changsheng could react. You little bastard. Call someone. Changxing's father said. Hearing this, Changsheng immediately put down the shrimp he had not yet finished peeling, raised the wine glass in front of him and said, Dad. Mom. When Lu Xian saw Changsheng like this, she picked up the teacup in front of her and called Changsheng's parents Mom and Dad. The parents on both sides were so happy when they heard it. We have solved the children's problems. Brother Chang, I still owe you a favor, so I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to you today. Lu Xian's father said with a smile, with a hint of gratitude and sincerity in his words. Upon hearing this, Father Chang looked at Father Lu and said with a smile, really? There was a hint of joking and ease in his words, and it was obvious that the relationship between them was very harmonious. Yes, if you hadn't hired designer Tian from our institute, Xuanxuan's mother wouldn't have been transferred here. Lu Xian's father said with a smile, his words carrying a hint of reminiscence and emotion, and it was obvious that he still remembered that past event vividly. Ha ha ha. Then you still owe me a wedding banquet. You have to toast me an extra glass of wine on the day these two kids get married. Changxing's father said with a smile. There was a hint of expectation and joy in his words, and it was obvious that he was full of anticipation for his children's weddings. Lu Xian's father also responded with a smile, that's for sure. I will definitely toast you a few glasses when the time comes. The two families continued to enjoy the sumptuous lunch amid laughter and joy. The atmosphere at the table was warm and harmonious. They talked about the children's future, sharing each other's joy and expectations. Changsheng and Lu Xian sat aside, holding hands tightly, their eyes full of longing for a happy life in the future. As the dinner ended, the two parents chatted for a while before reluctantly saying goodbye. Changsheng and Lu Xian stood at the door, watching their parents leave. Before getting in the car, Liu Xuan's father turned back and said to Changsheng, Changsheng, take good care of our Xianxian. She is my precious daughter. Changsheng nodded solemnly, Dad, don't worry, I will. Don't worry, old Lu. If this kid causes Xianxian to suffer any injustice, you don't have to teach him a lesson. I will beat him up for you first. Changxing's father said with a smile. His words were full of humor and determination. It was obvious that he valued Lu Xian very much and had high expectations for Changsheng. The people waiting outside the door saw Changxing's family coming out and immediately came to greet them. Lu Jun helped Changxing's father get into the car, and the car drove back the way they came. Changsheng and Lu Xian stood at the door, waving goodbye until the car disappeared from sight. They knew that today's farewell was only temporary, and in the near future, they would meet again to celebrate Changsheng and Liu Xuan's wedding together. As the car drove away, Changsheng and Lu Xian returned home, their hearts filled with longing and expectation for the future. This day was a new beginning for them and the starting point of a wonderful journey. Lu Xian's father was in the car, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. He knew that his daughter had found a good home, and he could rest assured. Changsheng's father was thinking about what to do next, and he wanted to prepare for his children's wedding more perfectly. Ding! The host's marriage proposal is successful, and the reward is the right to use the Zhanghai Xingyue Bay Beach for 70 years and the Chang'e cruise. Chapter 25. Let us get the business done. As the sun sets, the afterglow shines on the highway in Shanghai. Two luxury cars are moving forward rapidly like cruise ships in the Golden Ocean. Chang Sheng sits in the back seat of one of the Cullinans, with a happy smile on his face, and he is gently holding Lu Xian's hand. You know, I never thought that the elders of our two families had known each other for so long. There was a hint of surprise in Chang Sheng's voice. When Lu Xian heard this, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She nodded slightly, her lips curled up. I just found out that my parents were professors at the School of Architecture, but I don't really know what projects they were responsible for. Chang Sheng chuckled, his eyes full of admiration. It seems that my future father-in-law is also a low-key master. Their conversation was filled with warmth and relaxation, and as night fell, they gradually became immersed in each other's company, and before they knew it, they both fell asleep. When they opened their eyes again, the car had already driven smoothly into the Chang family's mansion. The driver's voice broke the silence in the car. Mr. Chang, we are home. Chang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and gently patted Lu Xian beside him. Wife, we are home. Lu Xian rubbed her eyes and looked out the window sleepily, only to see that the Chang family's villa looked particularly peaceful and warm in the night. Walking into the living room of the villa, Lu Xian looked at the night outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. Why do I feel like I just finished lunch and it's already dark? When Chang Sheng's mother heard this, a loving smile appeared on her face. Shen, if you are not hungry, drink some soup. Lu Xian nodded obediently, her voice sweet. Okay, Mom. When Chang Sheng's mother heard this name, her heart was warmed. She smiled and responded, good boy, go to bed early after drinking the soup. You must be exhausted after running all day today. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, then walked to the dining table. On the table, Mrs. Zhang had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The aroma was overflowing, and it made people salivate. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian sat at the dining table, enjoying a delicious dinner while chatting about today's interesting events. Chang Sheng's mother also joined their conversation, and the laughter of the three echoed in the villa, full of the warmth and happiness of home. As night fell, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian returned to their private space. The room was filled with the faint scent of lavender, which was Lu Xian's favorite smell. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled on the soft bed, adding a bit of romance to the night. Chang Sheng noticed that Lu Xian was staring at the phone screen with a sweet smile on her face. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you grinning? Wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Xian quickly turn off the screen of her phone, with a mischievous light flashing in her eyes. This is a secret between us best friends, no peeking. Chang Sheng was amused by her behavior. He sighed in pretended disappointment. What did I say that made you giggle? Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng's pretended disappointed expression and couldn't help laughing. She gently poked Chang Sheng's cheek and said, I'll let you see it this time. She turned on her phone again and clicked on the small group chat with only a few of her closest friends. Chang Sheng leaned over to take a look and saw that the chat history in the group was full of laughter and joy. The friends in the group were discussing the party tomorrow. They half-jokingly asked Lu Xian to pay for the party and even joked about meeting the culprit who made Lu Xian pregnant. Chang Sheng couldn't help but laugh as he watched these light-hearted conversations. It looks like we'll have a tough battle tomorrow. Chang Sheng joked, his eyes full of anticipation for the upcoming party. Lu Xian yawned softly, put her phone aside, turned around and faced Chang Sheng. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Now, I just want to enjoy this quiet night. Chang Sheng nodded, he stretched out his hand and gently embraced Lu Xian in his arms. The two of them lay quietly, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat, and the room under the moonlight was filled with warmth and tranquility. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, gently falling on Chang Sheng and Lu Xian's faces, waking them up from their deep sleep. They opened their eyes almost at the same time, smiled at each other, as if silently sharing the important moment that was about to come. After they got up, they washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast together. On the dining table, Chang Sheng's mother had prepared a rich breakfast with hot milk, golden fried eggs and crispy toast. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian sat at the dining table, enjoying this warm family time. After breakfast, Chang Sheng's mother, with an unconcealable joy, walked up to the two of them with the household registration book. Her smile was full of anticipation and happiness, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Son, go and complete the formal procedures later. Chang Sheng's mother said with a hint of playfulness in her tone. What's the matter? Chang Sheng asked casually while eating fruit, his eyes still on the morning news on TV. Chang Sheng's mother did not answer directly, but placed the household registration booklet in front of Chang Sheng, her eyes full of smiles. Go and get the certificate from Xian. Chang Sheng was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he understood what his mother meant. He nodded, with a shy smile on his face. Chang Shang's mother looked at her son's reaction and smiled even more brightly. Xian, dress up and make yourself beautiful. This is a lifelong thing. After saying that, Changsheng's mother looked at Changsheng again, with a hint of ridicule in her tone. You should clean yourself up too, you are a good boy, but you are so lazy every day. Changsheng was amused by his mother's words. He stood up, held Liu Xuan's hand, and they walked to the second floor together. Changsheng had already moved Liu Xuan's wardrobe over. Now, Lu Xian was standing in front of the wardrobe, carefully choosing the clothes to wear today. Chang Shang also walked into his own cloakroom, and Lu Xian followed him in, and the two of them picked out suitable clothes together. At Lu Xian's suggestion, Chang Shang quickly changed into a suit. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the suit, and with his already handsome face, he immediately had the temperament of a domineering president. Lu Xian looked at Chang Shang, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She nodded and said with satisfaction, "Well, not bad. Quite handsome." Chang Shang heard Lu Xian's praise, smiled confidently and responded, "Of course, I am born beautiful." Lu Xian responded with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes." As she spoke, she squatted down and straightened Changsheng's trouser legs. After a simple tidying up, Lu Xian stood up and said with a smile, "Should I do your makeup?" He. Forget about this. Chang Shang said with a smile upon hearing this. After a while, Lu Xian changed into a white shirt and matched it with a plain short skirt. Lu Xian, who already had a refined temperament, became even more charming at this moment. Chang Shang looked at Lu Xian, who had just changed her clothes, and said with a smile, "Oh. She looks so pretty? It's okay. Just so." Lu Xian said with a smile. Chapter 26 is here. Did you know? Chang Shang drove his Cullinan. The car drove smoothly on the streets of Shanghai, and the high-rise buildings and busy streets on both sides were gradually left behind. They talked about the future and planned their lives together. Every topic was full of hope and sweetness. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found a long queue at the door. The newlyweds were all smiling happily, some were whispering, and some were taking photos. Chang Shang and Lu Xian also joined the waiting queue. They held hands and occasionally exchanged glances, and they could feel each other's excitement. Time passed quietly while they were waiting. After an hour and a half, they finally completed all the formalities. When they walked out of the hall, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not dry. Chang Shang held Lu Xian's hand tightly. Both of them had a bright red marriage certificate in their hands, which was the testimony of their love and the beginning of their new life. Chang Shang suddenly stopped and hugged Lu Xian in his arms. Holding the marriage certificate, he said half-jokingly, "I got it. Do you know that?" There was a hint of mischief and pride in his voice. Lu Xian looked up at him, her eyes full of smiles. "Well. Then what?" Chang Sheng smiled and continued, "Then be careful if you pinch me next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian's hand had already reached out to his waist and twisted it hard. "Does it hurt?" Lu Xian asked with a smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Hiss. It hurts. I was wrong. I was just pretending to be cool. Wife." Chang Shang immediately begged for mercy. His expression was exaggerated and funny. Seeing this, Lu Xian immediately let go of her hand, and Chang Shang took the opportunity to hold her hand in his own big hand. "Now let me see how you pinch me," Chang Shang said proudly. He gently pinched Lu Xian's waist and imitated her movements. "Does it hurt?" Lu Xian was amused by his behavior. She pretended to be angry and warned him, "You'd better sleep with your eyes open at night." "Chang Shang, what are you going to do?" Chang Shang asked with a smile, letting go of her hand, while his other hand tightly held Lu Xian's hand. "You're becoming more and more shameless every day," Lu Xian said with a smile. "Call me husband," Chang Shang said in a low voice. "Husband." Lu Xian also called out softly. "My hearing has been a little bad lately. I can't hear you," Chang Shang said with a smile. As they talked, they walked to the side of the car and got in. Chang Sheng sat in the driver's seat and said with a smile, "I didn't hear you just now, call again." "Husband. Husband. Husband." Lu Xian screamed 3 times, each time louder than the last. When Chang Sheng heard Lu Xian's voice, his heart was filled with joy. "That's right." Chang Sheng smiled with satisfaction, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The car was driving smoothly on the street, and the sun shone through the window onto the two of them, making them feel warm. Chang Sheng would turn his head from time to time and look at Lu Xian, his eyes full of love. "Wife, where are we going now?" Chang Sheng asked, with a hint of doting in his voice. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Let's go to the beach. I want to see the sea." "Good idea." Chang Sheng immediately agreed. He knew that Lu Xian had always loved the sea and liked the boundless feeling. The car shuttled through the city, and gradually, the high-rise buildings were left behind, replaced by green fields and mountains in the distance. The two talked and laughed along the way, sharing each other's fun stories and memories, and time passed unknowingly. Finally, the car arrived at the beach. The sea breeze had a salty taste, and the waves hit the shore, making waves. The two walked hand in hand on the beach, feeling the fine sand under their feet and the gentle breeze. "Honey, look at the seagulls over there," Lu Xian said excitedly, pointing at the seagulls flying in the distance. Chang Sheng looked in the direction of her finger and saw a group of seagulls circling over the sea, sometimes diving, sometimes flying high, freely. "Yes, they are really beautiful." Chang Sheng sighed. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xian affectionately, "But in my eyes, you are more beautiful than them." When Lu Xian heard this, a faint blush appeared on her face. She snuggled in Chang Sheng's arms. The two of them looked at the sea quietly, feeling each other's heartbeats. At this moment, they seemed to be isolated from the world, with only each other. The sea breeze, waves, seagulls, and their love formed a beautiful picture. Under the golden sunshine, the sea breeze gently caressed the cheeks of Lu Xian and Chang Sheng, and their steps were light and joyful. As they approached step by step, the Chang'e cruise ship docked on Xingyue Beach became more and more spectacular. The huge figure of the cruise ship cast a shadow on the beach, as if a giant steel beast was quietly guarding this sea area. Lu Xian looked at the magnificent cruise ship, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. She gently tugged at Chang Sheng's sleeve and asked playfully, "Honey, who do you think this Chang'e cruise ship belongs to? Why is it parked here, and has been parked for several years? The world of the rich is really hard to understand." Chang Sheng turned his head and looked at his wife's curious eyes, and couldn't help but smile. He knew that Lu Xian was very interested in this cruise ship, so he decided to give her a surprise. He gently put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulders and said mysteriously, "Wife, do you want to go up and take a look? I know who owns this ship." Lu Xian's eyes lit up immediately, and she said excitedly, "Really? If it's convenient, I would like to go up and take a look. I heard that this is the largest cruise ship in the country." Chang Sheng smiled and nodded. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. A respectful voice came from the other end of the line, "Mr. Chang. I'm here on the Chang'e. Ask the captain of the cruise ship to come over. I want to take my wife out for a walk." There was an unquestionable command in Chang Sheng's voice. "Okay, Mr. Chang, we'll be there right away." The voice on the other end of the phone came quickly and decisively. After hanging up the phone, Chang Sheng took Lu Xian's hand, and they walked towards the gangway to board the ship together. Lu Xian suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "You're not going to tell me that Xingyue Bay Beach is also yours, right?" Chang Sheng smiled proudly, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "How is it, isn't it great?" Soon, the person in charge of Xingyue Bay Beach came with several staff members. When they saw Chang Sheng and Lu Xian, they quickly quickened their pace with smiles on their faces. "Mr. Chang, sorry to have kept you waiting," said the person in charge respectfully. Chang Sheng nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Xian and said gently, "Let's go up and take a look. My wife wants to go up and take a look." "Okay, Mr. Chang, please come in, and Mrs. Chang, please come in." The person in charge immediately complimented with a smile, and then led them onto the cruise ship. As soon as she stepped onto the deck, Lu Xian was shocked by the luxury and magnificence of the cruise ship. She looked around and saw that the deck was covered with exquisite wooden floors and decorated with exquisite sculptures and artworks. She could imagine how grand parties and banquets had been held here. Chang Sheng looked at his wife's excited expression, and felt very satisfied. He clapped his hands and said to the staff, "Drive it, go out for a spin. It's so boring to stop here." "Right away, Mr. Chang, we're already making preparations." The staff responded quickly and started to get busy. Chapter 27, The Hatred of Stealing My Wife is Irreconcilable. Chang Sheng nodded slightly upon hearing this, and a barely perceptible smile appeared in his eyes. He gently held Lu Xian's hand, which was a warm and firm strength that seemed to convey an endless sense of security to her. The two walked side by side on the deck, and the wooden deck made a slight creaking sound under their feet, which intertwined with the gentle sound of the waves, forming a harmonious symphony on the sea. Lu Jun stood not far away, his eyes stayed on the two for a moment, then turned away silently. He knew that what Chang Sheng and Lu Xian needed at the moment was a space to be alone, and the emotional exchange between them did not need to be disturbed by others. So, he chose to respect them and quietly stepped aside. On the deck, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian stood by the fence, looking out at the boundless sea. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the sea surface was shimmering with golden waves, like countless gold coins jumping on the water. Liu Xuan's eyes reflected this beautiful scenery, and she whispered to Chang Sheng with a hint of teasing in her voice, "It is said that rich people enjoy themselves, but your entire cruise ship is not open for business even if it is parked here." After hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled lightly, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. He turned his head, looked at Lu Xian, and said seriously, "Who said it's not open for business? We are planning to use this cruise ship, and we have been planning for a long time." There was a hint of mystery in his words, as if hinting that some big plan was brewing. Lu Xian was curious about his words, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Just as she was about to ask more questions, the cruise ship's engine made a low roar, and the ship began to move slowly. The sea breeze gradually became stronger, blowing in the face, carrying the unique salty and humid smell of the ocean. Lu Xian's long hair was blown by the wind, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind, like black silk dancing in the air. Her hair brushed Chang Sheng's cheek from time to time, bringing a slight itch, and also brought an indescribable sense of intimacy. The two of them stood quietly on the deck, feeling the movement of the cruise ship and the blowing of the sea breeze. Their hearts seemed to be sailing away with the cruise ship. The world around them seemed to become quiet and distant at this moment, leaving only the two of them and the vast ocean. As the cruise ship slowly sailed away from Xingyue Bay, the discussion on the internet surged like waves. The photo of Chang Sheng, the successor of Chang Group, walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a mysterious beauty, and the news of the restart of the Chang'e cruise ship, like two heavy bombs, instantly ignited every corner of social media. Netizens' discussion of these two pieces of news continued to heat up, with all kinds of speculations and comments flooding in. Some people marveled at Chang Sheng's low-key behavior, some envied Lu Xian's beauty and luck, and some were full of curiosity about the next move of Chang Group. Near noon, the sun was shining on the deck of the cruise ship, and the sea breeze was a little salty, making people feel particularly fresh. Chang Sheng had someone prepare a sumptuous lunch, and he and Lu Xian sat at the dining table on the deck, enjoying the food and the sea view. At this time, Lu Xian's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked up the phone and found that it was a message from a friend, with two screenshots attached, the two that set off the hot searches on the internet. Lu Xian handed the phone to Chang Sheng, and the two looked at the hot search news on the screen together. Chang Sheng saw that the paparazzi had taken photos of him and Lu Xian, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said speechlessly, "Fuck, I can still be photographed by paparazzi?" There was a hint of helplessness in his tone, but more of a surprise at this sudden attention. Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng's expression and couldn't help laughing. She joked, "It seems that many people are paying attention to you." There was a hint of joking in her words, but her eyes revealed her concern and understanding for Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng clicked on the hot search about their marriage certificate, and the comments were full of praise for Lu Xian and envy for Chang Sheng. Some people used exaggerated tones to express their anger at Chang Sheng for stealing the goddess in their minds, while others used humor to express their envy and jealousy. "The hatred for someone stealing my wife is irreconcilable." One comment reads this, apparently jokingly expressing dissatisfaction with Chang Sheng. "I'm so jealous. He's so handsome, so rich, and his wife is so beautiful. Brothers, I'm going to reincarnate first. It's almost time." Another comment was full of self-deprecation and humor, which made people smile. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian were eating lunch under the parasol on the deck, the sun shining through the gaps on them, and the sea breeze blowing gently, bringing a hint of coolness. The table in front of them was filled with exquisite dishes, but the two were completely attracted by the comments on their phones. Lu Xian couldn't help laughing while swiping the screen. She raised her head, looked at Chang Sheng with a playful look, and teased, "Wow, you still have so many fiancés you haven't met yet. That's not easy." There was a joke in her words, but her eyes were full of love. Chang Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He raised his eyebrows and responded confidently, "It's okay, just average. He's probably at the male god level." There was a hint of self-mockery in his words, but more of it was doting on Lu Xian. When Lu Xian heard Chang Sheng's answer, she pretended to be angry and glared at him, saying with a little disgust, "No, the baby cannot inherit your shameless spirit in the future." Although her words were full of disgust, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Chang Sheng was amused by Lu Xian's expression. He asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me with such disgust, wife?" There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice, but more of it was deep affection for Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not answer, but just smiled and nodded, saying, "Yeah. I just dislike you." Her eyes were full of love. Even if it was dislike, it was also full of doting. The conversation between the two was full of ease and humor, and their interaction was full of love and tacit understanding. Although the comments and attention from the outside world have added some waves to their lives, they are able to face it with a relaxed attitude. They know that true happiness does not lie in the evaluation of the outside world, but in their understanding and support for each other. The cruise ship continued to sail on the sea, and the waves hit the hull, making rhythmic sounds. "Let's go home. I'm a little tired," Lu Xian said. Hearing this, Chang Sheng nodded and waved to Lu Jun, who was standing beside him, and Lu Jun hurried over. "Let's go back. We've had enough," Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Chang." Lu Jun nodded. Chapter 28. Is the melon eating efficiency so high? Chang Sheng and Lu Xian walked down the gangway of the cruise ship hand in hand. Their figures looked particularly warm and romantic against the backdrop of the setting sun. Tourists around were attracted by this sweet scene and raised their mobile phones to record the beauty of this moment. Flashes and shutter sounds rang out one after another, and soon photos and videos were uploaded to social networks. "Look, isn't that the young master of the Chang family? They are such a perfect match. Yeah, I heard they just got their marriage certificate." As these photos and videos spread, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian's names quickly topped the trending search list. Their story, like a real-life romantic drama, attracted the attention and discussion of countless netizens. Lu Xian sat in the car, watching the constantly updated trending search items on her phone screen, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. She turned to look at Chang Sheng, who was driving, and said jokingly, "Look, other celebrities can't even get on the trending search, but you are so good, you easily got on 3 times. Chang Sheng drove attentively and responded with a wry smile, "I didn't expect that netizens would be so efficient in eating melons. It seems that our private lives will also be scrutinized under a magnifying glass." There was a hint of sweetness and helplessness in their conversation, but more of it was anticipation and longing for future life. Not long after, they returned to Chang Sheng's home. Chang Sheng's father, the head of the Chang family, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for them with a serious face. When he saw the two people come in, he immediately said, "Come on, little brat, explain to me what's going on with Xingyue Bei." Chang Sheng knew that Xingyue Bei and Changel were actually rewards he received through a mysterious system, so he naturally couldn't tell his father about this. So he sat on the sofa and pretended to be calm and said, "In fact, I have been secretly preparing a development project. I secretly bought Xingyue Bei and Changel for this project. I just haven't found a suitable opportunity to tell you." After hearing this, Changsheng's father's brows relaxed slightly, and he seemed to be satisfied with this explanation. He nodded and said, "Well, it seems that you have some vision. However, if there is anything important in the future, remember to tell me in advance." While the father and son were talking, Changsheng's mother came over and said with a smile, "Xian, are you tired?" "It's okay, not very tired." "Thanks, Mom." Lu Xian responded with a smile. "Yes." Chang Sheng's mother nodded with a smile, her eyes full of love and satisfaction for her daughter-in-law. She knew that Lu Xian was a sensible child, and she was very happy that she could become a member of the Chang family. Not long after, the therapist hired by Chang Sheng came to his home. After treating Lu Xian, Chang Sheng returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Chang Sheng lay on Lu Xian's shoulder and whispered, "Wife, the restaurant opened by my friend is opening tomorrow. Do you want to go and have some fun? We are free at home anyway." Chang Sheng asked. "Okay." Lu Xian nodded and agreed. She knew that this was Changsheng's way of enjoying their time together, and it was also a good opportunity for them to strengthen their relationship. The two talked and gradually fell asleep. The room was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, and the moonlight outside the window shone on them through the curtains, as if blessing the newlyweds. The next day, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed, and Chang Sheng and Lu Xian woke up in the warm sun. They enjoyed breakfast together, then changed into casual clothes and prepared to attend the opening of their friend's restaurant. "Mom, we won't be back at noon. Zhou Xian opened a restaurant and it opens today. I'll take Xian to have some fun," Chang Sheng said. "Well, it's good to go out and relax," Changsheng's mother said with a smile. She always supports and understands them, making them feel the warmth and freedom of home. As he spoke, Chang Sheng took Lu Xian's hand and walked into the garage. The door of Cullinan closed gently, and Chang Shang drove the luxury SUV skillfully towards the destination. Soon, the two arrived at a restaurant located in Zhonghai Shopping Plaza. After Chang Shang parked the car, the two took the elevator directly to the top floor. This shopping mall has 6 floors in total. The elevator door slowly opened, and the luxurious decoration immediately came into view. The golden decorative lines, smooth marble floors, and exquisite chandeliers, every detail revealed the designer's care and the high-end positioning of the restaurant. Wow! The decoration is so luxurious. Lu Xian couldn't help but say, her eyes flashing with surprise and admiration. Oh, Brother Chang is here with his bride? Zhou Xian, who was standing by, immediately greeted them with a smile when he saw two people walking out of the elevator. Oh, I ate melons all day yesterday, why don't you introduce me to Brother Chang? Zhou Xian said with a smile, his eyes full of teasing and blessings for his friend. Wife, his name is Zhou Xian, and he's my good buddy. Chang Shang said to Lu Xian with a smile, his voice containing a hint of pride and intimacy. Fuck. When did you find such a beautiful woman to be your wife? Zhou Xian joked with a smile, his words full of praise for Lu Xian's beauty. Keep a low profile. My wife is so beautiful, of course I have to hide her. Chang Shang said with a smile, his eyes full of affection for Lu Xian. As he spoke, Zhou Xian led the two of them into the restaurant. The floor was paved with large pieces of marble, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light. The tables were laid with tableware and flowers. It's completely in line with the standards of a 5-star restaurant. Zhou Xian said, with a hint of pride in his voice. How is it, wife, isn't it okay? Chang Shang said with a smile, his eyes full of expectation and inquiry towards Lu Xian. Yeah. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Well, Brother Chang, you take your sister-in-law for a walk first, I'll go greet others first. I won't greet you too. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Well. Go and get busy. Chang Shang nodded and said. As Zhou Xian left, Chang Shang took Lu Xian's hand and walked to the terrace of the restaurant. This was the venue prepared for today's opening, with all kinds of small cakes displayed on the venue. Chang Shang casually picked up a piece of crystal cake and handed it to Lu Xian. Honey, don't be polite, eat as you like. Just treat it as your own. Chapter 29. I still have to call you sister-in-law. The sun shines through the tall French windows onto the spacious terrace. Lu Xian sits at the exquisite dining table with a happy smile on her face. She opens her mouth slightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Chang Shang stood in front of her, holding a piece of crystal clear cake in his hand, and gently passed it to Lu Xian's mouth. Lu Xian took a bite, and the sweet taste bloomed on her taste buds. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying the beauty of this moment. Is it delicious? Chang Shang asked gently, his eyes full of love. Lu Xian opened her eyes, with a happy light shining in them. She replied with a smile, of course it tastes good since my husband feeds it to me. Her voice was full of sweetness and satisfaction. As time went by, more and more people came to the terrace to attend the grand opening ceremony. Many of them were old acquaintances of Chang Shang. They came forward enthusiastically to greet Chang Shang and curiously looked at Lu Xian, the young lady of the Chang group. Lu Xian responded to every guest gracefully, and her temperament and beauty made everyone present fall in love with her. Chang Shang and Lu Xian walked hand in hand between the tables with various delicacies, and their figures became the most beautiful scenery on the terrace. Chang Shang carefully introduced each delicacy to Lu Xian, and Lu Xian tasted and shared with him the surprises brought by each delicacy. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Chang Shang, accompanied by a strong pat on the shoulder. Chang Shang was startled, he turned around and saw a familiar face. Old Chang! The man shouted loudly with a playful smile on his face. Chang Shang breathed a sigh of relief. He responded with a smile, fuck. You scared me. The man laughed, then turned to Lu Xian with admiration in his eyes. Not bad, Lao Chang, you did a good job of keeping it a secret, secretly finding such a beautiful woman. The photos on the hot search yesterday were not as beautiful as you are now, you didn't become a different person, did you? Chang Shang responded with a sullen smile, get lost. Then he took Lu Xian's hand and formally introduced her, wife, this is Jin Yan, the young master of the G group. Lu Xian smiled and stretched out her hand, hello. Chang Shang also said to Jin Yan, this is my wife, Lu Xian. Jin Yan responded with a smile, hello. Hello. Then, Jin Yan put his arm around Chang Shang's shoulders and whispered, fuck. You're getting married so early, how can I use you as an excuse in the future? It's over, my mom will arrange blind dates for me every day from now on. Although his voice was not loud, Lu Xian still heard it. She smiled slightly and said nothing. Chang Sheng smiled and suggested, Zhou Xian is not married yet, you can use him as an excuse. Jin Yan shook his head and said with a smile, forget it, he changes 4 girlfriends a week, I don't want my mother to know. The laughter of the two echoed on the terrace, while Lu Xian listened quietly on the side. Jin Yan's gaze stayed on Lu Xian for a moment, and then he said to Chang Sheng in a joking tone, I remember you are a few months older than me, and I still have to call you sister-in-law, right? When Chang Sheng heard this, his smile became even brighter. He said jokingly, then you have to call me sister-in-law. Hurry up and let my wife hear it. A faint smile also appeared on Lu Xian's face, and her eyes revealed a gentle expectation. Jin Yan smiled and shook his head, then turned around and said, bye. I'm going to find Zhou Xian, I won't disturb you too. He waved his hand and left the two of them with a relaxed pace. Lu Xian looked at Jin Yan's back and suddenly said, I remember that when I was in school, there was a ranking of national sons-in-law on the internet. You were ranked 3rd and he was ranked 4th. Chang Sheng was slightly stunned, then smiled and pinched Lu Xian's cheek, saying, you still remember that thing, I almost forgot it. Lu Xian smiled gently and replied, no, my roommate always shared that thing with me at that time. The conversation between the two was full of sweet memories and warm interactions. Afterwards, Chang Sheng took Lu Xian's hand and came to the front row of seats on the platform and sat down, waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. As the two sat down, people around them also began to find seats to sit down. Some celebrities also arrived at the scene one after another. After they came over to greet Chang Sheng, they did not disturb him too much, showing their respect for Chang Sheng. Lu Xian looked at these celebrities and said with a smile, oh, I didn't realize that there are big stars coming to say hello to you. Chang Sheng smiled proudly and joked, that's right. After all, I was ranked 3rd on the national son-in-law list. At this time, Zhou Xian and Jin Yan also walked into the venue. Jin Yan sat directly next to Chang Sheng, smiled and joked, please ask my sister-in-law to transfer some money to buy me a membership card. Chang Sheng laughed, patted Jin Yan on the shoulder, and said, no problem, as long as your sister-in-law agrees, there will be absolutely no problem on my side. The guests around were also infected by their laughter and joy, and the entire terrace was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and the sweet moment of Chang Sheng and Lu Xian also became a beautiful landscape of this occasion. As the opening ceremony came to an end, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian were taken into a private box by Jin Yan and Zhou Xian. In the box, apart from the celebrities who had greeted Chang Sheng at the ceremony, there was only Zhou Xian. When they saw the 4 people coming in, they immediately stood up and greeted them enthusiastically, Master Zhou and Master Ji, good luck with the opening. Chang Sheng responded with a smile, then pointed to the seats nearby, you guys sit around them, not around me, my wife won't be happy. He said half-jokingly to a beautiful female star. When the star heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he still obediently sat next to Jin Yan, with an unnatural look on his face. Upon seeing this, Jin Yan immediately took over the conversation, come and sit next to me. My sister-in-law is here, and you are still sticking to her without hesitation. His words were joking, but also revealed a hint of warning. The star had no choice but to sit next to Jin Yan awkwardly, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Zhou Xian broke the silence. He smiled and said, Brother Chang, how could I have thought that you would get married so suddenly? You have been hiding it for so long. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian with loving eyes and replied, of course, my wife is so beautiful that I have to keep her at home to enjoy her slowly. His words were full of love for Lu Xian. Jin Yan and Zhou Xian looked at each other, and then Jin Yan smiled and said, okay, you are showing off your affection, right? Then I think we too need to tell our sister-in-law about the eldest lady of the Wang family who has been pursuing you for so long. Zhou Xian also agreed, yes, I heard a few days ago that he went to your house as soon as he came back. Is that true? There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Really? Lu Xian asked Chang Sheng beside her with a smile after hearing it. Didn't Mr. Ji tell me that in the car in front of you when I went to the hospital for my first prenatal checkup that day? Chang Sheng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian smiled and nodded, and immediately remembered that there seemed to be such a thing. Then, Chang Sheng smiled and said, you two should stop using these things to destroy the relationship between us. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 30. You two should prepare the red envelopes for me. With the waiter's brisk pace, plates of delicious dishes were served on the table. The steaming dishes exuded an alluring aroma, making people salivate. Several people sat around the table with happy smiles on their faces. They tasted the food while chatting easily, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. Zhou Xian recommended to Lu Xian with pride, "Sister-in-law, you must try the cooking of the chef in our restaurant. We took great pains to invite him back from abroad." There was a hint of pride in his words, and it was obvious that he was very confident in the chef's cooking skills. Lu Xian curiously picked up a piece of fish, blew on it gently, and then put it into her mouth. The tenderness of the fish and the perfect combination of seasonings made her eyebrows slightly raised. She exclaimed, "I didn't expect that the chef you hired from abroad could cook our domestic dishes so well." Jin Yan laughed when he heard Lu Xian's praise and explained, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. He is a Chinese who I recruited from a restaurant abroad. His cooking skills are first-rate. Whether it is Chinese or foreign dishes, he can make people praise him." When Chang Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt and said with a teasing tone, "No way, Jin Yan, you also have a share in this store." His words made everyone present laugh. Jin Yan responded with a smile, "Of course. So remember to ask your wife to buy me a membership card later." His words triggered laughter again. As lunch was over, Chang Sheng gently took Lu Xian's hand and asked with concern, "Honey, are you full?" Lu Xian smiled and nodded, indicating that she was full. Chang Sheng then joked, "Let's go. If we don't retreat, we will have to spend money." His words made the atmosphere more relaxed and happy. The two men stood up, and Chang Sheng said to Jin Yan and Zhou Xian with a smile, "We are full, let's go first." Jin Yan pretended to be angry and said, "What? You want to run away without recharging the card?" His words made everyone laugh. Chang Sheng whispered to Lu Xian, "Oh no, honey, it seems that we can't leave without spending some money." Lu Xian smiled and replied, "I think so too, so you should go and buy them a membership card." When Jin Yan and Zhou Xian heard Lu Xian's words, they immediately smiled and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhou Xian pulled Chang Sheng to the front desk with a mischievous smile on his face, as if he was playing a friendly prank. As he walked, he shouted, "Come on, Mr. Chang, please pay the bill this way." His voice was full of teasing, and he was obviously enjoying this relaxing and happy moment. When he arrived at the front desk, Zhou Xian turned to the staff and said in a commanding tone, "Give Brother Chang a diamond card from our store." His words revealed his friendship for Chang Sheng and his pride in this store. Chang Sheng smiled helplessly and pretended to complain, "I'm really convinced. If you catch me, you'll beat me to death." His words made everyone around him laugh, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Despite his complaints, Chang Sheng still took out his black card and swiped it. He turned to Zhou Xian and Jin Yan and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Wait for me, my wife is 4 months pregnant now. Prepare one red envelope for the wedding and one for the birth of the baby." Jin Yan immediately responded, "Oh my god. Old Chang, you are so fast. Zhou Xian, give him the money back. We don't want the membership card anymore." His words made Chang Sheng and everyone around him laugh. Chang Sheng smiled and responded, "Hey, it's too late. You have to give it to me even if I return it." His words made the atmosphere even more joyful. After that, he took Lu Xian's hand and left the restaurant. In the elevator, Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. Chang Sheng asked curiously, "Wife, what are you laughing at?" Lu Xian smiled and replied, "I heard that you were all playboys before, and now it seems to be true. You need a big star to accompany you even when you have a meal." There was a hint of ridicule in her words, but it also revealed her love and pride for Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng explained with a smile, "No, I didn't. It was done by the two of them." His words made Lu Xian laugh even more happily. Lu Xian stood on tiptoe, held Chang Sheng's face, and said affectionately, "So I am happy, my husband is different from others." Her words made Chang Sheng feel warm and happy. Lu Xian continued, "We are in the mall right now, please accompany me for a walk." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Okay." Chang Sheng agreed with a smile, and then kissed Lu Xian on the forehead. The sweet interaction between the two filled the elevator with love. They walked out of the elevator together, holding hands, and began to happily stroll in the mall. Lu Xian held Chang Sheng's hand, and the two walked in a relaxed and intimate pace. She took him into a men's clothing store with exquisite decoration. The store was softly lit and displayed a variety of men's clothing, from casual to formal. "I'll buy you some clothes." There was an unquestionable determination in Lu Xian's tone, and her smile was warm and full of love. Chang Sheng responded with a smile. Although he already had enough clothes, Lu Xian's kindness made him feel warm. "Why buy me some? I don't need any clothes." Lu Xian insisted on her own opinion. She responded with a smile, "No, You have to wear the clothes I buy for you in the future. Her words revealed her concern for Changsheng and her desire to participate in every detail of his life. The two began to choose clothes in the store. Lu Xian had a unique vision. She quickly picked out a few clothes and then tried them on Changsheng. She looked at each piece of clothing carefully to make sure they could set off Changsheng's temperament. No, this one doesn't look good. Lu Xian shook her head. She was very picky about her choice of clothes and wanted to find the perfect one. She continued to shuttle between the hangers, her fingers gently sliding across the rows of clothes, looking for the next possible choice. Honey, try this shirt and short-sleeved t-shirt. Lu Xian said with a smile, holding two pieces of clothing. Upon hearing this, Changsheng nodded and walked into the fitting room, and came out after a while. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Put on your shirt and let me take a look, and then try these two pairs of pants." Changsheng also obediently changed it and tried it, and Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Just as she turned around to pay the bill, Lu Xian saw a suit on the side and pulled Changsheng over again. "You looked quite handsome in a suit the last time I saw you," Lu Xian said with a smile, and immediately covered Changsheng's mouth as soon as she finished speaking. "Don't say anything, you are going to brag about yourself again." Changsheng smiled when he heard this and said, "My wife still understands me." Lu Xian glanced at Changsheng unhappily, took off a suit and tried it on Changsheng. "Forget it, you look like a salesman in this." Chapter 31 Husband, please treat me to barbecue later. Changsheng couldn't help laughing when he heard Lu Xian's words. His smile was warm and confident, and the smile lines at the corners of his eyes revealed a hint of mischief. He laughed and joked, "I'm so handsome, how can I look like a salesman?" There was a hint of joking in his voice, but more of it was confidence in his appearance. When Lu Xian heard this, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. She raised her head slightly, as if silently declaring her victory. She turned to the waiter beside her and said elegantly, "Pay the bill." Her voice was clear and pleasant, with an unquestionable decisiveness. Changsheng looked at Lu Xian's proud look, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently put the suit back, then took Lu Xian's hand, and they walked to the front desk together. He said to Lu Xian gently, "I'll pay for the clothes, and treat me to barbecue later, I'm craving for it." There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he could already smell the tempting aroma of barbecue. When Lu Xian heard this, her eyes curved into crescents and she said with a smile, "Okay. My wife can eat whatever she wants." There was a hint of pampering in her voice, and it was obvious that she had no resistance to Changsheng's request. Soon, the two of them paid the bill and walked out of the store hand in hand. Their mood seemed to become happier because of this little interaction. In the mall, they walked around again, picking out various products from time to time. Their smiles and relaxed steps attracted the attention of people around them, as if the air around them was filled with sweetness. After shopping, the two put their bags in the trunk of the car. Then, they walked hand in hand into the cinema in the mall. The lights in the cinema were soft and the air was filled with the smell of popcorn. They found their seats, sat down, and prepared to enjoy the movie that was about to start. More than 2 hours of movie time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. When the lights of the cinema came on again, Lu Xian and Changsheng walked out of the screening room hand in hand. Lu Xian was holding half a bucket of popcorn in her arms. She shook the bucket gently, making a slight rustling sound. Changsheng put his arm around her shoulders, with a satisfied smile on his face, and asked softly, "Honey, where are we going for barbecue?" Lu Xian was brought back to reality by this question. She frowned slightly and began to search for a suitable place in her mind. She pondered for a while, then her eyes lit up. "Let's go to the Central Park. I remember there is a barbecue stall there that is delicious. I used to go there with my friends." There was a hint of nostalgia in her voice, and it was obvious that she was deeply impressed by the taste of the barbecue stall. "Okay." Changsheng agreed immediately, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. He liked Lu Xian's suggestion. The environment of the Central Park was pleasant. The lights and breeze at night always gave people a sense of tranquility and relaxation. It would be a wonderful dinner. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. They got in the car, Changsheng started the engine skillfully, and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. They drove towards the barbecue stall recommended by Lu Xian. Along the way, the two chatted and shared their own interesting stories. The car was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. As the car drove on, the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually left behind, and the tranquility and beauty of the Central Park gradually came into view. Changsheng found a suitable parking space, and the two got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the barbecue stall. Under the night sky, the barbecue stall was filled with smoke, the red light of the charcoal fire reflected the busy barbecue chef, and the air was filled with the aroma of various spices and meats, which made people salivate. Soon after Lu Xian and Chang Shang sat down, the waiter at the barbecue stall enthusiastically served them the barbecue they ordered. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled chicken wings and vegetables were roasted over charcoal, giving off an alluring aroma that made people salivate. Just as they were about to feast on the food, Lu Xian's phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed a video call. Lu Xian saw the caller ID and picked up the phone immediately with a warm smile on her face. On the other end of the video, Chang Shang's mother was smiling and asked Lu Xian about her dinner plans with concern. "Xian, what do you want to eat for dinner? I'll ask Sister Zhang to make it for you." Changsheng's mother's tone was full of concern. Chang Shang couldn't help but come over when he heard his mother's voice. There was a hint of mischief in his voice. "Mom, we are having a barbecue outside, you guys can eat." When Changsheng's mother heard this, the smile on her face immediately turned into worry. "Oh, eat less things with a lot of smoke, those things are not good for the fetus." "Xian, you are not like usual now. Normally you can eat whatever you want, but now you are going to be a mother soon." There was blame in her tone, but more of it was concern for Lu Xian and the unborn child. When Lu Xian heard this, her smile froze slightly. She knew that Chang Shang's mother had good intentions, but she also wanted to enjoy the occasional indulgence. Chang Shang saw Lu Xian's embarrassment, he gently patted her hands, and then said to his mother, "Okay, Mom, I got it. Hang up." After that, he gently tapped the hang up button with his finger. After hanging up the phone, Chang Shang turned to Lu Xian and smiled, and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, Mom is just worried about you. It's okay for us to eat it once in a while, we just need to be more careful next time." After hearing Chang Shang's words, Lu Xian's tension eased a little. She nodded, and the two continued to enjoy their barbecue dinner. Lu Xian's smile was particularly gentle under the dim light of the barbecue stall, and her eyes were shining with satisfaction. She said softly, "How is it? Not bad, right?" This was her confidence in this barbecue stall, and also a sharing with Chang Shang. Chang Shang smiled and responded, "Well, it's okay." There was a hint of mischief in his smile. He picked up a perfectly grilled mutton skewer and gently passed it to Lu Xian's mouth. This action was full of love and care. He liked to see Lu Xian's happy look when she was eating. Lu Xian opened her mouth slightly and took a careful bite of the mutton skewer. The aroma of mutton and the smoky smell of charcoal fire intertwined in her mouth, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on her face. This smile was the best response to Chang Shang and the best evaluation of this barbecue. Chang Shang looked at Lu Xian's smile, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He whispered, "Wife, next time I will secretly take you out to eat, and we won't let our parents know." There was a hint of mischief in his voice, but more of it was love for Lu Xian. When Lu Xian heard this, she smiled and shook her head. "No, I'll eat it after I give birth to the baby." There was a hint of determination in her voice. Chang Shang refused. He smiled and said, "No, that won't work. What if my wife gets too greedy?" His words were full of concern for Lu Xian. He didn't want Lu Xian to feel unhappy. When Lu Xian heard Chang Shang's words, she smiled gently. "Am I so greedy?" There was a hint of joking in her words, but more of it was the enjoyment of Chang Shang's pampering. Chang Shang chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, "Hee, I forgot who wants to eat this barbecue now. I forgot." His words made Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. She snorted and continued to enjoy the delicious barbecue. Chang Shang looked at Lu Xian and continued, "Hey, next time you want to eat something, tell your husband and I'll take you to satisfy your craving right away." His voice was full of promise and love. Lu Xian responded with a smile, "Okay. Thank you, husband." There was a hint of sweetness in her gratitude. She gently put a skewer of barbecue into Chang Shang's mouth. This action was full of love and tacit understanding. While the two were immersed in the delicious food, a gaze turned towards them from the corner of the barbecue stall. "Isn't that the school beauty Lu from our class?" Chapter 32. I will never have an annual salary of 1 million in this life. In this lively barbecue stall, Lu Yuan and his friends Zhang Yang and Chen Chen were sitting around a table, enjoying dinner and a relaxed chat. Their conversation mixed with the surrounding noise, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Just then, Lu Yuan noticed a couple not far away, Lu Xian and her boyfriend Chang Shang. Lu Xian was Lu Yuan's secret crush during college. They were both students in the finance department of Zhonghai University. Although Lu Yuan was 1 year older than Lu Xian and Chang Shang, his feelings for her had never changed. Zhang Yang and Chen Chen also noticed Lu Yuan's gaze. They exchanged glances, which seemed to hint at something. Really? Lu Yuan, I remember you chased her for so long, why don't you go over and say hello? Zhang Yang said half-jokingly, with a hint of provocation and encouragement in his voice. Chen Chan also joined in. He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Yeah, Lu Yuan, you're making $1 million a year now. If you can't let her go, go after her again." His words revealed his support for Lu Yuan and a kind of ridicule for past feelings. Lu Yuan was somewhat embarrassed by his friend's jokes, but there was indeed some unfulfilled emotion in his heart. He stood up, picked up a bottle of beer from his feet, and walked towards the table where Lu Xian and Chang Sheng were. His steps were firm, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Lu Xian and Chang Sheng were immersed in their own world. Lu Xian smiled and handed a chicken wing to Chang Sheng's mouth. The interaction between the two was full of sweetness and intimacy. Lu Yuan's arrival broke the tranquility. Lu Xian looked up and saw Lu Yuan, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. "Lu Xian, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Yuan tried his best to make his voice sound relaxed and natural. He put the beer on the table for both of them, trying to use this action to relieve his nervousness. "Senior Lu. Long time no see." Lu Xian quickly stood up and responded politely. She remembered Lu Yuan, the senior who had pursued her in every possible way on campus, but she had clearly rejected Lu Yuan's pursuit. Lu Yuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He looked at Chang Sheng, the man who sat beside Lu Xian, and enjoyed her tenderness. He couldn't understand why his efforts and successes over the years seemed worthless in Lu Xian's eyes. He pulled a bench over and sat down, trying to hide his uneasiness and jealousy. "Is this your boyfriend?" Lu Yuan tried his best to make his voice sound calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Lu Xian sat down with a smile, holding Chang Sheng's arm affectionately, with a hint of pride and happiness in her smile. He's not. He's my husband." Her words were full of love for Chang Sheng and a clear rejection of Lu Yuan. Chang Sheng didn't seem to take Lu Yuan seriously, and he continued to eat his chicken wings as if it had nothing to do with him. This indifferent attitude made Lu Yuan angry, and he felt that his achievements and efforts were being underestimated. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, and his emotions became more agitated under the influence of alcohol. When he saw the diamond ring on Lu Xian's finger, his anger reached its peak. "Lu Xian, I now have an annual salary of 1 million and have bought a house in Shanghai. Am I really not as good as this pretty boy?" His voice was full of challenge and dissatisfaction. Lu Xian was displeased by Lu Yuan's accusation, and her voice became sharp. "Lu Yuan, don't go too far. My husband is better than you in every way. You don't need to judge." Her response was full of defense for Chang Sheng and dissatisfaction with Lu Yuan. Lu Xian's voice attracted the attention of the people around her. Customers in the barbecue stall cast curious glances at her, and the scene became a little awkward. Zhang Yang and Shen Shen immediately came over to try to ease the tense atmosphere. "Xiaomei Lu, we are classmates, don't quarrel. We finally met. Don't quarrel over such a coincidence." Zhang Yang tried to calm the dispute with a calm tone, and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, hoping that he could calm down. "Lu Xian, I'll ask you one last time, am I really no match for him?" Lu Yuan stood up, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. When Chang Sheng heard Lu Yuan's words, he stood up with a sneer, pulled Lu Xian's hand, and pulled her behind him. He looked at Lu Yuan with mockery in his eyes. "$1 million annual salary? That's amazing." There was obvious disdain in his laughter, and his attitude made Lu Yuan even more angry. "What? Are you not convinced? Or can you have an annual salary of 1 million? Lu Yuan looked at Chang Sheng and said, "Well, I don't have an annual salary of 1 million, so I really can't compare." Chang Sheng laughed and said after hearing this. Then he looked at Lu Xian and said, "Wife, he thinks $1 million annual salary is amazing." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry, wife, I probably won't have the chance to get $1 million annual salary in this lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sheng took out the car keys of a Rolls-Royce from his pocket and placed them on the table. The two girls who came over immediately pulled Lu Yuan when they saw Chang Sheng and said, "He is the young master of Chang Group." Zhang Yang and Shen Shen also heard this, and immediately looked at Chang Sheng in front of them in disbelief. Chang Sheng said, "Beauty knows me? You're quite discerning. Please tell him that I spend 1 million a day in my life. Even if I live to death, I should never be able to spend all the money in my family." Chang Shang looked at Lu Yuan as if he was looking at a clown and spoke. If you want to compete with me, then I'm bullying you too much. Why don't you bring your friends with you, him, and these two beauties? Chang Shang said indifferently while pointing at a few people and spoke. Lu Yuan was also very embarrassed when he learned about Chang Shang's identity. He originally thought that he could show off, but he didn't expect there would be such a big contrast. Chang Shang saw that Lu Yuan had no intention of speaking, so he continued, "You don't want to talk, right? Then I'll tell you. Boss. I want 100 boxes of beer." Chang Shang shouted immediately. Hearing this, the owner of the barbecue stall also came over and said, "Hello, we don't have that much left. We don't have this much, go out and buy some. A box is 500 yuan, I want 100 boxes. Do you have this much?" Chang Shang said to the barbecue stall owner. "I'll bring the ones that are available to you first. I'll go out and buy the rest for you right away." The barbecue stall owner said immediately with shining eyes. "I'll scan the code for you first, don't think I'm going to run away." Chang Shang said as he pulled up the receipt hanging around the boss' neck and scanned it. "How much is the barbecue?" "Boss, I'll treat you to barbecue," said the stall owner. "Okay. 500 a box, 50,000 for 100 boxes. Scan it. Go and bring it to me right away," Chang Shang said. The owner of the barbecue stall immediately took action after hearing the payment information. Chang Shang looked at Lu Yuan with a sneer. "You came here with a bottle of wine. If you like to show off, then show off to the end. I give you two choices. One is that you drink these 100 boxes of wine and keep your $1 million annual salary that you are so proud of. You have another choice. You can turn around and leave here. Aren't they your friends? Don't even think about having a job and surviving in Shanghai, including you. I guarantee that you won't have anywhere to sweep the streets even if you want to." After Chang Shang finished speaking, the sarcasm in his eyes became even stronger. Then he slowly sat down and wiped his hands with a piece of napkin, took Lu Xian's hand and said with disdain, "I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, I'll assume that you choose the second one." Chapter 33, A Clown with $1 million annual salary. It's rare. Several people immediately became nervous after hearing this. Chen Shen said, "Lu Yuan, speak quickly. I just bought a car. I still have to pay off the car loan." Lu Xian sat next to Chang Shang, nervously holding Chang Shang's hand, and whispered, "Let's go. Let's go home." Chang Shang smiled and patted Lu Xian's hand, comforting her. "It's okay, my dear. You are the treasure of our whole family. How could I let you suffer any injustice? My father once told me that there is no one in Shanghai that our Chang family cannot afford to offend. So, it doesn't matter if I step on a little ant to death." When a girl heard what Chang Shang said, she immediately said, "Mr. Chang, we are just colleagues. We are not that familiar with each other." Hearing this, Chang Shang turned to look at the girl and sneered, "You two beauties, please feel free to stay and watch the fun. I don't mind." The two girls were overjoyed when they heard this, and they quickly stood up and hurried out of the barbecue stall. Seeing this, Zhang Yang also hurriedly said, "Mr. Chang, we are just ordinary classmates. We are not that familiar." Chang Shang raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Shen, then asked with a smile, "Oh? What about you?" Chen Shen hesitated for a moment and whispered, We are just ordinary classmates. We are not that familiar with each other." Lu Yuan looked at the two of them with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "You guys." Zhang Yang immediately interrupted him and said hurriedly, "Lu Yuan, let's not contact each other anymore. We don't know each other." Chang Sheng sneered at the two of them and said sarcastically, "You don't know him? If you don't know him, you can leave." Chen Shen and Zhang Yang looked at each other, lowered their heads and quickly left the barbecue stall, leaving Lu Yuan standing there alone with a gloomy face. Seeing the two people leave, Chang Sheng said with a smile, "Clown. A clown with an annual salary of 1 million. It's really rare." Lu Yuan, right. "Forget it, I'll be merciful and give you 1 day to leave Shanghai. Don't come back from now on. I don't mind helping you leave after 1 day, and it doesn't matter if you come back. But you'd better have a background that can make me surrender." Lu Yuan's face turned pale, his fists clenched, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end, just lowered his head and remained silent. After Chang Sheng finished speaking, he looked at Lu Xian with love in his eyes and said softly, "Wife, you must be tired of watching the clown show. Let's go home and rest. Hearing this, Lu Xian nodded, took Chang Sheng's hand, snuggled up to him, and said softly, "Okay, let's go home." Chang Sheng turned around and held Lu Xian's hand, heading towards the exit of the barbecue stall. Their backs looked particularly warm under the dim light. "Boss, here's 100 boxes of wine for you. The grilled food is great. Remember to give me a discount next time you come to eat here." Chang Sheng waved his hand casually, with a hint of joking in his tone. The owner of the barbecue stall was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and nodded quickly. "Okay, Master Chang, I'll give you a discount next time." Chang Sheng and Lu Xian walked out of the barbecue stall. The night breeze blew gently. Lu Xian leaned on Chang Sheng's shoulder, feeling his warmth, and her heart gradually calmed down. The two slowly walked to the parking lot. Chang Sheng opened the car door, gently helped Lu Xian get in the car, then he sat in the driver's seat and started the car. The car slowly drove away from the barbecue stall. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Yuan in the rearview mirror, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, "Lu Yuan, I hope you can be sensible, otherwise I will not show mercy." After coming back to his senses, Chang Sheng smiled and said, "Wife, was I handsome just now? Did I look like a domineering CEO? Like the Black Society?" Lu Xian responded with a smile. "I am a serious man." Chang Sheng responded with a smile. Ding! The host was detected to vent the anger of the baby's mother, and was rewarded with 10% of Qualcomm Group's shares. The system's voice rang in Chang Sheng's mind. Chang Sheng was shocked by the reward this time and even stepped on the brakes in surprise. "What's wrong with my husband?" Lu Xian said quickly, her eyes full of concern. Chang Sheng came back to his senses and quickly made up an excuse. "It's nothing, my leg cramped." "Sorry, honey, I scared you." Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Let me drive." "I can drive too." Chang Sheng opened the car door and got out, pretending to hold the car body and sitting in the passenger seat. Lu Xian sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, and started the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "This is the first time I drive such an expensive car. I'm a little nervous." "Shut up," Lu Xian said with a smile. Chang Sheng looked at her nervous and excited look and couldn't help laughing. "It's okay, honey, if you broke it, just give me a new one." Lu Xian rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "I don't have any money." "I won't change it." Chang Sheng laughed out loud. "You have money. Didn't my dad give you a card the other day? There is definitely enough money in it to buy several cars like mine." Lu Xian smiled again and said, "I won't change it even if I have one." The car was running smoothly under Lu Xian's driving. Chang Sheng looked at her focused profile, and his heart was filled with warmth. Although the system's reward just now shocked him, at this moment, he enjoyed every moment with Lu Xian more. "Wife, do you know? No matter what happens, I will protect you and won't let you suffer any grievances," Chang Sheng suddenly said with a firm tone. When Lu Xian heard this, her heart warmed and she said softly, "I know, you have always been like this." The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the car became more warm. Chang Sheng secretly decided that no matter what tasks and rewards the system gave him, he would cherish the happiness in front of him and not let anyone destroy their lives. Soon, the two returned home. Chang Sheng's mother saw them coming back and said with a smile, "Xian, did you eat enough outside?" "I'm full, Mom." Lu Xian responded with a smile. Chang Sheng smiled and continued, "Mom, your question is unnecessary. Can your son take your daughter-in-law out without letting her eat enough?" Chang Sheng's mother glanced at Chang Sheng unhappily, then looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, "Xian, there's still some hot chicken soup in the kitchen. Have a bowl of it before you go to rest, okay?" "I got it, Mom. I'll go drink it right now," Lu Xian said with a smile. "Mom will serve it for you right away," Chang Sheng's mother said as she walked towards the kitchen. Chang Sheng took the opportunity to whisper to Lu Xian, "If you can't drink it, just kiss me and I can drink it for you." Lu Xian smiled and responded, "That's what my mother left for me. I don't need you." Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian's smiling face, and his heart was filled with warmth and happiness. At this time, Chang Sheng's mother came over with a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup and said with a smile, "Xian, drink it while it's hot, it's good for your health." Lu Xian took the chicken soup and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mom." Then she drank it in small sips with a satisfied smile on her face. "I'm going to take a shower first. I'll wait for you to come up to bed with me later." Chapter 34. That's not a report card, that's a big red envelope. Lu Xian rolled her eyes at Chang Sheng and continued to drink the hot chicken soup that had just been served. The rich aroma filled the air, making people want to take a few more sips. Changsheng's mother, with a warm smile on her face, said softly to Lu Xian, "Xian, have a good rest today. Tomorrow I will take you to Changsheng's grandmother's house to meet relatives." Lu Xian raised her head, her eyes flashing with anticipation, and she responded with a smile, "Okay, Mom." Her voice was full of anticipation for the upcoming family gathering. Changsheng's mother, sitting at the other end of the dining table, looked at Lu Xian tenderly, her affection for her evident. She smiled and said, "Xian, it's not that I don't want you to eat barbecue, it's just that it's not good for the fetus. Don't take it too seriously. If you feel hungry, just tell me and I'll have someone come to my house to cook for you. Food outside is never as clean as food at home." When Lu Xian heard this, a warm feeling surged in her heart, and she said with emotion, "Thank you, Mom. I didn't think so. I told Changsheng when I came back. I will eat enough at once after the baby is born." Her words revealed her longing for the future and gratitude to her family. Changsheng's mother continued with a smile and said, "Good boy. Let me tell you, Xian, you will definitely be able to play with Changsheng's second uncle's sister when you meet her. That little girl has been bullied by Changsheng since she was a child. She will definitely complain to you when you see her tomorrow." There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, and she was obviously full of anticipation for the interesting things that were about to happen. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted, and soon the bowl of chicken soup was finished. Changsheng's mother looked at the empty bowl and said with a smile, "Go and have a rest." Lu Xian nodded, gently put down the bowl and chopsticks, then walked up to the second floor with light and graceful steps. She walked into the bedroom and saw Changsheng lying on the bed, concentrating on playing with his phone. When he saw Lu Xian coming in, he patted the empty space next to him and motioned for Lu Xian to lie down. Lu Xian smiled and walked over and gently lay down beside him. "Honey, Mom just said that we'll go to your grandma's house to meet relatives tomorrow," Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Yeah. Okay." Changsheng nodded, and his eyes also revealed his anticipation for the family gathering. Changsheng stretched out a hand and gently stroked Lu Xian's hair, smiling and said, "Wife, don't believe what my sister says tomorrow. Stay away from her." There was a hint of joking in his words, and it was obvious that he knew his sister's naughty character very well. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that someone will tell on you? My mother just told me everything," Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. "This girl has been waiting for me to bring my wife back for a long time. Who knows what bad things she might say?" Changsheng said with a smile, with a hint of pampering in his words. "You deserve it. It's your fault for always bullying others," Lu Xian said with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm in her words. "I didn't always bully her. I just went to steal her money when I had spent all my New Year's money. She kept nagging me to wait for my wife to give her some after I got married." Changsheng said with a smile, his words were filled with memories and warmth. The laughter of the two echoed in the bedroom, full of family warmth and happiness. The next day, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and gently fell on the faces of Lu Xian and Changsheng. They both lingered in the warmth of the bed, and only got up from the bed reluctantly when the sun became a little dazzling. Both of them had a hint of laziness on their faces, but their eyes were shining with anticipation for a new day. After they finished washing up and went downstairs, Mrs. Zhang had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The table was filled with a variety of breakfasts, including steaming soy milk, golden and crispy fried dough sticks, and fragrant fried eggs and bacon. The two sat at the table, enjoying this delicious breakfast, eating and chatting about today's plans. After breakfast, Changsheng sat on the sofa, leisurely flipping through his phone, enjoying the quiet moment. Lu Xian was packing things to take to Grandma's house, making sure everything was ready. At this time, Changsheng's mother came down from upstairs. She was wearing an elegant long dress and had a gentle smile on her face. She saw Lu Xian busy and asked, "Xian, are you done?" Lu Xian raised her head and replied with a smile, "I'm done packing, Mom." There was a hint of relief in her voice, and it was obvious that she was ready to go out. Changsheng's mother turned to look at Changsheng and said jokingly, "Don't sit there. Drive." There was a hint of urging in her words, and she obviously hoped that they could set off earlier. Changsheng also stood up after hearing this, stretched his body, and walked towards the garage. There was a hint of laziness in his movements, but his eyes revealed his anticipation for the upcoming family gathering. After getting into the car, Changsheng started the engine and asked, "Where's my dad?" There was a hint of concern in his voice, and he was obviously very concerned about his father's itinerary. Changxing's mother was sitting behind the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she said, "Your father went to the company. Lao Ji will go with him in the afternoon." There was a hint of calmness in her words, and it was obvious that she knew her husband's work arrangements very well. Ding! The host of the test will take the mother to meet her family, and the reward is the Zhenghai Twin Towers. Hearing the voice of the system, Chang Shang felt inexplicably excited in his heart. This could even trigger the system reward. Chang Shang came back to his senses, he gently stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove smoothly out of his villa area and headed towards the manor on the outskirts of Zhenghai. "Xian Xian, have you got the report from the last prenatal checkup?" Chang Shang suddenly remembered something while driving. He turned to look at Lu Xian with a hint of concern in his eyes. Lu Xian answered with some confusion, "What are you going to do with that?" She was puzzled why Chang Sheng suddenly mentioned the prenatal examination report. Chang Sheng explained with a smile, "Don't forget that thing. It's a big red envelope." There was a hint of mischief in his words, and it was obvious that he was quite familiar with the customs of the family and the generosity of the elders. "You kid! You've already driven it out and you're driving it back." Changxing's mother couldn't help but laugh and scold them when she heard their conversation. She felt helpless and amused about her son's sudden behavior. "It's not easy to get a big red envelope from my grandparents, I can't miss this opportunity," Chang Sheng said with a smile, a mischievous gleam in his eyes, and he was obviously looking forward to this little episode in the family gathering. Lu Xian smiled softly upon hearing this. She felt warmed by Chang Sheng's sense of humor and love for his family. She leaned back in her chair, looking at the scenery outside the window, her heart full of anticipation for the upcoming family gathering. Not long after, Shangxing drove the car back to his house, got out of the car quickly, and ran into the house to get the prenatal examination report. After a while, he ran back with the report, with a proud smile on his face. "I'll put this report on my forehead later," Chang Sheng said jokingly. His exaggerated movements made Lu Xian and her mother laugh. The car was filled with laughter, and the family continued to drive towards the manor in a happy atmosphere. Chapter 35 Grandma, pay attention to the point. The car slowly drove through the bustling streets of Zhenghai City, and the high-rise buildings were gradually left behind, replaced by the tranquility and openness of the suburbs. As the road extended, the hustle and bustle of the city was replaced by the fresh natural atmosphere, which made people relax. Soon, the car arrived at the manor that Changxing's father had carefully built for the old man. It was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, as if it was a paradise. The gate of the manor slowly opened, and the car slowly drove in, as if entering another world. There were no tall buildings in the city, nor flashing neon lights, but only patches of lush green fruit trees, which stood quietly on both sides of the road, swaying gently in the wind, exuding a faint fruity fragrance. As the car went deeper, the manor gradually showed the style of a wealthy family. A luxurious 6-story villa came into view, standing quietly in the center of the manor, as if it was the guardian of this land. The exterior wall of the villa was covered with exquisite stone, shining softly in the sun. In front of the villa was a well-kept garden, full of various flowers. The colorful flowers bloomed and exuded charming fragrance, adding a vivid color to the manor. Opposite the villa, there is a large fish pond with sparkling water and many colorful koi swimming in it. Sometimes they swim leisurely, sometimes they shuttle quickly, bringing a touch of vitality to this quiet manor. "Oh, I don't usually see Changyu so active. He came quite early today." Chang Sheng saw a Porsche 911 parked in front of him and couldn't help but smile and said. There was a hint of ridicule in his voice, but more of it was the intimacy and warmth towards his family. "Yaya has waited so long for you to bring your wife back, so she must have come to complain," Changxing's mother said with a smile, her voice full of joy and expectation. Her words revealed her love for Changyue and her welcome to this new member of the family. As the car outside moved, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the villa. She smiled as she watched the car stop and then walked over. Changyu's figure looked particularly attractive in the sun, and her smile was as warm and bright as the spring sun. After Chang Sheng's mother got off the car, Changyu came over. She smiled and greeted, "Aunt." Her voice was clear and pleasant, full of youthful vitality. "Yeah, is beautiful again," Changxing's mother said with a smile, her eyes full of love for Changyu. Upon hearing this, Changyu looked at Lu Xian, walked over with a smile, took Lu Xian's hand and said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Her eyes were full of curiosity and friendliness towards this new sister-in-law. "Go away. Don't try to get close to me." Chang Sheng came over and gently hit Changyu's hand, pretending to be angry. There was a hint of joking in his actions, but more of it was his love for Chang Yu. My sister-in-law, I don't try to get close to her? Why do you? Chang Yu glanced at Chang Shang with dissatisfaction and retorted. There was a hint of playfulness in her words, showing the close relationship between her and Chang Shang. As she spoke, Chang Yu was about to pull Chang Shang's mother and Lu Xian into the villa. Her actions revealed her welcome to the new family member and her love for the family. Yeah, tell your sister-in-law about your experiences over the years. Now you have someone to support you. Chang Sheng's mother said with a smile, her words were full of concern and support for Chang Yu. Of course. I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Chang Yu responded with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation and longing for the future. Chang Sheng followed the three of them silently and walked into the villa. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but more of the warmth and happiness of this family. He knew that this family would become more complete and happier with the addition of Lu Xian. Changxing's grandparents also came out at the right time, their eyes full of anticipation for their grandson and curiosity about their grandson's wife. Changxing's mother smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, why did you come out? I brought your grandson's wife here." Changxing's grandmother looked at Lu Xian, her eyes sparkling with love, her smile warm and kind. She immediately took Lu Xian's little hand and gently stroked it, as if she was using this method to express her welcome and love for the new granddaughter-in-law. "Grandpa! Grandma!" Lu Xian greeted the two elders politely with a sweet smile. "Oh! Good boy!" Changxing's grandmother responded with a smile, her voice full of relief and joy. "Grandma, please sit down with my grandpa. I have something to show you." Chang Sheng gestured to his grandparents to sit down with a mysterious smile. "You're keeping your grandparents in suspense, kid." Changxing's grandmother scolded with a smile, but her eyes were full of love for her grandson. Then, Changsheng carefully took out 2 red marriage certificates from his pocket. This was the testimony of his and Lu Xian's love and the beginning of their new life. After seeing the marriage certificate, Chang Yu said jokingly, "I thought it was something else. The day you and my sister-in-law got the certificate was on the hot search list. We knew it a long time ago." There was a hint of joking in her words, but she also revealed her pride in her brother. "Is there anything else you want to show us? If not, just go do what you should do. I want to get to know my grandson's wife." Changxing's grandmother pretended to be indifferent, but her eyes revealed her anticipation for the possible surprises that might come next. Changxing smiled and clapped his hands, then took out a prenatal examination report and placed it in front of his grandmother. There was a hint of mischief in his eyes, and it was obvious that there was a bigger surprise to be revealed. Chang Yu snatched the report form curiously. After seeing the content on it, she said in surprise, "Not bad, Changsheng, you're pretty fast." There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but she could not hide her congratulations to her brother on becoming a father. "Get out," Chang Sheng said with a displeased smile, then took the prenatal examination report from Chang Yu and handed it to his grandparents. Changxing's grandmother took the report and smiled even brighter after reading the contents. She clapped Liu Xuan's hands and said excitedly, "Your grandfather and I are having a great grandson so soon." Her words were full of joy and anticipation. "Grandma, pay attention to the key point." Chang Sheng reminded her with a smile, then pointed to the double embryo mark on the report and said excitedly, "See? 2 embryos. Your granddaughter-in-law is pregnant with twins." The news filled the whole room with joy and excitement. Changxing's grandma and grandpa looked at the report card and their smiles became even brighter. "My goodness, you are really the lucky star of our family." Chapter 36. You and my wife are suing me? The sun shines through the gaps in the curtains into the warm living room. Changxing's grandmother, a kind old lady, has a happy smile on her face. She just learned that her grandson Changxing's wife Lu Xian is pregnant with twins. This news makes her very excited. She walks into the bedroom and takes out the gifts prepared for the upcoming great-grandchildren. Chang Yu, Chang Sheng's younger sister, also joined in the family's joy. She was a lively and cheerful girl who always brought laughter to the family. She looked at the pregnancy test report in Lu Xian's hand and said half-jokingly, "Twins? Then I have to prepare 2 New Year's gifts for the new year?" Changsheng responded with a smile, "Yes, 2. His smile was filled with the joy of becoming a father. Shang Yu pretended to be angry and said to Changsheng, "Then you have to return the New Year's money you cheated me of before." The jokes between the brother and sister made the atmosphere more relaxed and cheerful. At this time, Changxing's grandmother came out of the bedroom again, holding 2 large bundles of red envelopes in her hands, with an even brighter smile on her face. She walked up to Lu Xian and said gently, "Come, dear, this is a gift from Grandma for you." Each bundle of red envelopes contained 100,000 yuan in cash, and there were 2 property certificates underneath. "Dear twins, Grandma has prepared 2 gifts for you." Grandma's tone was full of anticipation and joy for the upcoming new life. When Changsheng saw his grandmother's gift, he immediately stepped forward to take it and said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandma." Grandma smiled and pointed at Changsheng, pretending to blame him. "You little bastard, this isn't for you, it's for my granddaughter-in-law. Why are you trying to snatch it?" Lu Xian looked at the scene in front of her, her heart filled with gratitude and happiness. She smiled and said to her grandmother, "Thank you, Grandma, you are so kind." The whole room was filled with laughter and joy, and everyone was excited about the upcoming new life. Changsheng's grandmother sat on the sofa and began to chat with Lu Xian about parenting, sharing her experience. Chang Yu, on the side, playfully imitated her grandmother, making everyone laugh. The air in the manor was fresh and the sun was shining. Chang Yu and Lu Xian walked hand in hand on the path in the garden, with blooming flowers and neatly trimmed lawns on both sides. Chang Yu talked to Lu Xian as they walked, with a hint of grievance in her voice, but more of teasing and joking. "Sister-in-law, you don't know, Changsheng was very bad when he was a child. He always played tricks on me, such as hiding my toys or drawing on my homework book." Chang Yu said with a smile on her face. Changsheng followed them. When he heard his sister's words, he couldn't help but interrupt, "That was when we were kids. Besides, you've teased me a lot. Chang Yu, this is my wife. You complained about me to my wife, but my wife stood by me. What do you want to do?" Changsheng teased, and the smile on his face revealed that he didn't mind his sister's complaint. Lu Xian listened to their conversation and found it very interesting. She turned around and said to Changsheng, "That's right. Yeah, tell me how you bullied her before. You are the defendant now, don't talk." Her words made Chang Yu laugh. "That's right. My sister-in-law told you to shut up." Chang Yu said proudly to Changsheng, and then continued to reveal Changsheng's childhood crimes to Lu Xian. Changsheng spread his hands helplessly, but there was still a doting smile on his face. He knew his sister was just joking, and he also enjoyed the warmth and fun of this family. They continued to stroll in the manor, and Lu Xian listened to Chang Yu's accusations and laughed from time to time. As the 3 returned to the villa, an enticing aroma of food wafted into their noses, making their mouths water. A symphony of pots and pans came from the kitchen, and it was obvious that the family's chef was busy preparing lunch. Changsheng took Lu Xian and Chang Yu into the spacious and bright living room, where a large round table had been set up, filled with a variety of delicacies. Changsheng's grandfather sat on the sofa in the living room, and next to him sat a middle-aged man, who was neatly dressed and smiling, giving people a kind feeling. When Changsheng saw the middle-aged man, he introduced him to Lu Xian. "This is my second uncle." His voice was full of respect and familiarity. Lu Xian immediately greeted the middle-aged man with a smile. "Hello, second uncle." Her voice was gentle and polite. "Hey, niece-in-law, please sit down." "You're welcome." Changsheng's second uncle responded enthusiastically. He stood up and motioned Lu Xian to sit down. "Don't run around with these 2 kids all the time. You are the baby of the family now. You need to get more rest." Lu Xian was infected by her uncle's enthusiasm and responded with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." "You can sit down too." Chang Yu interrupted mischievously, "Uncle, you don't know that my sister-in-law has been bullied by my brother all the way." Changsheng's second uncle laughed and patted Changsheng on the shoulder. "You kid, you have to take good care of your wife and don't let her suffer any grievances." Changsheng smiled and responded, "Of course, my wife will never let her suffer any injustice." "Ha ha ha. This kid," Changsheng's second uncle said with a smile. With the arrival of Changsheng's father, the atmosphere in the villa became more lively. He walked into the living room, greeted his brother and father warmly, and then joined their conversation. The 3 of them sat on the sofa and chatted happily. The topics ranged from the family's past to the management of the manor, to Changsheng and Liu Xuan's upcoming twins. Laughter and conversation came one after another. Soon, lunchtime came, and the sumptuous dishes were served on the table one by one, with delicious colors and aromas, making people salivate. Changsheng's grandfather seemed particularly happy. He picked up the wine glass, his face was filled with joy, and suggested, "Today is a happy day, let's drink to celebrate." Changsheng's second uncle and father responded with a smile, and everyone raised their glasses, creating a warm and festive atmosphere. Changsheng's grandfather continued, "This kid has given me 2 more grandchildren." His words were full of expectations and joy for the family's future. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian also joined the toasting, holding the drink in front of them. Liu Xuan's face was filled with a happy smile. She felt that she was accepted and loved by this big family. Chang Sheng held Liu Xuan's hand tightly. His eyes were full of affection for his wife and longing for the future. Chang Yu made naughty faces and made everyone laugh. Although she said that her brother bullied her, she was actually very happy to have 2 little nephews or nieces. She had already begun to imagine the scene of playing with them in the future. The lunch was carried out in laughter and joy. Everyone was enjoying the food and sharing the joy. Every member of the family expressed their welcome to the upcoming new life and their love for this big family in their own way. After the meal, everyone sat in the living room, chatting and sharing stories. Lu Xian felt that she had completely integrated into this warm family, and she was full of expectations and hope for the future. This noon was not only a sumptuous lunch, but also a family reunion and a spiritual exchange, allowing everyone to feel the warmth and strength of home. Chapter 37 I Like You So Much. After lunch, the family gathered in the living room to rest, talking and laughing. It was very warm. Chang Sheng smiled and said to Lu Xian beside him, "How about I take you out for a walk on the electric bike? This place is quite close to the beach." "Okay." Lu Xian responded with a smile. "What are you two secretly plotting? Do you want to take me with you?" Chang Yu interrupted when he saw the two of them whispering. "We are planning to go out for a walk, do you want to come too?" Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Forget it, I'm not going. I have an appointment with a friend later." Chang Yu responded. "Who is it? Male or female?" Chang Sheng asked curiously. "A girl. My roommate." Chang Yu responded. Hearing this, Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian and said, "Let's go?" Lu Xian nodded and stood up with Chang Sheng. "Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa. I'm taking Xian out for a walk. I'll be back soon," Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Yeah." Chang Sheng's mother responded with a smile. After saying that, Chang Sheng took Lu Xian to the gate of the villa. In front of the electric tricycle, Chang Sheng patted the back seat and said with a smile, "Princess, please get in the car." TSK TSK TSK. Young Master Chang takes his wife out for a stroll and rides this? Chang Yu also followed out and said with a smile while leaning against the doorframe. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian smiled at each other, not caring about Chang Yu's teasing. Chang Sheng easily got on the electric bike, while Lu Xian sat elegantly on the back seat. The tacit understanding and sweetness between the two were fully revealed at this moment. This is the most environmentally friendly way to travel, and you can also enjoy the sea breeze. How great! Chang Sheng responded to Chang Yu with a smile, with a hint of mischief in his voice. Lu Xian also joined the conversation. She gently patted Chang Sheng on the shoulder and said, "Your brother is being romantic. You don't understand." Okay, I admit that this is indeed quite romantic." Chang Yu smiled and shook her head, her eyes revealing envy of her brother and sister-in-law. Chang Sheng started the electric car, which drove smoothly out of the gate of the villa and headed towards the seaside. The afternoon sun shone on them, warm and comfortable. Chang Yu watched them leave, then turned back to the living room to prepare for her date with her roommate. She knew that her brother and sister-in-law needed some time alone to enjoy their world of two. The electric car drove slowly on the small road of the estate, with lush trees and blooming flowers on both sides. Riding out of the manor, the electric tricycle was driving on the streets of Shanghai suburbs. Chang Sheng smiled and said, "The beach is in front. I used to come here to play with Chang Yu." As the electric tricycle moved forward, the two were getting closer and closer to the beach. The sea breeze blew towards them with a faint salty smell, and Lu Xian's 3,000 black hair fluttered in the wind. Lu Xian closed her eyes, felt the embrace of the sea breeze, and felt very relaxed. "I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time," Lu Xian said with a smile while sitting behind Chang Sheng and hugging his neck. The electric car continued to drive smoothly on the road to the seaside. The warm afternoon sun and gentle sea breeze added a sense of comfort to this short trip. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian enjoyed the tranquility and freedom, as if the whole world had slowed down, leaving only the two of them in this beautiful natural scenery. "Yes, this place is really beautiful. Chang Yu and I used to come here often to pick up shells and catch crabs." Chang Sheng recalled, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, "But it feels more special to be here with you today." Lu Xian felt a warm current in her heart when she heard Chang Sheng's words. She hugged Chang Sheng's neck tightly, her cheek pressed against his back, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. "I am also very happy to share these beautiful moments with you," she said softly, her voice full of happiness. As they got closer to the beach, the sound of the waves gradually became clearer. The electric car finally reached the beach. Changsheng stopped the car, and they walked towards the beach together. There were all kinds of shells scattered on the beach, and the waves gently hit the shore, making a soft sound. Lu Xian let go of Changsheng's neck, and they walked hand in hand on the beach, with soft sand under their feet and the endless sea in front of them. The sea and the sky were one color, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea, sparkling and beautiful. It's so beautiful here. I can imagine our children playing here in the future. Lu Xian said with anticipation, her eyes full of expectations for the future. Changsheng held Lu Xian's hand tightly, his eyes firm and gentle. We will have many wonderful times like this. I will do my best to make our family full of love and happiness. They found a clean beach and sat down, quietly watching the sunset slowly sink into the horizon. The clouds in the sky were dyed gold and orange, and seagulls flew freely in the sky. The two sat on the beach, Lu Xian leaning on Changsheng's shoulder and enjoying the present moment. Honey, thank you. There was a barely perceptible tremor in Lu Xian's voice, and her gratitude was beyond words. Changsheng slightly adjusted his sitting position to better listen to Lu Xian's words. Ah? What did you say? I didn't hear you. He pretended not to hear clearly, but the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Lu Xian pretended to be angry, but the smile flashing in her eyes betrayed her mood. I really didn't hear it. Changsheng insisted, his eyes full of mockery. You really didn't hear it? Lu Xian smiled, her voice soft with a hint of challenge. Honey, please say it again. Changsheng smiled wickedly, his eyes full of love. I say. You're an idiot. Lu Xian said unhappily, but there was no real anger in her tone. You are lying. That's not what you said just now. Changsheng retorted with a smile, with a hint of pride in his voice. Didn't you hear it? Lu Xian raised her eyebrows, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Changsheng gently squeezed Lu Xian's hand, and his voice became gentle and sincere. I heard you say thank you. I thank you too, thank you for making my life so wonderful. A warm current surged in Lu Xian's heart. She held Changsheng's hand tightly, and their fingers were tightly intertwined. We are each other's luck, aren't we? She said softly. Changsheng nodded, with a hint of determination in his voice. Yes, we are each other's luck, and I will cherish every moment of our time. They sat quietly, listening to the sound of waves hitting the beach and feeling the gentle breeze on their faces. The setting sun slowly fell on the horizon, and the two stood up. Changsheng rode the electric tricycle carrying Lu Xian towards the manor. Changsheng. I love you so much. Lu Xian sat in the back, hugged Changsheng's neck and shouted. Lu Xian. I like you too. Changsheng also responded with a smile. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Lu Xian said mischievously. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Changsheng said with a smile. No. Say it again. Chapter 38. Hey. Are you going to crush me to death? After returning to the villa, they parked the tricycle steadily aside. Holding hands, they walked briskly into the villa full of warmth and love. As soon as they entered the door, Changsheng's mother came to greet them with a warm smile on her face. Xian, Mom has made an appointment for your wedding photos. Find some time to go and take wedding photos with Changsheng. There was a hint of anticipation and joy in Changsheng's mother's tone. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, her eyes revealing her vision for the future and her deep love for Changsheng. The two stayed in the villa for a while, enjoying the warmth and tranquility of home. Soon after, Changsheng drove the family back to their home in the center of Shanghai. When they got home, Mrs. Zhang had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, waiting for their return. At the table, the family laughed and enjoyed this warm dinner. After dinner, Changsheng and Lu Xian walked upstairs hand in hand and returned to their bedroom. Lu Xian stood on the scale, looked at the number on the scale, and found that she was 5 kilograms heavier than before. A trace of worry appeared on her face, and then she lay down on the bed in frustration. What's wrong? Changsheng noticed Lu Xian's mood change and asked with a concerned smile. Honey, I've gained 5 kilograms. There was a hint of uneasiness in Lu Xian's voice. Changsheng sat down beside the bed and gently held Lu Xian's hand. His eyes were full of love and understanding. It's okay. You're pregnant now. And you're pregnant with 2 babies. His voice was gentle and firm, trying to dispel Lu Xian's uneasiness. Lu Xian leaned her head on Changsheng's shoulder, feeling his warmth and strength. What if I can't lose weight after giving birth? There was a hint of worry in her voice. Chang Sheng gently stroked Lu Xian's hair, his voice full of comfort and confidence. Don't worry, if you can't lose weight, I'll gain weight with you. If you gain 10 pounds, I'll lose 15 pounds. Hey! You're going to crush me to death. Lu Xian said with a smile. Wife, I have nothing to do tomorrow. Mom said she has made an appointment for us to take wedding photos. Shall we go and take a look? Chang Sheng said with a smile. Well, I want to go to the beach to take pictures. Lu Xian said with a smile while lying in Changsheng's arms. Let's go wherever you want to shoot. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Gradually, the two of them fell asleep in the tranquility of the night. The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and gently sprinkled on the bedroom floor, bringing hope and vitality for a new day. Chang Sheng woke up in the warm bed. His movements were gentle and cautious, so as not to disturb Lu Xian, who was still sleeping beside him. He gently kissed her forehead and then quietly walked out of the room. In the kitchen, Changsheng's mother and Zhang's wife were busy preparing breakfast for the family. The clatter of pots and pans and the aroma of food intertwined to create a warm and familiar atmosphere. Changsheng walked into the kitchen and saw his mother and Zhang's busy figures. A warm smile appeared on his face. Mom, what delicious food did you cook? He asked with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Shrimp porridge and pumpkin pancakes. Changsheng's mother turned around with a loving smile on her face. Not bad. Chang Sheng responded with a smile, picked up a pumpkin pie that had just come out of the oven, took a bite, and nodded with satisfaction. Go and wake up Changyu, it's time for breakfast. Chang Sheng's mother ordered while she was busy. Didn't she go out to play yesterday? Why did she come to our house? Chang Sheng asked with some confusion. Miss Changyu came last night. She was drunk when she came. Mrs. Zhang answered while stir-frying the shrimps in the pot. Chang Sheng nodded, took another pumpkin pie, and ate it while walking towards the guest room. He walked to the door of the guest room and knocked on the door gently. Changyu, get up and eat. There was a hint of smile in his voice. However, Changyu in the room seemed unwilling to leave the warm bed so early. Oh. I'll sleep a little longer. Her voice was lazily and reluctant. Chang Sheng smiled helplessly and said, Your sister-in-law and I will go out to sea to take wedding photos later. Do you want to go? Let me get some sleep first. Chang Yu's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Chang Sheng stopped calling her. He walked up to the second floor quietly and returned to the bedroom. Lu Xian had already woken up and was lying on the bed, holding her phone in her hand, watching a short video, with a relaxed and happy smile on her face. Chang Sheng gently lay on the bed and handed the half-eaten pumpkin pie to Lu Xian's mouth. Lu Xian turned her head and saw the pumpkin pie in Chang Sheng's hand. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Wife, get up and have dinner. Mom made pumpkin pancakes and shrimp porridge. Chang Sheng said with a smile, a hint of temptation in his voice. Lu Xian nodded, her eyes still fixed on the phone screen, but a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knew that the breakfast made by Chang Sheng's mother must be very delicious, and she was also looking forward to going to the beach with Chang Sheng to take wedding photos. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian with a hint of doting in his eyes. He gently took Lu Xian's phone, put it on the bedside table, and then gently helped Lu Xian up. Okay, stop brushing. Let's go eat and then get ready to leave. Chang Sheng said with a smile, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Lu Xian nodded, with a hint of anticipation and excitement in her eyes. She knew that today would be a very special day, and she and Chang Sheng would be together to capture the most beautiful moments of their love. The two walked out of the bedroom and came to the dining room downstairs. Chang Sheng's mother and Zhang's wife had already prepared breakfast. The table was filled with a variety of delicious breakfasts, including fragrant shrimp porridge and golden and tempting pumpkin cakes. Xian, come and have dinner. Chang Sheng's mother said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Xian sat next to Chang Sheng's mother. Chang Sheng, ask Yaya what she did later. She drank so much last night. Chang Sheng's mother said with a smile. What else can we do? Let's go to the bar and have fun. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Ask her. Mrs. Zhang told me that she looked a little unhappy when she came last night. We broke up and went to the bar to get drunk. Chang Sheng said indifferently. You kid, I asked you to ask your sister what she did last night. Why are you talking so much? Changsheng's mother said. Mom, I'll go ask later. Didn't you make an appointment for Changsheng and me to take wedding photos? If she is unhappy, we can take her out for a walk. Lu Xian said with a smile. My daughter-in-law is really sensible. Changsheng's mother said with a smile when she heard this. Chapter 39 Sister-in-law, he must be hiding a secret. At nearly 10 o'clock, Chang Yu also came out of the room with sleepy eyes. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, obviously not fully awake yet. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian were sitting on the sofa, enjoying a plate of fresh fruit. When Chang Sheng saw Chang Yu coming out, he smiled and said, "Oh, Miss Chang is awake?" Hearing this, Chang Yu walked up to Chang Sheng, snatched the apple that Chang Sheng had just peeled, took a bite, and mumbled, "Fuck. I just peeled it for my wife." Chang Sheng looked at her helplessly and said with a smile, "Are you going to die? You woke me up before 7:30. Chang Yu punched Chang Sheng twice in anger and muttered, "Damn it. I called you to get up for dinner, and it became a sin. Your aunt asked me to call you. Go hit her. I'll beat you." Chang Yu said, and at the same time looked around the house. Not seeing anyone else, he asked again, "Where are my aunt and uncle?" "Your aunt went out to play with her friends, and your uncle went to the company." Chang Sheng replied. Chang Yu turned to Lu Xian and said, "Sister-in-law, get up first, so I don't hurt yourself by accident." Then she took a pillow and pressed it on Chang Sheng's head. Seeing this, Lu Xian smiled and moved her body, watching the brother and sister playing. "Let you disturb my sweet dream," Chang Yu said unhappily. "Wife, save me." Chang Sheng was pressed under the pillow, and his voice came out muffled. "I can't see it, I can't see it," Lu Xian said with a smile. After hitting him twice in a row, Chang Yu calmed down and sat down, saying, "What did you say this morning? Why are you going out to sea?" Chang Sheng tidied up his messed up hair and replied, "Your sister-in-law and I are going to take wedding photos. Do you want to come?" "Oh. Then I'll accompany my sister-in-law," Chang Yu said with a smile, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. At this time, Lu Xian also interrupted and said, "Chang Yu, you have to help me choose carefully and don't let your brother mess around." "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will definitely choose a nice wedding dress for you," Chang Yu promised, patting his chest. After that, Chang Yu finished eating the apple that he had snatched from Chang Sheng, packed up briefly, and then the three of them walked out of the house. Chang Sheng drove the Cullinan and soon arrived at Xingyue Bay. The studio where Chang Sheng's mother had arranged for them to take wedding photos was also waiting here early. The three of them walked to the front of the Changle and saw a dozen staff members carrying one exquisite wedding dress after another onto it. "No, brother, this Changle is really yours. When did you buy it?" Chang Yu asked. "Why do you care when I bought it?" Chang Sheng said while holding Lu Xian's hand. "Sister-in-law, you have to investigate him carefully in the future. The last time you two got your marriage certificate and were on the hot search, there was another hot search below about you two sailing on the Changle. I couldn't believe that this was bought by my brother. He must have hidden a lot of assets." Chang Yu said. "Come here. Get out of the way. Go back to where you came from." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng angrily pulled Chang Yu away from Lu Xian. "Look, sister-in-law. He doesn't let me say anything. He must have a secret," Chang Yu said immediately. "Really? Husband?" Lu Xian said with a smile when she heard that. "Of course not. I'm such an honest child," Chang Sheng said with a smile. As they spoke, the three boarded the Changle. When Lu Jun saw the three, he said respectfully, "Young Master Chang." "Madam. Miss Chang. Are you all ready?" Chang Sheng asked. "There are still more than a dozen wedding dresses that have not been moved up in the bridal studio," Lu Jun said. Chang Sheng heard this, nodded and said, "I'll take them for a walk, and we'll set sail soon." Chang Yu looked around excitedly and exclaimed, "This ship is so luxurious. Brother, you really spent a lot of money on it." Lu Xian held Chang Sheng's hand and said gently, "Husband, you really put a lot of effort into taking wedding photos this time." Chang Sheng responded with a smile, "As long as you like it." The three of them walked around the deck, admiring the facilities and scenery on the ship. Chang Yu took out his phone from time to take pictures and posted them on WeChat Moments to show off. "Look at my brother's luxury yacht, are you envious?" Lu Xian was watching Chang Yu's excitement with a smile on her face, and her heart was also filled with happiness. After a while, the staff informed that all the wedding dresses had been moved on board, and Chang Sheng took Lu Xian and Chang Yu back to the deck, ready to set sail. Following the captain's order, the Changle slowly left the dock and headed for the depths of the sea. Chang Shang put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulders and whispered, "Wife, let's enjoy this wonderful time today." Lu Xian nodded, snuggled in Chang Sheng's arms, feeling the sea breeze, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. Chang Yu cheered on the side, "Let's go. We must take the most beautiful wedding photos today." The Changle sailed steadily on the sea. The three people were immersed in this beautiful time, enjoying this rare happy moment. Not long after departure, Chang Yu took her sister-in-law's hand and walked into the lobby of the cruise ship. Dozens of wedding dresses were quietly standing in the lobby for Lu Xian to choose from. "Sister-in-law, this one looks great," Chang Yu said as she took Lu Xian's hand and walked over to a set of pure white wedding dresses. This wedding dress was simple and elegant in design, with delicate lace and smooth lines that brought out a noble temperament. "Mr. Chang, here are a total of 76 wedding dresses for your wife to choose from." A person in charge of the wedding studio stepped forward and said. Chang Sheng nodded and followed the two of them to look at them. His eyes stayed on each wedding dress for a moment, as if he was imagining how Lu Xian would look in them. Lu Xian was attracted by these beautiful wedding dresses. She gently touched the fabric of each wedding dress and felt their uniqueness. Her eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation, and she was full of curiosity about the wedding dress she was about to wear. "This one is also good," Lu Xian said, pointing to another wedding dress. This wedding dress used a lot of delicate beads and embroidery, which looked very gorgeous and grand. Chang Yu excitedly agreed, "Yes, this set is also very beautiful, sister-in-law, you look good in anything." The person in charge of the wedding dress studio smiled and said, "Miss Lu, you can try on any style you like. We will provide you with the most professional advice and service." Lu Xian nodded, already having a few options in mind. She turned to Chang Sheng with a questioning look in her eyes, "Husband, do you have any suggestions?" Chang Sheng walked forward, gently put his arm around Lu Xian's waist, and said softly, "I think every wedding dress is beautiful, but the most important thing is that you like it. You are the protagonist today, so choose the one that makes you feel the most beautiful." When Lu Xian heard Chang Sheng's words, she felt warm in her heart. She knew that no matter which wedding dress she chose, Chang Sheng would think she was the most beautiful bride. With the help of Chang Yu and the staff of the wedding dress studio, Lu Xian began to try on several wedding dresses she had selected. Each dress showed a different style on her, which made Chang Sheng stare at it intently. Finally, under the advice of Chang Yu and Chang Sheng, Lu Xian chose a wedding dress that was both elegant and gorgeous, and could perfectly set off her temperament. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at her figure, with a happy smile on her face. "That's it," Lu Xian said softly, knowing that she had made the right choice. Chang Sheng walked forward and kissed Lu Xian's forehead affectionately, "You are so beautiful, my bride." Chang Yu also clapped happily on the side, "Sister-in-law, you must be the most beautiful bride today." After choosing the wedding dress, the trio continued to enjoy this beautiful day on the cruise, looking forward to the upcoming wedding photo shoot. Chapter 40, Still Bullying You? It's good enough that you don't bully others. Lu Xian and Chang Yu stood in front of rows of exquisite hangers, their eyes wandering over the various suits. These suits were carefully made by top designers, and each one exuded a unique charm and expensive atmosphere. The soft light sprinkled on these clothes, as if they were covered with a mysterious veil, waiting to be chosen by the right person. Chang Yu picked up a dark blue suit and tried it on Chang Sheng. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, as if challenging Lu Xian's aesthetics. She half-jokingly said, "Sister-in-law, why don't you just pick one for him? My brother looks good in anything he wears." Chang Sheng couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard this, because he knew his sister always liked to make fun of him. He sighed softly, and then responded in a relaxed tone, "Can you be a little more confident in your brother? He is handsome, okay?" Chang Yu couldn't help laughing when she heard her brother's counterattack. Her eyes curved into crescents and her mouth turned up, revealing her white teeth. "TSK. I told you you're fat and you're panting," she teased, her tone full of intimacy and jokes between siblings. Lu Xian was watching quietly, her eyes lingering on each suit, as if looking for the one that would suit Chang Sheng best. Her fingers gently slid across the fabric, feeling the texture and cut of each suit. Finally, her eyes stopped on a dark gray suit, which she felt would perfectly set off Chang Sheng's temperament. Lu Xian picked up the suit and handed it to Chang Sheng, her eyes full of expectation. Chang Sheng took the suit and walked into the fitting room. Not long after, he came out wearing the dark gray suit. He stood in front of Lu Xian and Chang Yu, with a confident smile on his face, and asked, "Honey, am I handsome?" Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng with a flash of surprise in her eyes. While carefully arranging Chang Shang's clothes, she smiled and responded, okay. You are the most handsome. Her voice was full of love and pride, as if at this moment, she only had Chang Shang in her eyes, and Chang Shang was indeed the most handsome. Chang Yu, what did you do last night? Aunt Zhang said you were unhappy when you came back. What did you do? Chang Shang asked with a smile. His voice was a little teasing, as if he had guessed his sister's whereabouts last night. Chang Yu sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. I was playing halfway yesterday when my supervisor told me that my thesis had failed. I suddenly lost the mood to play, she said, with obvious frustration in her voice. The perfect night she had originally planned became boring because of a phone call from her supervisor. Oh, I thought you were dumped by your boyfriend. Chang Shang said with a smile, trying to ease his sister's frustration with humor. The corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Chang Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard that. She walked up to Chang Shang, put her hands on her hips, and challenged him. Brother, if I find a boyfriend in the future and I get bullied, will you beat him up? She asked with a hint of expectation in her eyes. I won't go. Chang Shang responded with a smile, with a hint of cunning in his smile. He knew his sister's character. She was the kind of person who would not be easily bullied. Why? Chang Yu asked immediately, her eyes flashing with curiosity and confusion. She didn't understand why her brother would refuse her request. I don't know what my sister is like. Why do you bully me? You're lucky you don't bully me. Chang Shang said with a smile, his words full of understanding and doting for his sister. He knew that Chang Yu was a strong and independent girl who would not be easily bullied. Hearing this, Chang Yu angrily tugged at the tie that Lu Xian had just fixed for Chang Shang. How could my sister-in-law be so blind as to fall for a straight man like you? She teased with a hint of teasing at the corner of her mouth. Fuck. Are you going to strangle your brother? Chang Shang responded speechlessly. He pretended to cough, and the expression on his face was exaggerated and funny. Seeing the interaction between the brother and sister, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was gentle and tolerant, as if it could accommodate all the imperfections in the world. You two can stop making trouble later. I just cleaned it up, she said with a smile, with a hint of pampering and helplessness in her tone. That's right. Girls should be more obedient. Chang Shang took over the conversation and said with a smile. There was a hint of brotherly reproach in his words, but more of it was joking and intimacy. You shut up too. Lu Xian glanced at Chang Shang and said, her voice was soft but firm. There was a hint of warning in her eyes, as if telling Chang Shang that he was not completely innocent either. Chang Shang bit his lower lip and closed his mouth after hearing this. His expression was a little funny, but it also revealed his respect for Lu Xian. Chang Yu also laughed when she saw her brother shut up. There was a hint of pride in her smile, as if to say, see, even the brother has to listen to his sister-in-law. After a while, Chang Shang, who had changed into his shooting clothes, walked out of the hall holding Lu Xian's hand and came to the deck of Changle. The sea breeze blew in their faces, and the three of them enjoyed it very much. The sea breeze had a salty taste, blowing on their faces, making people feel indescribably comfortable and relaxed. The wedding dress fluttered in the sea breeze, as if dancing. The white wedding dress looked particularly holy under the sunshine, and Lu Xian's figure looked more elegant and beautiful against the wedding dress. Chang Yu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but took out her mobile phone to take a picture. The two of them looked good to begin with, and Chang Yu said with a smile, sister-in-law, why don't you two just debut directly? A definite national goddess and a national god. There was a hint of joking in her words, but she also revealed her admiration for the two's appearance. At this moment, the sea breeze, sunshine, wedding dress, and the laughter of these three people form a warm and beautiful picture. When Lu Xian heard Chang Yu's words, a faint blush appeared on her face. She shook her head gently and said modestly, oh, don't make me laugh. We are not goddesses or gods. We are just ordinary people. Although she said this, the flashing light in her eyes revealed her gratitude for Chang Yu's praise. Chang Shang was standing aside, tidying up his hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, and responded with a smile, debut? No way, I don't want everyone in the world to compete with me for your sister-in-law. There was a hint of joking in his words, but more of it was his deep affection and possessiveness for Lu Xian. Chang Yu stuck out her tongue mischievously. She knew her brother was just joking, but she couldn't help but teased, brother, are you showing off your affection in public? You really don't consider the feelings of a single dog like me. Her words made the three people present laugh, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the sun shone on the deck, forming patches of golden light. The three of them enjoyed the tranquility and beauty, as if all their troubles were blown away by the wind. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian stood hand in hand at the front of the deck, with their backs to the camera, facing the vast sea, while Chang Yu stood aside, recording this beautiful moment with his mobile phone. "Come on, smile." Chang Yu directed, and Chang Sheng and Lu Xian smiled at each other, their smiles full of love and tacit understanding. Chang Yu quickly pressed the shutter to capture this warm scene. "Look, how beautiful this photo is." Chang Yu excitedly showed the photo on the mobile phone screen. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian in the photo seemed to be integrated with the sea. The background was the endless blue ocean and sky, and the foreground was their happy figures. Chapter 41. Dad, is the food you cooked edible? As the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea surface of Xingyue Bay, the Chang'e yacht slowly docked at the pier. This day was a busy and laughter-filled day for Changsheng, Lu Xian, and Changyue. They took several sets of wedding photos on the yacht, each of which recorded their youthful looks and sweet love. Although Chang Yu is not the bride today, she put on her wedding dress and took photos with Lu Xian, as if she was rehearsing her future beautiful moments. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and although she was tired, she was enjoying it. "I'm so tired. I want to go back and have a good sleep," Chang Yu said as she walked, with a hint of playfulness in her voice. "I'll take you back to your home later," Chang Sheng said considerately, his eyes revealing his love for his sister. "That won't do. You have to send me back to where you brought me from," Chang Yu insisted, with a hint of joking and dependence on her brother in her words. The three chatted and laughed, and soon they got into Chang Sheng's luxurious Cullinan. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian sat in the back seat, enjoying the rare quiet time, while Chang Yu sat in the driver's seat with grievance, pretending to complain. "You only know how to bully me. Why don't you let my sister-in-law drive? Let's go." Chang Sheng sat in the back and patted Chang Yu's head gently. There was a hint of intimacy in his actions. "Just wait for me," Chang Yu muttered, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. I'm waiting," Chang Sheng said with a smile, his voice full of love for his sister. The car shuttled through the city streets and soon arrived at Chang Sheng's villa. Chang Sheng's parents were busy in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous dinner. "Uncle, why did you run to the kitchen?" Chang Yu asked with a smile, with a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Mrs. Zhang went home for something and hasn't been in the kitchen for a long time. Let me show you my cooking skills," Changxing's father said with a smile, with a hint of pride in his tone. "Dad, your daughter-in-law is pregnant with your grandson now. Is the food you cook edible?" Chang Sheng said half doubtfully, with a hint of joking in his words. "You little brat. You and Ye ate a lot of the food I cooked when you were little. Can't you eat it now?" Changxing's father said unhappily, but his eyes were full of love for his son. At dinner time, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed the food prepared by Changxing's father. Although Changsheng had doubts about his father's cooking skills, he was surprised when he took the first bite of food. Lu Xian also praised the food, and her smile was full of family warmth and expectations for the future. The tranquility after dinner was broken by Chang Yu's sudden action. She rushed into the garage like a gust of wind, and Chang Sheng followed closely behind, feeling a little uneasy. "What are you doing?" There was a hint of alert in Changxing's voice. He knew that his sister was mischievous. "I've had enough of my 911. I want to change my taste." There was a hint of mischief in Chang Yu's voice, and her eyes fell on a Koenigsegg, which was one of Chang Sheng's collection of super sports cars. "That one won't work," Chang Sheng said immediately, his eyes fixed on Chang Yu, afraid that she would really touch that car. "If you say no, then it's not possible. When you asked me to be your driver in the afternoon, I asked you to wait," Chang Yu retorted with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Good sister. I was wrong. Change one." Chang Sheng walked up to Chang Yu and softened his tone. He knew he couldn't win over this beloved sister. "It's not impossible to change one." Chang Yu smiled even brighter when he heard that. "Tell me. What do you want?" Chang Sheng knew what his sister was thinking and asked directly. "I failed the exam last time and have no pocket money. I just happened to have fallen for a bag recently," Chang Yu said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Okay. Stop talking. Buy it. Just don't drive these cars of mine," Chang Sheng said helplessly. He pointed to several cars covered with dustproof cloth. Those were his favorites. Chang Yu's eyes lit up when she heard her brother's promise. She knew that her brother was serious. She jumped up and gave Chang Sheng a big hug. "Thank you, brother." Her voice was full of joy. Chang Sheng smiled and shook his head. He knew that he could never do anything about his sister. He patted Chang Yu's head gently and said, "Remember, safety first." Chang Sheng was relieved by Chang Yu's choice. Although the McLaren P1 was equally valuable, he would rather let his sister drive it than the Koenigsegg. He still trusted Chang Yu's knowledge of the car and driving skills. "Is this okay?" Chang Yu stood next to the McLaren P1 with a mischievous smile on his face. Okay. Chang Sheng smiled and nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing his love for his sister. Chang Yu got into the car, and the sound of the sports car's engine immediately echoed in the garage, a sound full of power and speed. After hearing the sound, Lu Xian also walked into the garage. Her steps were light, and there was a gentle smile on her face. "Yaya is leaving?" Lu Xian asked with a smile, with a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Yeah." Chang Yu responded with a smile, then turned to Chang Sheng. "Do you want to transfer it to me, or let my sister-in-law transfer it to me?" Chang Sheng smiled helplessly, walked to his Cullinan, took out his wallet from the car, pulled out a bank card and handed it to Chang Yu. "Buy two. Send one to your sister-in-law after you buy them." He. "Love you," Chang Yu said mischievously, with a mischievous light twinkling in her eyes, and then said goodbye to Lu Xian with a smile. "I'm leaving, sister-in-law." "Bye. Drive slowly. Be careful," Lu Xian reminded gently, her eyes full of concern for Chang Yu. "Got it. Bye." Chang Yu responded and started the McLaren P1. The car drove out of the garage like a flash of lightning and disappeared into the night. Chang Sheng and Lu Xian stood at the garage door, watching Chang Yu leave. The night wind blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but their hearts were warm. Under the night sky, Chang Yu drove the McLaren P1 slowly out of the garage, her mood as bright as the starry sky at night. Chang Sheng stood at the garage door, watching his sister leave. For them, this day was a day full of laughter and warmth, and also a warm family day. "What did you say you wanted to buy? And you wanted to give me one?" Lu Xian asked. Chang Yu said she liked a bag but she had no money, so I asked her to buy two and send one to you. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Chapter 42. It's not illegal for me to touch my wife. Lu Xian gently pushed open the door of the villa, and a warm atmosphere hit her face. Her mother-in-law enthusiastically held her hand and sat on the sofa in the spacious and bright living room. The sun shone through the French windows onto the exquisite carpet, and the air was filled with a faint floral scent. Everything seemed so harmonious. "Xian, did you eat enough just now?" Chang Sheng's mother asked with concern, her eyes full of love for her daughter-in-law. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "Mom, I'm full." "That's good," Chang Sheng's mother continued. "Next time you want to eat something, just tell me. I used to be able to cook." Her words were filled with pride and expectation. "Okay, Mom. I definitely will." Lu Xian agreed with a smile. She could feel the love and warmth from her mother-in-law. Chang Sheng sat on the sofa not far away, playing with his mobile phone, occasionally looking up at his wife and mother, with satisfaction and happiness in his eyes. He knew that this family was his strongest support. At this time, Chang Sheng's father came out of the study. His voice was steady and powerful. "Chang Sheng, come with me to the company on Monday." "What are you going to do?" Chang Sheng asked curiously. "There is a board meeting on Monday, and you have to show up. Won't this company be yours from now on? If you don't show up, how will the people below know who you are?" Chang Sheng's father explained patiently. Chang Sheng chuckled and said confidently, "Maybe one day my Chang Sheng group will be able to acquire Chang's." Chang Sheng's father couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Don't forget, your Chang Sheng group is wholly owned by your mother, and you are just a figurehead." "What belongs to my mother is mine," Chang Sheng responded mischievously. Chang Sheng's father shook his head and said with a smile, "I forgot who it was, but at the beginning, I begged your mother not to join Chang's and to start her own business." Chang Sheng's mother also joined the conversation at this time. She asked curiously, "Son, I heard that you bought Xingyue Bay and the Chang'e cruise ship docked there?" "Yes, that's right." Chang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Boy, your mother and I won't interfere in the affairs of your company, but you have to remind your father that Xian is the eldest son and daughter-in-law of our Chang family. Don't hide anything from our Xian. If your father finds out, I promise to avenge my daughter-in-law." Chang Sheng's father said seriously, but his eyes were full of love. When Lu Xian heard these words, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Listening to this, tears welled up in Lu Xian's eyes for some reason.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom.
Chang Sheng's mother saw Lu Xian's tears flowing, and quickly took a tissue from the coffee table to wipe her tears.
Don't cry, don't cry.
Good girl.
You old man.
Why are you saying these things in front of the child?
Don't you know that your daughter-in-law is pregnant with your Chang family's child? Xuan's mood is very important now.
Chang Sheng's mother said reproachfully. Hearing this, Chang Sheng's father smiled and said, "Be sure to pay attention next time. My wife got pregnant with twins all of a sudden, I'm so happy." The family continued chatting in the living room for a while, sharing daily fun and future plans. Time passed quietly in the pleasant conversation until night fell, and everyone realized that it was already late. The couple said goodbye to their family and returned to their bedroom.
Chang Sheng lay casually on the bed with a toothpick in his mouth, looking very relaxed.
Lu Xian carefully reminded him, "Change your clothes before lying down." Her voice was gentle and caring. After hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately stood up, changed his clothes for going out, and then lay back on the bed. Although his actions were simple, they revealed his respect and love for his wife. Husband Lu Xian called softly.
What's wrong?
Chang Sheng turned his head and responded gently.
Lu Xian gently lay down and leaned on Chang Sheng's chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat.
It's okay. I just want to call you. There was a hint of mischief in her voice. After hearing this, Chang Sheng gently rubbed Lu Xian's hair, his eyes full of doting.
He smiled and said, Xian, shouldn't we think about the baby's name? What should we call it?
Lu Xian leaned against Chang Sheng's chest, feeling his body temperature, and said with a smile, "It's still early. Let's think about it slowly later." Her voice was full of expectations for the future and trust in Chang Sheng. The two chatted like this, sharing their visions for the future and their love for each other. As the night deepened, their conversation gradually became quieter, and finally they fell asleep in each other's arms. The bedroom was filled with warmth and tranquility, as if the whole world had stopped for their happiness. The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and gently sprinkled on the bedroom floor. Lu Xian and Chang Sheng woke up to the sound of birds singing, and a new day began.
Why aren't you getting up yet?
Lu Xian turned around and looked at Chang Sheng, who was still lying in bed, with a smile in her eyes.
No, I want to hug my wife for a while longer. Chang Sheng responded mischievously, his voice full of attachment to Lu Xian.
You didn't get up, but I did. Lu Xian pretended to be angry, but the smile on her lips betrayed her mood.
No. Just lie down for a while.
Chang Sheng said coquettishly. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled the corner of Lu Xian's clothes.
Why are you lying there? Let your dirty hands take advantage of you. Lu Xian teased Chang Sheng with a mischievous gleam in her eyes.
Wife, why do I feel that your thing has become bigger?
It must be due to my technique. Chang Sheng joked while pinching it gently. You want to die. You're not done yet.
Lu Xian responded unhappily, but the smile on her face revealed that she didn't mind Chang Sheng's intimacy. It's not illegal for me to touch my wife.
I didn't touch anyone else. Chang Sheng continued to tease Lu Xian, with a hint of pride in his voice.
Who else do you want to touch?
Are you touching others?
Lu Xian asked in a serious tone, but she actually knew that Chang Sheng was just joking.
TSK, I was just making a metaphor. Look how timid I am, who would I touch?
Chang Sheng explained with a smile, his eyes full of affection for Lu Xian. Lu Xian rolled her eyes at Chang Sheng, then took his hand away from her, placed it on her chest, and said, "Touch your own." There was a hint of joking in her words, but more of it was love for Chang Sheng.
Chapter 43, Husband. I think I'm about to give birth.
As time went by and the due date approached, Lu Xian's belly swelled up like a balloon and her body became heavier. In order to ensure the safety of mother and baby, she was admitted to the hospital a week before the due date to prepare for the arrival of two little lives. In the hospital ward, Chang Sheng stayed by Liu Xuan's side, his hands gently placed on her round belly, feeling the life inside. For days had passed since the due date, but the two little ones seemed to still be enjoying their last time in their mother's belly, kicking their legs and stretching their hands from time to time, which made Chang Sheng feel both surprised and expectant.
Oh my, the two little guys are quite active.
Chang Sheng said with a smile, his voice filled with the joy and excitement of becoming a father soon. Chang Sheng's mother stood aside, looking at her son and daughter-in-law with loving eyes. She smiled and said, Just don't be as naughty as you were when you were little.
Be more like Xian. You too will be less of a worry.
Her words reflected both her expectations for her grandchildren and her memories of her son's mischievous childhood. Lu Xian's mother was also nearby. After hearing what Chang Sheng's mother said, she responded with a smile, "Don't say that, in-laws."
Xian only became quiet after she grew up. When she was little, she was like a little boy, jumping around all the time.
Her words made everyone present laugh, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant.
The two families are more closely connected because of the upcoming new life.
Everyone expresses their love and care for Lu Xian and the twins who are about to be born in their own way. As the night deepened, both parents left the ward to let Lu Xian rest.
Chang Sheng also lay on the sofa in the ward and chatted with Lu Xian. Gradually, both of them fell asleep.
In the middle of the night, when most people were still asleep, Lu Xian was awakened by a sharp pain. Her first reaction was to wake up Chang Sheng beside her, and her voice was filled with pain and anxiety.
"Honey, my stomach hurts."
Lu Xian's voice broke the silence of the night.
Chang Sheng was immediately awakened from his sleep.
He quickly walked to Lu Xian's bedside and saw that Lu Xian's face was pale and her forehead was covered with sweat. His heart instantly rose to his throat.
"Hubby, I think I'm about to give birth."
Lu Xian squeezed out these words with difficulty. Her hands were tightly covering her stomach, and the pain made her voice tremble.
"Don't be afraid, wife. I'll call the doctor right away."
Chang Sheng anxiously pressed the call bell at the bedside, while trying his best to comfort Lu Xian. Not long after, the door of the ward was quickly pushed open, and the doctor and nurse rushed in. Chang Sheng anxiously explained the situation to them, his voice full of worry.
"Director Qin, please take a look. My wife said she has a stomachache, and I saw blood." Chang Sheng's voice was almost crying.
Director Qin quickly checked Lu Xian's condition, and then said to Chang Sheng seriously, "Mr. Chang, based on the current situation, Miss Lu's abdominal pain may be a sign of labor."
Upon hearing the news, Chang Sheng became even more nervous.
His brows were furrowed and sweat was oozing from his palms.
Director Qin continued, "Premature births of twins are common. Don't worry, we will do our best to ensure the safety of mother and baby. What should we do now?"
Chang Sheng asked anxiously, his voice revealing his deep concern for his wife and unborn child. The most important thing now is to keep the pregnant woman calm and not to be overly nervous. The current situation is just one finger, and the conditions for delivery have not yet been reached. Director Qin said seriously, his voice was professional and calm, trying to calm the tense atmosphere. Chang Sheng held Lu Xian's hand tightly, trying to give her strength and courage.
He whispered to Lu Xian, "Don't be afraid, my dear. The doctor is here. We will be fine."
Although Lu Xian was in unbearable pain, she nodded her head with all her strength. She believed in the doctor and also believed that Chang Sheng would always be by her side.
"Mr. Chang, you can take the woman in labor for a walk on the ground. This will help with dilation.
We will prepare the delivery room immediately. If the pregnant woman reaches 3 fingers, please tell us immediately."
Director Qin spoke again. Okay. I got it." Chang Sheng quickly agreed.
Upon hearing this, Director Qin looked at a female nurse behind him and said, "You stay." The female nurse nodded upon seeing this, and together with Chang Sheng, she helped Lu Xian down from the bed and started walking around in the ward. Chang Sheng made a quick phone call in a state of nervousness and worry. His voice was urgent and clear, conveying the important moment that was about to come. On the other end of the phone, Chang Sheng's mother heard the news and immediately said that she would rush to the hospital with Lu Xian's father. Her voice was full of concern and urgency.
Your dad, your father-in-law and I will be there soon. Tell Xian not to worry."
Chang Sheng's mother said quickly on the phone, then hung up, obviously preparing to leave immediately.
Chang Sheng put down the phone and returned to Lu Xian's side.
He helped Lu Xian walk back and forth in the ward, hoping to relieve her pain. Time seemed particularly long in the waiting, but 20 minutes later, both parents rushed to the ward, their faces full of worry and expectation.
"Wife, why don't we take a break?" Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian's painful expression and suggested with heartache. "No, I can still hold on." Although Lu Xian was uncomfortable, her voice revealed strength and determination.
Chang Sheng held Lu Xian's hand tightly. He could feel her pain and efforts.
He continued to walk around the ward with Lu Xian.
Although he knew he could not bear the pain for her, he hoped to at least give her some support and comfort.
Time passed by minute. An hour later, the nurse checked Lu Xian's condition and announced that she was 4 fingers dilated.
She immediately notified the doctor. Soon, the medical staff pushed the delivery bed into the ward and prepared to transfer Lu Xian to the delivery room.
Wife, how about we have a cesarean section? It won't be so painful. Chang Shang was worried that Lu Xian couldn't bear the pain of natural childbirth, so he suggested a cesarean section. Lu Xian shook her head.
Although she was in pain, her mind was still clear. She knew that a natural birth would be better for the baby, and she was willing to bear the pain for the baby's health.
No, I want to try a natural birth. A cesarean section will affect the baby, Lu Xian said firmly.
As she spoke, Lu Xian was pushed towards the delivery room.
Just as they were about to enter the delivery room, Chang Shang tightly grasped Lu Xian's hand and said, "Wife, if you can't bear it, just tell the doctor that we should have a cesarean section."
Yeah.
Lu Xian nodded in response. Chapter 44 Two Little Guys. Time passed slowly while waiting. Changxing's grandparents and his second uncle's family also rushed to the hospital.
They gathered outside the delivery room, and everyone's face was full of anxiety and expectation. The door of the delivery room was closed tightly, and they had no way of knowing what was going on inside. They could only wait outside silently.
Chang Sheng paced back and forth at the door of the delivery room, his eyes occasionally looking at the closed door, his heart filled with worry for Lu Xian and the unborn child. Chang Yu looked at his anxious look and couldn't help but persuade him. "Brother, please sit for a while. We are all nervous with you looking back and forth."
Chang Yu tried to make Chang Sheng relax a little. Chang Sheng stopped and sighed helplessly. "There's no doctor coming out to tell me what's going on.
I'm getting so anxious waiting."
His tone revealed endless worry.
Chang Yu comforted him. "No problem is the best situation. What's the point of being anxious? It's not your child."
Although her words were straightforward, they were true. Chang Sheng's grandmother also joined in the persuasion. "Be good, just sit down and wait." Her voice was gentle and full of love, trying to calm Chang Sheng down.
As time passed, another hour went by. Chang Sheng's second uncle looked at the time and said to Chang Yu, Yeah, go out and buy some breakfast."
He knew that no matter how long they had to wait, everyone needed to maintain their strength.
"Oh, I'll go right away,"
Chang Yu responded immediately. She knew this was a small thing she could do for her family. She quickly left the hospital and went to a nearby breakfast shop, hoping to bring some warmth and comfort to her anxiously waiting family. The family members outside the delivery room continued to wait, their hearts filled with blessings for Lu Xian and the twins. Although they could not enter the delivery room, their hearts were with Lu Xian, looking forward to the arrival of new life. Chang Yu hurried back to the delivery room with breakfast in her hands. The large and small bags in her hands showed that she had prepared a rich breakfast for everyone. She walked to the grandparents with a smile on her face and a tone full of concern. "Grandpa, Grandma, I bought millet porridge and steamed dumplings.
Eat some." Changxing's grandmother looked at her granddaughter with loving eyes.
She smiled and suggested, Yeah, go give it to your brother first and let him eat something."
"Everything. I bought a lot,"
Chang Yu said as he placed a cup of millet porridge and a few buns on the bench next to him to make sure everyone had a portion. Then, she turned to Changsheng and Liuxuan's parents and politely invited them to have breakfast. Uncle, Aunt, you should have something too." Although Lu Xian's mother was anxious, she still smiled and declined. "Thank you, child, I can't eat." Chang Yu understood Lu Xian's mother's concerns, but she still persuaded her softly. "Aunt, eat something. My sister-in-law would feel uncomfortable if she knew you were hungry outside." Her words showed concern for Lu Xian, and also revealed that she hoped the elders could maintain their physical strength so that they could better support Lu Xian. After saying that, Chang Yu walked to Chang Sheng, gently tugged at his sleeve, and asked him to come over. "Hurry up and let my uncle, aunt, and your father-in-law eat something. We are also waiting outside." There was a hint of command in her tone, but more of it was concern for her family. Chang Sheng listened to his sister's words, nodded, walked to the two parents, picked up a cup of millet porridge and a bun and handed them to Liuxuan's mother. There was a hint of comfort in his smile. "Mom, Yaya is right. Let's eat something." Under Chang Sheng's persuasion, the family waiting at the door of the delivery room also started to have breakfast. As time passed, the family members outside the delivery room became more and more nervous. They waited anxiously, their hearts filled with worry for Lu Xian and the twins. For them, the 10-hour wait seemed longer than 10 years. Finally, at about 11 a.m., the door of the delivery room slowly opened, breaking the long silence. Two nurses came out with two babies in their arms, and their appearance excited everyone present.
Who among you is Lu Xian's family member?
Asked a nurse, her voice particularly clear in the tense atmosphere.
We are.
Chang Shang immediately stood up and walked quickly forward, his voice full of eagerness and anticipation.
After the nurse carefully checked the family's information, a warm smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, it's twins, a boy and a girl.
I'm holding the older sister, weighing 5.2 gene, and was born at 11:17 noon. Another nurse continued, the one I'm holding is my little brother, weighing 4.92 pounds, and was born at 11:46. The family members immediately gathered around, their eyes full of joy and curiosity. Two nurses counted the two little ones' hands and feet in front of the family to make sure everything was normal, and then said with a smile, the babies are very healthy, and their basic features are intact. Chang Shang looked at the two newborn babies with excitement and gratitude in his heart, but he was most concerned about Lu Xian's condition. He immediately asked, Nurse, where is my wife? How is she? Ms. Lu is in good condition. She will be out soon. The nurse replied, her voice filled with comfort and joy. After hearing the news, Changxing's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, My dear relatives, Xian is fine. Her voice was full of relief and gratitude. At this moment, all the waiting and worry turned into joy and celebration. The family members surrounded the two new lives with happy smiles on their faces. The two wrinkled little guys lay quietly in the arms of the two nurses. Chang Yu leaned over to take a look and said, My brother and sister-in-law are not ugly. Why are these two little guys so ugly? You were uglier than your nephews and nieces when you were just born. Chang Yu's mother patted Chang Yu's head and said speechlessly, Go away. Stay away. You are so old and you don't even have a boyfriend. Chang Yu's father said. After the family gathered around to take a look, two nurses carried the two little ones to a special examination room. Nearly 20 minutes later, the door of the delivery room opened again, and Lu Xian and the two little ones were pushed out. Lu Xian's delicate face was very pale and her eyes looked weak. Chang Sheng saw Lu Xian's expression and hurried over, holding her hand tightly, and said distressfully, Thank you for your hard work, my wife. After hearing this, Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng and smiled. Now she didn't have the strength to speak. Chapter 45 Sini, Ziyu. Lu Xian's face was pale, and her body looked extremely weak after the hardship of childbirth. She was carefully pushed back to the ward by the nurses, and the sound of the bed wheels rolling gently echoed in the quiet corridor. Chang Sheng followed closely behind, his face full of worry and heartache. He sat beside Lu Xian's bed, holding her hand tightly, his eyes gentle and firm, as if he wanted to use his own strength to pass on some warmth and strength to her. Time passed slowly in silence. About an hour later, the two nurses appeared again, holding two newborn babies in their arms. They moved gently and carefully, fearing to disturb the two little lives. They pushed open the door of the ward, walked to Lu Xian's bedside quietly, and then gently placed the two babies on both sides of Lu Xian. Don't worry, family members. The two babies are in good health. They will cry when they wake up. Then you can let Ms. Lu feed them. One of the nurses said with a smile, her voice gentle and comforting. Okay. Thank you. Chang Sheng said to the two nurses gratefully. His voice was a little trembling, but full of gratitude. At this moment, Lu Xian seemed to feel that her child was beside her, and she slowly opened her eyes. Although her eyes revealed fatigue, when she saw the babies on both sides of her, she couldn't help but smile happily. That kind of happy light could not be concealed even by the deepest fatigue. Xian, you should get some more sleep. Your health is the most important thing. Changxing's mother said softly. Her words were full of care and love for her daughter-in-law. Lu Xian nodded gently, her eyes wandering between the two children, her heart filled with maternal love and expectations for the future. The two little guys were lying quietly beside Lu Xian, and the younger brother on the left seemed to be sucking something from time to time. Wife, close your eyes and rest first. Chang Sheng said. Lu Xian nodded when she heard that. When Chang Sheng was speaking, he gently pulled Lu Xian's hand and placed it in the hands of the two little ones. Lu Xian felt Chang Sheng's actions and tears of happiness unconsciously flowed from the corners of her eyes. Ding! Congratulations on the successful birth of the host's baby. A cash reward of 50 million will be given to China Ocean New Energy Technology Company. The lucky draw will be held 3 times. The system will be upgraded in 10 minutes, and the lucky draw mechanism will be enabled after the upgrade is completed. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Changsheng's mind, and Changsheng became even more excited after hearing it. Soon, Changsheng calmed down, sat aside and carefully poked the baby in front of him. The whole family gathered around the two little ones and looked at them.
Changsheng's grandmother smiled and said, "These two little ones have eyes like Xianxian, noses like Xianxian, and mouths like Changsheng."
As night fell, the lights in the ward were soft and warm. The two little ones woke up from their sleep, and their cries broke the tranquility of the night, but also brought a special warmth and vitality. Changsheng and Liuxuan's family members sat around the bed, and everyone's face was filled with happiness and expectation.
Changsheng's father and Liuxuan's father had already prepared names for the two new lives.
They wrote the names on pieces of paper and then carefully crumpled them into small balls, a traditional way full of fun and anticipation, allowing the two little ones to choose their own names. "Come on, let my grandchildren choose their own names." Changsheng's father walked over with a smile, his voice full of excitement and joy. He placed 10 small pieces of paper on the table beside the bed. These pieces of paper contained the names that he, Lu Xian's father, and Changsheng's grandfather had carefully chosen for the children. "Pick carefully, and your grandfather will get it," he half-jokingly said to his grandchildren. Lu Xian's little brother waved his hands restlessly in her arms, as if he was full of curiosity about the upcoming choice. Lu Xian said to him gently, "Let me choose first. It will be your turn later." Her tone was full of motherly love and patience. Changsheng held his daughter in his arms and let her little hands feel around among the paper balls. Soon, the little girl grabbed a small paper ball and held it tightly in her hand. "Got it," Lu Xian's father said with a smile, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Come, let Grandpa see whose you picked." Changsheng's father smiled and took out the small piece of paper from his little hand. He opened it and saw Cinny written on it. "My little great-granddaughter chose mine." Seeing this, Changsheng's grandfather smiled even brighter. Grandpa Changsheng took little Cinny from Changsheng's arms with his old but warm hands, and called her name softly, "Cinny." The little one seemed to understand, and stretched out her little hands to grab. The whole family laughed when they saw this, and the ward was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "It's the eldest grandson's turn," Lu Xian's father said with a smile, and he held out several small paper balls in his palm to Lu Xian. The little guy in his arms couldn't wait to grab them, and soon grabbed a paper ball. "Ziyu," Lu Xian's father announced after opening the paper ball. "Ha, it was my grandfather who named it again." Changsheng laughed happily when he saw this. "That's good. You two don't have to fight over it. All of them belong to the old man," Lu Xian's mother said with a smile, with a hint of teasing and satisfaction in her words. The small ceremony not only brought the two little ones their names, but also brought more laughter and warmth to their family. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and peaceful. After a brief reunion, Changsheng considerately noticed the fatigue of the elders. He gently suggested that the elders go home and rest first, while he stayed to accompany Lu Xian and the two newborn babies. "Wife, do you want to eat something? I made some egg custard for you." Changsheng smiled gently, his voice full of care. Egg custard is a dish Lu Xian likes. Changsheng's mother specially prepared it for her. It is nutritious and easy to digest. "Yeah. I'm hungry," Lu Xian responded with a smile. Although her voice was still a little weak, her smile was full of happiness and satisfaction. She did feel hungry after giving birth, and the care of her family and Changsheng's attentiveness made her feel very warm. Changsheng took out a small thermos cup from the thermos bucket beside him, which contained golden, delicate and smooth egg custard. He carefully opened the lid, scooped up a spoonful with a small spoon, and then blew gently to ensure that it would not burn Lu Xian. "Come on, be careful and eat slowly," Changsheng said as he passed the small spoon to Lu Xian's mouth. Lu Xian opened her mouth slightly and gently held the spoon. Spoon after spoon, Changsheng patiently fed Lu Xian. His movements were gentle and careful, and every little movement revealed his deep love for his wife. The lights in the ward were soft, and the two little ones slept quietly beside Lu Xian. Changsheng and Lu Xian enjoyed this simple and warm moment. This night was the beginning of love and hope for this small family. Chapter 46. She won't be cute anymore if she cries. In the ward, the two little ones slept quietly in the stroller, their breathing steady and gentle. Changsheng and Lu Xian talked softly, their conversation full of love and humor, which was a little secret between them and a sweet moment they experienced together. Changsheng whispered to Lu Xian, "Wife, lean on somewhere. I haven't held you to sleep in several days." There was a hint of mischief and longing in his voice. He wanted to be as close to his wife as possible on this special night to give her warmth and comfort. Lu Xian moved her body, glanced at Changsheng, and said with a smile, "You ought to get close to such a small bed." There was a hint of joking in her words, but it also revealed her understanding and tolerance for Chang Shang.
He. I've been sleeping on the sofa for several days,
Chang Shang said, pretending to be aggrieved.
His expression and tone made Lu Xian couldn't help laughing.
Yes. You have worked the hardest. Lu Xian responded with a smile, her words full of gratitude and recognition for Chang Shang.
My wife is the hardest working one,
Chang Shang responded with a smile, his eyes full of admiration and love for Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled and quietly looked at the two little ones lying in the stroller, her eyes full of happiness and satisfaction.
She said softly, "It's cute when they are quiet. They won't be cute when they cry."
There was a hint of humor in her words, which also revealed her expectations and preparations for future life.
Wife, did you see that? Our parents are so happy today that they can't stop smiling,
Chang Shang said with a smile, his voice full of joy and pride.
It's just like you closed your mouth, Lu Xian responded with a smile.
There was a hint of ridicule in her words, but they were also full of love for Chang Shang. The two talked quietly for a while, and Chang Shang climbed down from the bed and sat on the sofa.
Lu Xian asked, "Aren't you going to sleep next to me?"
There was a hint of doubt in her voice.
Go home and sleep.
The bed is so small, I can't disturb my wife's rest.
I'll have to bear with it for now.
Chang Shang looked at Lu Xian, his eyes full of love and consideration. As he spoke, Chang Shang stood up, walked to the bedside, gently pulled the quilt for Lu Xian, and whispered, "You should rest too.
You're very tired today."
His movements were gentle and careful, and every little action revealed his care and love for his wife. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Chang Shang turned off the light in the ward and lay back on the sofa. The ward was quiet again, with only the breathing sounds of the two little ones and Chang Shang's slight snoring interweaving together to form the most beautiful movement of the night. It was late at night, the lights in the ward were soft, and Lu Xian and Chang Shang were awakened by the crying of their children after a short rest. They quickly woke up from their sleepiness and devoted themselves to the role of parents.
They must be hungry,
Lu Xian said as she sat up and prepared to feed the children. Her voice revealed a hint of fatigue, but more of a mother's tenderness and determination. Chang Shang took action immediately. He carefully picked up the crying Xiaobao and put him in Liu Xuan's arms.
"Oh, sister didn't cry, why is Xiaobao crying?"
His words were a little joking, but also revealed his care and love for the children. Lu Xian started to feed Xiaobao, and the other kid in the stroller also started to cry. Chang Shang quickly picked him up and comforted him softly. "That's it, another one is crying.
Don't cry. Don't cry."
His voice was a little helpless, but also full of patience and love. After Lu Xian finished feeding Xiaobao, Chang Shang took his daughter over so that she could also be breastfed by her mother.
"Fortunately, the doctor said that my milk supply is sufficient,"
Lu Xian whispered, with a hint of relief and pride in her voice. After the two little ones had eaten and drunk their fill, they lay quietly in the stroller again, their little faces showing satisfaction and peace. That night, Chang Shang and Lu Xian fed the two little ones 3 times over and over again. Although it was hard work, their hearts were filled with happiness and satisfaction. The next day, when the grandparents of the two little ones came to the ward, Chang Shang and Lu Xian were still sleeping soundly. Their hard work last night was obvious, but it was also the sweet burden brought by the new life.
"These two kids suffered a lot last night,"
Chang Shang's mother said to Lu Xian's mother with a smile. There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but they were also full of understanding and support for her son and daughter-in-law. As the first rays of sunlight in the morning shone through the gaps in the curtains, the ward was gradually filled with warm light. Lu Xian's father, a middle-aged man who was usually calm and serious, was like a child at this moment, carefully poking the hands of his grandson and granddaughter with his fingers. Their soft skin and peaceful sleeping faces made him unconsciously reveal a loving smile on his face.
"Don't wake them up."
The two children finally fell asleep, and you woke them up again. Lu Xian's mother noticed her husband's behavior and immediately reminded him softly but firmly. Although her voice was soft, it was enough to make Lu Xian's father realize that his behavior might disturb the children's peace. When Lu Xian's father heard his wife's words, he quickly withdrew his hand like a child who had done something wrong, with an awkward smile on his face. He turned and sat next to Chang Shang's father. The two fathers sat side by side, looking at the two little guys in the stroller with gentle eyes. Their eyes were full of longing for the future and infinite love for their children.
Time passed quietly in the warmth and tranquility.
When the clock on the wall was about to point to 8 o'clock, Lu Xian woke up from her light sleep. She opened her eyes and saw that the 4 elders had already arrived in the ward. They were either standing or sitting, quietly guarding the new member of this small family.
Mom and Dad, why did you come so early? Lu Xian whispered, with a hint of surprise and gratitude in her voice. She knew that although the elders had been busy last night, they still chose to come to the hospital early, wanting to give her and the children the most care and support at the first time. Xian, are you hungry? Mom made you a confinement meal. Do you want to try it?
Shangsheng's mother asked with a smile, her voice full of care and expectation. She was holding an insulated box in her hand, which contained the confinement meal she had carefully prepared. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, and Shang had just woken up. What good stuff did you bring? I can smell it. Shang said, opening his eyes. It's not for you. This is specially prepared for Xian. If you want to eat it, go home and eat it yourself. Shang's mother said with a smile. Shang came over, took a look and said with a smile, it's quite rich. Here, let me give you a taste. Lu Xian picked up a piece of fish and put it to Changsheng's mouth. It's too bland, Mom, put more salt next time. Shang commented. It tastes just right for me. Besides, this is made specially for me by my mother. Lu Xian said with a smile. That's right. Move aside and don't disturb my daughter-in-law while she is eating breakfast. Shangsheng's mother said unhappily. Shangsheng, you should go home and have a rest. We will take care of Xian and her two daughters during the day. Lu Xian's mother said with a smile. Your mother-in-law and I will take care of the three of them. You can go back and have a rest. Shangsheng's mother also said. Shangsheng nodded when he heard that, and said to Lu Xian, then I'll be leaving. I'll come over when I wake up. Lu Xian nodded, and Shang said hello to the two fathers and left the ward. I drove straight home. Chapter 47. Okay? Listen to Xian. Shang parked the car steadily at the door of his villa. Although he was tired, he was relaxed. After a few days of busy work in the hospital, he could finally return home and enjoy a moment of peace and rest. Are you hungry? I'd been keeping breakfast hot for you. Mrs. Zhang asked with a warm smile on her face when she saw Changsheng coming back. No, Aunt Zhang, I don't have much appetite. I'm going to sleep. Shang replied with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. He felt exhausted after several days of accompanying the patient in the hospital, and what he needed most now was a good sleep. Okay, go and have a rest. Mrs. Zhang nodded when she heard this. She understood Changsheng's fatigue and respected his decision. She knew that as a new father, Changsheng needed enough rest to cope with the days ahead. Changsheng went upstairs and walked into the bedroom. He fell asleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow. His body and mind needed this moment of peace. Time passed in silence until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Changsheng woke up from his deep sleep. Changsheng woke up and felt much better. He walked to the window and opened the curtains to let the sunlight fill the room. Then he went downstairs and saw Mrs. Zhang busy in the kitchen. Aunt Zhang, what wonderful things have you made? Changsheng asked with a smile, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his voice. I made this confinement meal for Xian. This crucian carp soup is the best for Xian now. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, her voice full of concern for Lu Xian. Crucian carp soup is a traditional confinement food, rich in nutrition, and helps with postpartum recovery. Then Mrs. Zhang looked at Changsheng and asked with concern, you must be hungry after a nap. Shall I make you a bowl of noodles? She was always so thoughtful, not only caring about the hostess of the house, but also the host. Changsheng nodded when he heard this, okay. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. After eating the noodles made by Zhang's wife, Changsheng felt much more energetic. He walked into the kitchen and saw Zhang's wife busy, so he made a small request, Aunt Zhang, can you make me some tomato beef brisket tomorrow? I haven't had your tomato beef brisket for a long time. Tomato beef brisket is Zhang's wife's specialty, and it is also a taste that Changsheng and Lu Xian like very much. Okay. I'll make it for you tomorrow. Mrs. Zhang agreed with a smile. She was always happy to satisfy the taste needs of her family members, especially when she saw them enjoying their meals, she would feel very satisfied. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Xian was already 4 days postpartum. Under the guidance of the doctor and her own careful care, Lu Xian's body recovered quite well, and she could already get out of bed and walk around and do some light activities. That afternoon, Changsheng came to the hospital after catching up on his sleep at home as usual. The difference was that he went to the cake shop they used to go to and bought a few small cakes that Lu Xian liked the most. These cakes were not only sweet, but also carried their shared good memories.
Changsheng walked into the ward and saw his mother and Liu Xuan's mother holding the two little ones and walking back and forth to coax them. The two little ones seemed to feel the love of their elders and looked particularly well behaved. "Cindy, look who's here," Changsheng's mother said to Debeo with a smile, her voice full of joy. "Why are these two little guys so well behaved today?" Chang Sheng said with a smile. He walked over and gently pinched the faces of the two little guys. Their soft skin and innocent smiles melted Chang Sheng's heart. Then, Chang Sheng sat in front of the hospital bed and said to Lu Xian with a smile, "Wife, I brought you a cake." There was a hint of mischief and anticipation in his voice. He knew that Lu Xian would definitely like this little surprise. Chang Sheng smiled and took out a mango mousse cake from the cake box and handed it to Lu Xian. He knew Liu Xuan's preference for mangoes and specially picked her favorite flavor. Lu Xian took the cake and smiled even brighter. She whispered, "I'll do it myself." There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, which also revealed her dependence and trust in Changsheng. Changsheng's mother sat by the bed, watching the warm interaction between the couple, feeling very relieved. She smiled and said to Changsheng, "Changsheng, when you wake up tomorrow, go to the confinement center next to our house. Your mother-in-law and I went there and it was very good. You should go and have a look too." Her voice was filled with a hint of expectation, hoping that Changsheng could personally inspect the environment and services of the confinement center. "Yes. Okay." Changsheng nodded with a smile. He respected his mother's opinion and was willing to learn more options for the health of Lu Xian and the children. When Lu Xian heard the topic of the confinement center, the smile on her face faded slightly, and she whispered, "Mom, I don't want to go to the confinement center." "Can I not go?" There was a hint of request in her voice, which also revealed her attachment to home and resistance to the confinement center. "Xian, the confinement center next to our house is the best one in Shanghai. It's very good. Confinement is to nourish your body," Changsheng's mother explained patiently. She hoped that Lu Xian could understand the benefits of the confinement center and also hoped to provide her with the best recovery environment. "Yes, wife." Changsheng also persuaded Lu Xian with a smile. He hoped to convince Lu Xian to accept this suggestion. After all, the confinement center has professional nurses and nutritionists who can better take care of Lu Xian and the children. Lu Xian looked at Changsheng with a hint of determination in her eyes and said, "But I don't want to go, I want to stay at home." Although her voice was soft, it revealed her longing for home and her uncertainty about the confinement center. When Changsheng heard what Lu Xian said, he immediately understood why she didn't want to go to the confinement center. He knew that Lu Xian would rather stay at home, feel the warmth and comfort of home, and interact more with her family. So, he smiled and said to his mother, "Mom, if Xian doesn't want to go, then don't go. It's the same if you invite someone to your home." His words showed his understanding and support for Lu Xian, and also revealed that he was willing to compromise and make arrangements for Lu Xian. "Okay. Listen to Xian." Changsheng's mother agreed immediately after hearing her son's words. She knew that the most important thing was Liu Xuan's feelings and wishes. As long as Lu Xian felt comfortable and happy, nothing else would be a problem. "Give me a bite," Changsheng said to Lu Xian with a smile, his eyes were filled with mischief and expectation. Hearing this, Lu Xian used a small spoon to put a piece of cake into Changsheng's mouth. Changsheng took a bite and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, not only because the cake was delicious, but also because it was fed to him by Lu Xian herself. After taking a bite of the cake, Changsheng stood up and walked to his mother and mother-in-law, looking at his daughter and son. His eyes were full of fatherly love and pride, and he whispered, "Mom, let me hug you." There was a hint of request in his voice, revealing his desire to hug the children himself. "You know how to hold her? Just hold her. Don't drop my granddaughter," Changsheng's mother said with a smile. There was a hint of joking and worry in her words, but she also revealed her trust in Changsheng. "That's right, don't let my grandson and granddaughter fall. Go and pack up, we will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow," Lu Xian's mother also said with a smile. There was also a hint of joking and worry in her words, but it also revealed her trust and expectations for Changsheng. Changsheng had no choice but to give up after hearing this and walked aside to pack up the things he wanted to take away. Chapter 48 Discharge. The morning sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and gently sprinkles on every corner of the ward. Lu Xian's family, including her husband Changsheng, both parents, and some close relatives, all gather in this small space. Their faces are filled with unconcealed joy and anticipation, because today, Lu Xian can finally take her twin babies home. Lu Xian sat up from the bed.
Although her movements were still a little clumsy, her eyes sparkled with excitement.
She stretched her body and said with a smile, "I can finally go home." Her voice was full of longing for home and yearning for freedom. "You should get more rest when you get home." Changsheng's mother, a gentle and considerate woman, reminded her softly.
Her eyes were full of care and love for her daughter-in-law.
"I know, Mom." Lu Xian responded with a smile.
Her smile revealed her gratitude to her mother-in-law and her anticipation for the new life to come. Soon, Director Qin from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology also came to the ward.
He smiled and said to Changsheng's mother, "Mrs. Chang, you should let the new mother rest more after you go home.
The most important thing is to remember to replenish nutrition and not overwork. Then we should come to the hospital for a follow-up check between 42 and 56 days after delivery."
"Okay. Thank you, Director Qin."
Changsheng's mother smiled and thanked him. Director Qin's instructions made her feel at ease and more certain that they had made full preparations for Lu Xian and the baby to return home. Director Qin smiled and nodded, then left the ward, leaving the family to continue their preparations.
Soon, the family carefully walked out of the ward building, holding the two little ones.
In front of the ward building, Changsheng's Cullinan was parked quietly, followed by a Maybach, which was their convoy home. When Lao Ji saw the family coming out, he immediately stepped forward to help. He skillfully put all kinds of items into the trunks of the two cars, and then Changsheng drove the Cullinan, carrying Lu Xian, his mother, and Lu Xian's mother, and slowly drove home. The grandfather and grandfather of the two little ones sat in the Maybach in the back, following closely behind. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Mrs. Zheng hurried out when she heard the noise. She looked at the two little ones held by Changsheng's mother and Liu Xuan's mother, and a kind smile appeared on her face. She came forward and looked at the two new lives carefully.
"Cindy, Ziyu, let's go home,"
Changsheng's mother said with a smile, her voice full of happiness and satisfaction. She and Liu Xuan's mother carried the two little ones into the villa, each step seemed so cautious.
"Son, Xian, come up and have some rest.
Your own home is definitely more comfortable than the hospital," Changsheng's mother said with a smile. Her words revealed her deep love for her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Xian and Changsheng nodded upon hearing this, and they walked upstairs and entered the bedroom. The bedroom was originally large, and now there were two cribs, and the room was filled with a warm and relaxing atmosphere. Lu Xian and Changsheng lay on their soft big bed, a space that witnessed their love and the new life that was about to begin. Lu Xian hugged Changsheng tightly, a gesture that conveyed her dependence on and gratitude for her husband. Changsheng gently stroked Lu Xian's hair, his hands were gentle and rhythmic, like comforting a warrior who had just experienced a huge challenge. He whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife." Although this sentence is simple, it contains deep love and understanding and respect for everything Lu Xian has experienced. Lu Xian raised her head slightly and closed her eyes, immersed in the tranquility and happiness of the moment. Her heart was filled with gratitude to Changsheng and expectations for the future. Suddenly, Changsheng felt a pain in his shoulder. He took a breath, but then laughed again. He knew that this was Lu Xian expressing her emotions in her own way, which was a little naughty but full of love. "What are you doing, wife? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you biting me?" Changsheng said, pretending to be aggrieved, with a smile in his voice. "It was so painful when I gave birth to the baby. What's wrong with me biting you?" Lu Xian responded with a smile, her voice containing a hint of mischief and coquettishness. "Is that one bite enough? Do you want to take a few more bites?" Changsheng responded with a smile. He was willing to accept any form of punishment from Lu Xian as long as she felt happy. "That's enough." Lu Xian lay on Changsheng's chest, her voice gentle and satisfied. She continued, "Husband, do you know what I was thinking when I gave birth to the baby that day?" "What are you thinking about?" Changsheng asked curiously. He wanted to know what Lu Xian was thinking at that difficult moment. "I was thinking about how to bite you to vent my anger," Lu Xian said with a smile, and her words made Changsheng laugh. "Did you feel relieved after that bite? Do you want to bite a few more times?" Changsheng asked with a smile. He was willing to be an outlet for Lu Xian's emotions as long as she felt better. "Take your time to bite it next time. Whenever you make me angry, I will bite you a few more times," Lu Xian said half-jokingly. Her words made the atmosphere between the two of them more relaxed and pleasant. Hee, then do I have to thank my wife for not biting me today?" Changsheng said jokingly, and his words made Lu Xian laugh. "Yeah, of course." Lu Xian agreed with a smile, her voice full of happiness and satisfaction. The light in the room gradually softened, and a peaceful and comfortable atmosphere filled the bedroom. Lu Xian moved her body and found a more comfortable position. She stretched out her body on the big bed, looking relaxed and comfortable. She casually placed one hand on Changsheng's body and gently pressed one leg against him. This small possessive gesture revealed her dependence on and intimacy with Changsheng. "When I'm out of confinement, I'm going to eat everything I haven't eaten during this period," Lu Xian said excitedly, with anticipation glittering in her eyes. For a mother who has just given birth, the dietary restrictions during confinement make her crave for those delicious foods.
"Okay, I'll go eat whatever my wife wants."
Chang Sheng agreed with a smile, his eyes full of doting. He knew how hard Lu Xian had been working during this period, and he was willing to satisfy every little wish of hers.
"I want to go shopping again,"
Lu Xian continued, with a hint of mischief in her voice.
Buy everything for my wife."
Chang Sheng agreed without hesitation. He was willing to support every decision of Lu Xian as long as she was happy. Lu Xian responded softly, then closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually became smoother, and she soon fell asleep. Chang Sheng quietly looked at Lu Xian's peaceful sleeping face, his heart full of love and gratitude. He gently adjusted his posture to ensure that Lu Xian could sleep more comfortably, and then slowly closed his eyes, ready to enjoy this peaceful morning.
Chapter 49 System Upgrade Successful. Lucky Draw starts.
The sun shone through the gap in the curtains, quietly entered the room, and sprinkled on the warm big bed. Chang Sheng woke up in a peaceful state, and his eyes slowly opened, and what came into his sight was Lu Xian's peaceful sleeping face. She lay quietly in his arms, with a satisfied and happy smile on her face, as if she also felt this warmth in her dream.
Chang Sheng moved his body gently, fearing to disturb Lu Xian's sweet dream.
He carefully sat up from the bed, his movements as gentle as if he was performing a silent dance. His eyes gently lingered on Lu Xian's face for a moment, and then he slowly stood up, ready to start a new day. He was about to reach out to open the bedroom door when suddenly a familiar voice rang in his mind.
Ding! System upgrade successful.
Detect the host accompanying the baby and the mother out of the hospital, and reward the latest new energy technology.
Lucky Draw Opportunities 3.
This sudden voice made Changsheng pause slightly, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Without hesitation, he opened the door and walked out briskly.
System, draw a prize.
His voice was filled with anticipation. As he finished speaking, a turntable that only he could see appeared in front of him. The turntable flashed with icons of various prizes, and then began to spin rapidly. The speed of the turntable gradually slowed down, and finally stopped at a position. Congratulations to the host for winning, Physical Enhancement Potion 1 Luck Value +2.
Chang Sheng couldn't help but smile helplessly when he heard the result. He asked the system, "Does the luck value mean that you didn't draw anything?" The system's answer was concise and clear, "Yes, host. When the luck value accumulates to 100 points, the guaranteed prize will be triggered."
Chang Sheng no longer bothered about the system, as he knew that one day he would win the prize he wanted. He went downstairs and saw his mother and Lu Xian's mother holding two little ones and playing in the living room. The laughter of the two little ones filled the room, and the two mothers were full of doting and happiness, as if they were holding the most precious treasure in the world.
Chang Sheng's father and Lu Xian's father stood aside, their eyes revealing longing, but they dared not come forward easily.
They wanted to hug the two little guys, but they were worried that their clumsy movements would disturb them.
Chang Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene.
He walked up to the two mothers and said, "Mom, you two have been holding the baby for the whole afternoon. Look how anxious our two dads are. Let them hold the baby for a while." His words made the two mothers laugh.
Chang Sheng's mother smiled and glanced at Chang Sheng's father, and joked, "What are you holding?
Your father has hardly ever held you.
Do you know how to hold someone?"
Liu Xuan's mother also joined in the teasing. She smiled and said, "That's right. Xuan's father has hardly ever held Xian, and he doesn't know how to hold a child." Changsheng's mother responded with a smile, "I'll give you two a treat when Xuan's mother and I go cook later.
Give him a hug."
Liu Xuan's mother nodded after hearing this, her eyes full of love for the little one. Chan Yu walked into the villa carrying a lot of bags, her face filled with excitement and satisfaction. Her steps were brisk, as if she had just completed an important task.
Chang Sheng looked at his sister and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you buy?"
Chang Yu sat down on the sofa, took a breath, and then answered proudly, "I bought clothes for my two babies.
Let me tell you, I was exhausted this afternoon.
There was a hint of fatigue in her voice, but more of joy and a sense of accomplishment.
Dabeo, look. Your aunt bought clothes for you.
Changsheng's mother held her little granddaughter, and the smile on her face was as bright as Changyu's.
Changsheng looked at his sister jokingly and said, "If you are too attentive to others for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. What do you want to do?"
His words made Changyu pretend to be angry. She turned to Changsheng's father and said coquettishly, "Uncle,
look at my brother.
I bought some children's clothes for the two little ones and my brother said this to me."
Changsheng's father defended Changyu with a smile. "That's right.
Yaya buys clothes for her nephew and niece, so she has no good intentions when she comes to you." His words were full of love for his niece. Changyu stood up, walked to Changsheng's mother, and said with a smile, "Aunt, let me hug you." Her eyes were full of anticipation.
"Go. Wash your hands before you hug me."
Changsheng's mother responded with a smile. Although there was a hint of command in her words, her tone was gentle. Changyu heard this and immediately ran into the bathroom, washed her hands quickly and ran out. She carefully took Xiaoxini from Changsheng's mother, held her in her arms, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lu Xian's mother smiled and handed the little Ziyu in her arms to Lu Xian's father. Then, she and Changsheng's mother went to the kitchen together and worked with Zhang Sa, the helper at home, to prepare dinner for the family. Changsheng looked at his sister and asked with a smile, "Tell me, what are you here for?" He knew that Changyu was definitely here for more than just delivering clothes.
He. My brother still understands me.
Changyu said with a smile, and then hesitated a little embarrassedly. "The McLaren P1 that I drove away last time was hit."
Changsheng immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
His brows furrowed slightly, worried about his sister's safety.
"I'm fine."
Changyu responded with a smile. Her smile was a little naughty. Her eyes revealed a little expectation, hoping that her brother would not blame her.
Yeah. Give Cindy to me. Let me hug her." Changsheng's father interrupted them and said.
Upon hearing this, Changyu handed little Cindy in his arms over and said, "Be careful when driving next time. It doesn't matter if the car is damaged, but it doesn't matter if people are damaged." Changsheng's father said with a smile. There was a hint of playfulness in Changyu's voice. She responded to Changsheng's words with a smile, appearing lively and energetic. She knew that her brother was just teasing her, so she was not really angry.
"I got it, uncle." She responded with a smile again, then turned to Changsheng with a hint of expectation and mischief in her eyes. "Anything else? If not, go do whatever you should do." She imitated Changsheng's tone, trying to respond to his teasing in a humorous way.
Changsheng looked at his sister and shook his head helplessly. He knew that his sister always had a way to make him feel both amused and helpless. "Of course." Changyu continued to say with a smile, a sly look in her eyes.
"What's the matter?" Changsheng asked curiously.
He knew that his sister must have something she wanted to tell him.
"It's time to have lunch.
I've been running around all morning buying more than a dozen pieces of clothes for these two little guys.
I'm exhausted."
Changyu complained exaggeratedly, but there was no real fatigue in her tone. Instead, it was full of a sense of accomplishment. She took out a small cotton padded jacket in the style of a tang suit and a matching small tiger head hat from the bags and showed them to Changsheng.
"Look.
I bought this for my little niece.
Isn't it cute?"
Her eyes sparkled with pride, and she was obviously very satisfied with the gift she had chosen. Changsheng couldn't help but smile when he saw the exquisite little cotton jacket and the cute tiger head hat.
He could imagine how cute Cindy would look in this outfit. "It's really cute.
You have good taste." Chapter 50, Still flirting with his own sister. Changsheng carefully carried the confinement meal prepared for Lu Xian and walked up the stairs with light steps. He knew that Lu Xian needed a special diet after giving birth, so this meal was specially made to be nutritious and light. He pushed open the bedroom door and saw the two little ones sleeping quietly in the crib, with angelic smiles on their little faces. He walked to the bedside, sat down gently, and began to feed Lu Xian spoonful by spoonful. His movements were gentle and careful, and every move revealed his deep love for his wife.
"Is it delicious?"
Changsheng asked with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation.
"It's delicious. You try it."
Lu Xian responded with a smile, her voice filled with satisfaction and happiness.
Changsheng tasted the confinement meal out of curiosity and immediately felt the lightness of the food. So light.
He frowned, obviously not used to this kind of food with almost no salt.
"It's okay.
Lu Xian said with a smile. She has become accustomed to the light postpartum meals and knows that this is for the health of her and her baby.
Wife, tell me what you want to eat, and I will secretly bring it back for you.
Chang Shang said with a smile. He was willing to do anything for Lu Xian, even if it was a small violation. As they were talking, Chan Yu walked in quietly, carrying the baby clothes she had carefully selected at noon.
She whispered, "Sister-in-law, look at the clothes I bought for the two little ones. Aren't they cute?"
There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in her voice. Lu Xian turned around and saw the clothes in Chang Yu's hand, her eyes immediately lit up.
"Wow, so cute!"
she exclaimed, obviously very satisfied with Chang Yu's selection. Chang Yu's smile brightened when she heard Lu Xian's praise. She carefully unfolded the clothes and let Lu Xian take a closer look. The little tiger head hat and the exquisite little tang suit on the clothes revealed Chang Yu's care and love for the two little ones. Chang Yu's fingers slid gently over the two small tang suits, with a hint of mischief in her smile, and she was obviously very proud of her choice.
"Sister-in-law, these two are the most fun,"
she said with a smile, her eyes flashing with anticipation.
Lu Xian looked at the two exquisite little tang suits, smiled and nodded, expressing her approval. "Yes."
Her voice was gentle and satisfied.
Chang Shang watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but interrupt. "Wife, don't praise her. Do you know what she came to tell me at noon?"
His words were hinted at teasing, and he was obviously ready to reveal Chang Yu's little secret.
"What's the matter?"
Lu Xian asked curiously, with a hint of curiosity and smile in her eyes.
"The McLaren she drove away last time was hit by me. So don't praise her,"
Chang Shang said with a smile, and his words made the atmosphere more relaxed and cheerful.
"Be careful when driving next time. Safety is the most important thing."
Lu Xian immediately became serious when she heard that. She looked at Chang Yu with a hint of blame and concern in her tone.
"Sister-in-law, I'll bring you some snacks tomorrow. A new cake shop with delicious food has opened recently.
I'll bring you some tomorrow.
The confinement meals are too light,"
Chang Yu said with a smile. She tried to change the subject, but also wanted to bring some surprises to Lu Xian.
"Yes.
Bring more of those desserts next time you come.
I'll reimburse you."
Chang Shang immediately agreed. He was willing to pay for Lu Xian's little happiness.
"Reimburse me? So nice?"
Chang Yu asked with a smile, then clenched her fist and rubbed her thumb and index finger towards Chang Shang, looking at Chang Shang with a smile, expecting his reply.
Okay. I'll transfer it to you right away,"
Chang Shang said with a smile, then took out his mobile phone, opened the chat box with Chang Yu, and prepared to transfer the money.
On the transfer page, Chang Shang entered 888 yuan and asked with a smile, "Is that enough?" After seeing the amount, Chang Yu smiled unsatisfactorily and said, "Actually, one more is not impossible. After all, I am taking a huge risk to give it to your wife. My sister-in-law is bringing food."
"What's the risk?" Chang Shang asked with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes.
"Look, what if my aunt and uncle find out and they don't let me see my nephew and niece?" Chang Yu said seriously. Her expression made Chang Shang and Lu Xian couldn't help laughing. "It's quite dangerous,"
Chang Shang said with a smile, then pressed a decimal point and another 8 after 888 before transferring the number to Chang Yu.
"It's turned. I pressed an extra 8 as you said,"
Chang Shang said with a smile.
Chang Yu smiled and opened her phone immediately after hearing this. After seeing Chang Shang's transfer, she looked at her brother speechlessly. "Why didn't you press an extra 8 after the decimal point? Just tell me if there is an extra 8.
Chang Shang said with a smile, with a hint of pride in his expression.
"You are exploiting me.
I spent more than 7,000 yuan to buy clothes for these two little guys at noon.
My monthly internship salary is only 4,500 yuan. Look how generous I am."
Chang Yu said aggrievedly, and her words made Chang Shang and Lu Xian laugh.
"Oh. Give me back my card and I'll reimburse you. Last time I gave you the card to buy a bag, you didn't give it back to me."
Chang Shang said with a smile, and his words made Chang Yu immediately refute.
"Then did I not use your card to buy these small clothes?"
Chang Yu said with a smile. Her words left Chang Shang speechless. When Chang Yu heard Chang Shang say "get out," she turned to Lu Xian pretending to be angry and sought comfort in a coquettish way. "Sister-in-law, look at him.
He bullies me."
There was a hint of teasing in her voice, and it was obvious that she was not really angry.
Lu Xian watched the interaction between the two with a smile and said gently, "It's okay, yeah. Sister-in-law will forward it to you."
Her words made Chang Yu's eyes light up, as if he had found a new ally. "You should learn more from my sister-in-law. Look at yourself. You're still so polite to your own sister." Chang Yu said to Chang Sheng proudly, with a hint of mischief in her expression.
"I'm stingy, right? Compensate for my car."
Chang Sheng immediately counterattacked with a smile. His words made Chang Yu immediately realize that he might have said something wrong.
"Bye. I'm out of here."
Upon hearing that, Chang Yu immediately ran out of the room with a smile. Her movements were quick and agile, and it was obvious that she didn't want to continue this topic. As night fell, the bedroom gradually became quiet. After Lu Xian finished feeding the two little ones in bed, her eyes fell on the clothes that Chang Yu bought, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Husband, you have to say that these clothes that Yaya bought are really cute. Especially this little Tang suit."
"Yeah.
She's very cute." Chang Sheng responded with a smile, his eyes full of admiration for his sister. He knew that although Chang Yu was sometimes naughty, her care and love for her family was genuine. Lu Xian continued to look through the small clothes, with a smile on her face that became brighter and brighter.
She could imagine how cute the two little ones would look in these clothes.
She looked up at Chang Sheng, her eyes full of love and gratitude.
Chapter 51. Watch a lot of videos of beautiful girls.
The next morning, the sun shone through the gap in the curtains and gently fell on Changsheng's face, waking him up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and felt the warm sunshine, feeling particularly happy. Changsheng did not get up immediately, but picked up his phone on the bedside and started browsing short videos on social media. He was attracted by the wonderful and interesting videos and laughed from time to time. Lu Xian also gradually woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and saw Chang Sheng staring at the screen of his mobile phone intently. She curiously leaned over and saw a series of short videos of beauties playing on the screen.
Lu Xian smiled lightly, stretched out her hand and pulled Chang Sheng's ear, teasing, "Ah, you watch a lot of videos of beauties."
Chang Sheng was startled by Lu Xian's actions, but he quickly regained his smile, turned his head to look at Lu Xian and said, "Wife,
these are all recommended by the system."
There was a hint of innocence and mischief in his eyes. Lu Xian raised her eyebrows and responded with a smile, "Oh, recommended." The likes were received quite quickly. There was a hint of teasing in her voice, but she was not really angry. When Chang Sheng heard Lu Xian's words, he immediately realized that he might need to explain. He quickly turned off his phone, turned around, and looked at Lu Xian seriously. "It's really recommended."
"Liking is a good habit, isn't it?" He tried to use humor to resolve the slight embarrassment. Lu Xian pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, "I don't want to listen."
Her expression and tone revealed that she didn't really mind and was just joking with Chang Sheng.
Chang Sheng saw what Lu Xian was thinking, and he continued with a smile, "What are you doing? Didn't your teacher tell you when you were a child that you need a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty in life?"
"Sorry, wife." He tried to use this reason to defend himself. Lu Xian was amused by Chang Sheng's words. She said with a smile, "Oh, then you are quite good at discovering beauty." Her eyes were full of love and pampering.
Chang Sheng seized the opportunity and continued to say with a smile, "Of course. Otherwise, how would I find you?"
The conversation between Chang Sheng and Lu Xian was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a baby crying. Chang Sheng immediately put down his phone, jumped up from the bed, walked quickly to the crib, and gently picked up the crying baby. He gently rocked the child, trying to calm him down, and then carefully handed the child to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the child, her face filled with a motherly smile. She whispered to the baby, "Xiaobao, why don't you learn from your sister?" Her words were full of tenderness and encouragement, as if she was having a spiritual conversation with the baby. The baby seemed to feel the mother's love, and the crying gradually subsided. Lu Xian began to feed the baby skillfully. Her movements were gentle and full of love, and her eyes were full of care and concern for the baby. After feeding, Lu Xian looked up at Chang Sheng and said with a mischievous smile, "Honey, the baby is hungry, and I'm hungry too." There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, which made Chang Sheng couldn't help laughing. Chang Sheng smiled and responded, "Aunt Chang should be done. I'll go down and take a look." His words revealed his sense of responsibility for his family and his concern for Lu Xian. He gently kissed Lu Xian's forehead, then turned and left the bedroom, walking briskly downstairs. Downstairs, Mrs. Zhan was busy serving breakfast to the table, and Changsheng's mother came out of the kitchen with a plate in her hand. Changsheng's mother saw Changsheng and said with a smile, "Just right.
Chang Sheng, this is breakfast for Xian Xian, you can serve it. Chang Sheng took the plate and asked curiously, what are you cooking?
His eyes were full of anticipation.
Wontons and shrimp porridge.
Chang Sheng's mother replied with a satisfied smile on her face.
Okay, I'll bring it to Xian Xian right away.
Chang Sheng said, carrying the hot shrimp porridge and wontons, and walked carefully towards the bedroom. His steps were steady, and his heart was full of love for his wife and family. Chang Sheng's mother looked at her son's back with a look of relief in her eyes. She continued, take the two little ones down later, and you two can take a rest. Her words were full of concern for her son and daughter-in-law.
Yeah. Chang Sheng responded and walked towards the bedroom. When Chang Sheng walked into the bedroom, Lu Xian immediately smelled an alluring aroma. She smiled curiously and asked, what's for breakfast? It smells so good?
It's wontons and shrimp porridge. Chang Sheng answered as he carefully placed the plate on the bedside table. His movements were gentle and careful, making sure the plate was placed firmly so as not to disturb Lu Xian and the baby. Then, Chang Sheng picked up the bowl of steaming wontons, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, blew it gently to make sure the temperature was right, and then passed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian ate it with a smile, her face filled with happiness. The little guy who was breastfeeding seemed to be attracted by the fragrance, stopped sucking, turned his head curiously, opened his eyes wide, and waved his hands in the air, as if expressing his curiosity about the world.
Eat later. Xiaobao doesn't want to drink milk anymore. Lu Xian looked at the little guy and said gently.
Her voice was full of maternal love, but also revealed a hint of mischief. Chang Sheng immediately understood what Lu Xian meant when he heard her words. He put the wontons back on the plate, then turned to Lu Xian and asked with concern, do you need my help?
Lu Xian continued, honey, can you see if Debao has woken up?
There was a hint of expectation in her voice, and it was obvious that she was paying close attention to every little move of the children. Chang Sheng immediately walked to another crib and saw that the little guy inside had woken up long ago and was trying hard to make him sounds, as if he was trying his best to express his existence. He looked so cute that people couldn't help but want to pick him up and kiss him.
Are you awake?
Lu Xian asked with a smile, with a hint of joking in her voice.
She's awake. She's doing something important. Chang Sheng looked at his daughter lying in the crib and answered humorously.
His words were full of love and doting for his daughter. Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng helplessly and amusedly, and said, husband, please change Debao. There was a hint of request in her voice. He gently picked up Debao and prepared to change her diaper. Chang Sheng looked at his daughter and said helplessly, Cindy, you have to use your pocket money to treat dad to a good meal in the future. After he finished speaking, the little guy started crying, as if expressing his dissatisfaction.
Oh, you are not willing to spend money on your father?
Chang Sheng said with a smile. As he said that, Chang Sheng carried the little guy into the bathroom and the bedroom and started washing the little guy's butt. After a while, she changed the little one's clothes and walked back and forth in the bedroom with him in her arms. The little guy in Lu Xian's arms fell asleep after eating. Lu Xian said, give it to me. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng handed his daughter in his arms to Lu Xian and continued to feed her.
This little guy sleeps after eating.
Chang Sheng said with a smile as he took Xiaobao. Of course, just like you. Just lie down on the sofa after eating. Lu Xian looked at Chang Sheng and said with a smile.
Chapter 52 Wrong. Wrong. I said it subconsciously.
In a warm family, Debao was sitting on Lu Xian's lap, sucking breast milk attentively. His eyes were raised from time to time, observing everything around him curiously. Lu Xian noticed Debao's gaze. She gently patted Debao on the back, smiled and said, let's not look at daddy. Her voice was gentle and full of love, which made Debao feel at ease.
At the same time, little Cindy was also attracted by the conversation between Lu Xian and Chang Sheng.
Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seeing this, Lu Xian smiled and said, Mom, stop talking.
Cindy, eat your milk first.
Chang Sheng heard what Lu Xian said, so he came over and sat next to Lu Xian. Little Cindy felt her father coming. She stopped breastfeeding, turned her head, and looked at her father with her clear big eyes. Chang Sheng was attracted by his daughter's eyes. He reached out and gently pinched Cindy's little feet. The small action was full of fatherly love. Cindy was amused by her father's action, and she turned her head to look at Chang Sheng again. Seeing this, Lu Xian gently hit Chang Sheng and pretended to be angry and said, Can you let Cindy eat first? If you tease her again, I will beat you. There was a smile in her words, and it was obvious that she was not really angry, but just enjoying this warm family moment. Chang Sheng smiled and took his hand back, knowing that Lu Xian was just joking. He looked at Lu Xian and the two children, his heart filled with happiness and satisfaction.
Soon, Debao was full and Changsheng took him in his arms.
The little guy showed no intention of sleeping and looked around with blinking eyes.
Changsheng was gently rocking the little one in his arms in the bedroom.
His steps were steady and rhythmic, which was his secret to coaxing the child to sleep. The little guy's eyes began to become heavy, but he still tried to open them, not wanting to miss any moment. Lu Xian sat on the bed, enjoying her breakfast, her eyes turning from the food to her husband and children from time to time, her face filled with a happy smile. At this moment, Chang Yu pushed open the bedroom door with vigor, and his appearance broke the silence in the room. He poked his head in, looked around curiously, then walked in with a smile and asked, "Are the two little guys awake?" His voice was full of energy, which made people feel refreshed. Changsheng looked up at his sister and teased, "Why are you here again?" There was a hint of teasing in his words.
Chang Yu didn't care.
He walked up to Changsheng, stretched out his finger and gently poked his niece's face, saying, "I'm here to see the two little guys."
"Not to see you."
His words made Changsheng laugh. He knew that his sister really loved the two little guys.
Changsheng then asked, "Didn't you say yesterday that your internship salary was 4,500 yuan? Why aren't you going to work today?" Chang Yu smiled and replied, "Brother, today is Saturday. Are you used to being a capitalist and don't know how to rest on Saturdays?"
His words made Changsheng realize that he was indeed too focused on work and forgot that today was the weekend. Chang Yu then took out a box of small cakes from behind and placed them on the bedside table, smiling and saying to Lu Xian, sister-in-law, "I'm here to bring you a cake. I specially asked them to get up early and make it." Lu Xian raised her head, still chewing the wontons in her mouth, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Yaya." Her smile was full of gratitude and joy. Chang Yu's kindness made her feel warm. Changsheng came over holding little Cindy and teased, "You are not a capitalist, why do you let people get up so early to make cakes for you?" His words made Chang Yu laugh, and he explained, "What? That shop sells egg cakes in the morning." Chang Yu's gaze returned to the little niece in Changsheng's arms. He stretched out his hand and said gently, "Brother, give me a hug." His eyes were full of expectation and love. Obviously, he really loved these two little ones. Changsheng carefully handed Xiaoxini to Chang Yu, his eyes full of trust. Chang Yu took the child, her arms trembling slightly, showing her nervousness and excitement about this new role. She began to imitate Changsheng, walking back and forth gently in the bedroom, talking to Xiaoxini in a soft voice, trying to comfort her. As they walked, Chang Yu asked Lu Xian curiously, "Sister-in-law, does it hurt when giving birth?" Her voice was filled with a hint of fear of the unknown and sympathy for Lu Xian. Lu Xian raised her head, her eyes sparkling with maternal light, and she replied with a smile, "Of course it hurts. But when you see the little one in front of you, you will feel that it is nothing." Her words revealed a deep emotion that only a mother who has experienced it can understand. After listening to Lu Xian's words, Chang Yu looked down at little Cindy in her arms and said gently, "Look how hard your mother is working. You have to be good." Her voice was full of love. Although she herself did not have children, she could already understand the difficulty of being a mother. At this moment, another little guy in the crib, Xiaoziyu, suddenly started crying. Changsheng immediately put down what he was doing, walked quickly to the crib, gently picked up Xiaoziyu, and checked if he needed a diaper change. Lu Xian asked with concern, "Did you have diarrhea?" There was a hint of anxiety in her voice, worried that the child might be feeling uncomfortable. Changsheng checked and replied, "No." His voice was calm, and it was obvious that he was used to this kind of daily routine. Xiaoziyu soon calmed down in Changsheng's arms, blinking his big eyes and looking at the world around him curiously. Changsheng gently patted Xiaoziyu's back, conveying warmth and comfort with his broad palms. Xiaoziyu blinked his eyes and looked at his sister lying in Chang Yu's arms, staring at her. Chang Yu also saw the look in her nephew's eyes and smiled and came over. "You want your aunt to hold you, right? Just take them all away. It will save trouble for me and your sister-in-law." Changsheng said with a smile when he heard this. "No need. Don't leave such an important matter to me." Chang Yu responded immediately after hearing this. Yeah, which company are you interning at?" Lu Xian asked curiously. "I'm working as an intern assistant at Star Emperor Agency," Chang Yu said with a smile. "Chang Yu, tell me the truth, did you go to this company just to make it easier to chase stars?" Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Just tell my sister-in-law. Don't tell my dad," Chang Yu said. "Hush, money. If you don't give it to me, I'll tell my second uncle in a while." Chang Shang said with a smile.
I don't have money for you, and I won't give you my life either.
Chang Yu said with a smile, not afraid of her brother's threat at all.
Damn, you're addicted to being a nanny. So stingy.
Chang Shang said subconsciously. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian hit Chang Shang on the arm and said, "Please don't swear in front of the baby."
Wrong. Wrong. I said it subconsciously. Chapter 53, It's been a long time since I kissed. My mouth is a little dry. The bedroom was filled with laughter and joy.
Changsheng and Xinyue, a brother and sister, were enjoying the intimate time with the two little ones. Their parents, the little one's grandfather and grandfather, immediately surrounded them excitedly when they saw the children being carried out. Each of them held a little one in their arms, with happy smiles on their faces. Although the little ones were still young, they seemed to be able to feel the love of their family, and the occasional crying became the most beautiful music of this family. However, the little ones seem to have a special dependence on being held, and once they are put down, they will start crying. Even in their sleep, they need to be held tightly to feel at ease. This requires the people who take care of them to be vigilant at all times to ensure that they feel safe and comfortable. Although Chang Yu likes children, she couldn't stand the constant crying of the little ones and found an excuse to leave. She knew she was not ready to face such a challenge, but she believed that she would become stronger and more patient with the passage of time.
After dinner, the little ones were taken back to the bedroom.
Chang Shang and Lu Xian each held a child and sat on the bed. The two little ones opened their eyes wide and stared at each other curiously, as if they were communicating in their own way. Chang Shang said softly to his daughter in his arms, "This is your sister. You have to protect her if she is bullied in the future, okay?" His words were full of expectations for his daughter and a sense of responsibility for the family. The little girl seemed to understand what her father said, her eyes blinked, and then suddenly, Chang Shang felt a warm current in his abdomen.
Ouch! My son peed. Chang Shang immediately stood up holding the little guy.
After hearing this, Lu Xian touched the bed and found that it was only on Chang Shang that he peed, and the sheets were not wet. She breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Fortunately, it was only on you.
No need to change the sheets or anything."
Lu Xian quickly put her daughter on the bed, then took her son from Chang Shang and held him in her arms. Chang Shang quickly cleaned himself up and changed his clothes. As night fell, Lu Xian first fed her daughter, and then held Xiao Ziyu to feed him. Chang Shang held his daughter and walked around the bedroom, gently coaxing her to sleep. Soon, the little girl finally fell asleep peacefully in her father's arms. In this loving family, the tranquility of the night brings a touch of warmth and relaxation. After taking care of the children, Lu Xian finally has some time for herself. She walks to the bathroom, washes up briefly, and then half lays on the bed, ready to enjoy the rare leisure time. Seeing his wife like this, Changsheng couldn't help but call her softly, "Wife." There was a hint of mischief and anticipation in his voice. When Lu Xian heard Changsheng's call, she put down her phone and responded with a smile, "What's up?" Her eyes revealed her love and curiosity for her husband. Changsheng smiled and said, "I haven't kissed for a long time. My mouth is a little dry." There was a hint of joking in his words, but more of it was desire and intimacy for his wife. Lu Xian was amused by Chang Sheng's words. She put down her phone, reached out to hold Chang Sheng's face, looked at it carefully, and then said with a smile, "It's a little dry. How about putting on some lipstick?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her suggestion, but more of it was concern for her husband.
Chang Sheng smiled and replied, "I don't think lipstick can solve this problem."
His eyes flashed with affection and longing for his wife.
Lu Xian understood Changsheng's meaning.
She gently leaned over and kissed Changsheng on the lips. The kiss was full of love and tenderness. Changsheng felt Lu Xian's love. He hugged Lu Xian in his arms, put his forehead against hers, and said with a smile, "I just touched her.
Your mouth is still a little dry."
There was a hint of mischief in his words, but more of it was desire and intimacy for his wife. Lu Xian smiled and gently kissed Changsheng again. This time the kiss was more affectionate and lasting. In this quiet night, the love between the two deepened in the kiss, and their hearts were blended at this moment. The crying of children and the daily busyness became distant at this moment, leaving only each other's heartbeat and breathing. In this small bedroom, they found their own happiness and peace. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the gap in the curtains and gently sprinkles into the bedroom, bringing a touch of vitality to this quiet space. Changsheng and Lu Xian wake up in each other's arms, their bodies tightly attached to each other, as if silently telling of their dependence and love for each other. Lu Xian slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Changsheng's face. In the morning light, Chang Sheng's face looked particularly peaceful, and his breathing was even and deep. Seeing Chang Sheng like this, Lu Xian felt a warm current in her heart, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose, revealing a sweet and happy smile. She didn't move, just quietly lying in Changsheng's arms, enjoying the tranquility and warmth. Lu Xian's eyes gently lingered on Changsheng's face, her heart was full of satisfaction and gratitude. She was grateful that fate let her meet Changsheng, grateful that they could have such a warm family together, and grateful that they could experience every bit of life together. In the morning, Lu Xian felt happier than ever before. She knew that no matter what challenges the future would bring them, as long as they could stick together and support each other like they did now, there would be nothing they could not overcome. Chang Sheng seemed to feel Lu Xian's gaze, his eyelids trembled slightly, and then slowly opened. He saw Lu Xian looking at him tenderly, and his heart was also filled with love. He gently hugged Lu Xian and started their new day with a gentle kiss. In this loving family, every day is a new beginning, full of hope and possibility. Chang Sheng looked at Lu Xian, his eyes full of admiration and relief. It looks like you've recovered well. I feel more energetic today than yesterday. Lu Xian felt Changsheng's concern, and she responded with a smile, yeah. I also feel that I have a lot more strength today than yesterday. There was a hint of pride in her smile, and she was obviously satisfied with her recovery progress. Although the conversation between the two was simple, it was full of warmth and sweetness of life. They carefully kept their voices low, for fear of disturbing the two little angels sleeping in the crib. This tacit cooperation reflects their responsibility and care as parents. Chang Sheng continued to ask gently, "Honey, is there anything special you want to eat today?" He was always like this, always thinking about how to make Lu Xian feel comfortable and happy. Lu Xian thought about it, then lay on Chang Sheng's body and said with a playful smile, "I don't want to eat, I want to drink milk tea." There was a hint of childishness in her words, and it was obvious that she had a special liking for milk tea. When Chang Sheng heard Lu Xian's wish, he immediately agreed with a smile, "Okay. I'll go out and buy it for you later." Chapter 54, Just stand guard for my grandchildren. After the two of them stayed together for a while, they got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, the two of them left the bedroom and walked downstairs. Changsheng's mother and Liuxuan's mother sat on the sofa, eating fruit and chatting. Changsheng's mother saw the two of them coming out and immediately smiled and said, "Xian looks well recovered today." "Well, you look much better than yesterday." Lu Xian's mother also said with a smile. "Ding! The baby is 1 week old. Reward the host with 3 draws." The system's voice suddenly rang in Changsheng's mind. Changsheng didn't care much after hearing it. He smiled and walked into the bathroom on the first floor. System. Lottery. Changsheng became excited as soon as he walked into the bathroom. The lottery is in progress. Please wait. In a few breaths, the system's lottery page also completed the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the mysterious gift package. The host has currently received a reward of a Gulfstream 500 private jet. The plane is parked at Zhonghai International Airport. When Changsheng heard the system's reward, he couldn't hide his joy. After calming down, he walked to the living room. Aunt Zhang had prepared breakfast. Just as he sat down to eat, he heard the crying of 2 little ones upstairs. After hearing this, Lu Xian immediately stood up and ran to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Chang Sheng's mother and Lu Xian's mother also followed. "Chang Sheng, please go to the group's mid-year summary meeting for me later. Your father-in-law and I are going out fishing. We are busy." Chang Sheng's father said with a smile. "You're not going to work, so you ask me to go. And you're going to have fun on your own?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness in Chang Sheng's voice. "What's the matter? Just stand guard for my grandchildren," Chang Sheng's father said with a smile. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes, as if he was enjoying this little family joke. Chang Sheng sighed. He knew he couldn't refuse his father's request. After all, family harmony was more important than anything else. Okay. I'll go in a minute." Chang Sheng agreed reluctantly, with a hint of compromise in his voice. After the family had breakfast, Chang Sheng and Lu Xian returned to the bedroom. Lu Xian walked into the bedroom and began to find a suit she had bought for Changsheng in his closet. After Changsheng changed, Lu Xian carefully arranged his clothes. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, not missing any details. After a while, Lu Xian looked at Changsheng and said with a satisfied smile, "Well, the frog has become a prince." There was a hint of confidence in Changsheng's smile, and his eyes sparkled, as if saying, I am a prince. His posture was relaxed, as if he was ready for the upcoming challenges. Lu Xian shook her head gently with a playful smile on her lips. TSK. Stop being narcissistic. There was intimacy in her teasing, and the interaction between the two was full of little fun between husband and wife. Let's go. Mr. Chang. I want to stay at home and be a little wife. Lu Xian continued to tease. Her words revealed her support and trust for Chang Shang, and also expressed her expectations and satisfaction with the family. Bye. I'll bring you milk tea when I come back. Chang Shang responded with a hint of doting in his smile. He knew that Lu Xian liked to drink milk tea, and this small promise was a small token of his love for his wife. Lu Xian gently patted Changsheng on the shoulder and encouraged him, Go, my prince. Her eyes were full of love and support, and she knew that Changsheng would do well. I'll be back as soon as possible. Changsheng said to Lu Xian, with a hint of tenderness and promise in his voice. He knew that no matter how busy the outside world was, home would always be his warmest harbor. After saying this, Changsheng pouted his lips, and Lu Xian smiled and kissed him lightly on the lips. This simple action was full of deep affection and tacit understanding between the couple. Downstairs, two little ones, Cindy and Zayu, were sitting on the carpet in the living room playing, their eyes full of curiosity about the world. Lu Xian's mother, Changsheng's mother-in-law, looked at the two little ones and said with a smile, Dad is going to earn money for Cindy and Zayu's milk powder. Say goodbye to Dad. As she said that, Lu Xian's mother took her granddaughter's hand in her arms and waved to Changsheng. Changsheng walked up to the two of them upon seeing this. His smile was gentle and kind. Be good at home, little ones. Listen to your mom, grandma, and grandma. His words were full of love and expectations for the children. After saying that, Changsheng stood up, said goodbye to his mother and mother-in-law briefly, and then walked into the garage. He opened the door of his Cullinan, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. As the car slowly drove out of the garage, he drove towards the direction of Chang Group. Changsheng walked through the bustling streets of Shanghai, and his Cullinan was particularly eye-catching in the traffic. Chang's building, a modern skyscraper soaring into the sky, is one of the landmark buildings in Shanghai City. It not only represents the business strength of Chang's group, but also a symbol of Changsheng's father's business wisdom and foresight. Changsheng's father is a powerful figure in the business world. His business empire covers multiple industries, from real estate to technology, from finance to manufacturing. The Chang Group's tentacles extend to almost every corner of the economy. His name is well known in Shanghai and even in the whole country. Changsheng parked the car, walked through the lobby with firm and powerful steps, and went straight to the elevator. The elevator door opened, he walked in, and pressed the button to the top floor. The elevator rose quickly, and Changsheng looked through the glass window of the elevator, overlooking the prosperous scene of the city. The elevator door opened again, and Changsheng walked out of the elevator. What greeted him was the spacious space on the top floor of Chang's building. The decoration here was luxurious and tasteful, and every detail revealed the rigor and professionalism of Chang's group. Mr. Chang. A staff member saw Changsheng and immediately greeted him respectfully. Changsheng smiled and nodded. His attitude was friendly yet dignified. He knew that as the heir to the Chang group, his behavior represented the image of the company. He continued walking towards the chairman's office, which was the nerve center of the entire group and where his father worked every day. Changsheng's father's special assistant, Wang, was already waiting for him in the office. Wang was a smart and capable man, and his eyes revealed his concentration and enthusiasm for work. Mr. Chang, you're here. When Special Assistant Wang saw Changsheng, he immediately stood up and began to report today's itinerary. Changsheng sat on the sofa, listening to the report from Special Assistant Wang. His expression was somewhat helpless. Special Assistant Wang, I finally came here, and you arranged such a full schedule for me? Are you trying to squeeze me, a laborer, to death? There was a hint of joking in his words, but more of it was the serious attitude towards work. Mr. Chang. Ever since your wife gave birth to grandchildren for the chairman has rarely come to the group. It will be your turn sooner or later. You should adapt to it in advance. Special Assistant Wang said with a smile. His words were filled with encouragement and expectations for Changsheng. Assistant Wang is a young man in his 30s who is experienced and knows the operation of Chang's group very well. He is not only the right-hand man of Changsheng's father, but also Changsheng's mentor in the business world. Chapter 55, The brand new little general is so useful. In the spacious and bright chairman's office, sunlight shines through the huge French windows onto the exquisite furniture, creating a warm and solemn atmosphere. Chang Sheng and Assistant Wang had just finished a brief greeting, and Assistant Wang politely left the office, leaving Chang Sheng alone to immerse himself in the tranquility. Chang Sheng sat on the soft sofa, his eyes on the documents sent by Special Assistant Wang. He flipped through a few pages casually, as if he was familiar with the contents, and quickly put the document back on the table. There was a subtle hint of contemplation in his eyes, as if he was thinking about a deeper problem. Soon, Assistant Wang knocked on the door again, his voice breaking the silence of the office, reminding Chang Sheng to attend the highlight of the day, the mid-year summary meeting. Chang Sheng stood up, straightened his clothes, and then followed Assistant Wang's steps, and the two walked out of the office together. They walked through the busy office area, and Chang Sheng's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many new employees. Their whispers spread in the air, full of curiosity and envy. "Who is that? So handsome." Even Special Assistant Wang is following behind him. A young female intern couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. "That's our young master. Mr. Chang. He seldom came to the company before, so you don't know him." An old employee next to him explained with a proud tone. "So handsome. Does Mr. Chang have a girlfriend?" The female intern continued to ask curiously. "You don't go online." Mr. Chang and his girlfriend's marriage certificate was on the hot search. "Recently I heard from the director that they seem to have given birth to twins, a boy and a girl." The old employees shared the latest gossip in a low voice. "That's great. That girl has married into a wealthy family. And she even gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Her status must be super secure," said the female intern enviously. "Of course. He has reached the top in one step. A billionaire family," said the old employee with a smile. "Come on. Just think about it. Even if we are allowed to marry in, we don't know if we can hold on to it. Besides, we are not even worthy of being a mistress," said the female intern aggrievely. "Ha ha ha. You are quite tactful," the old employee said with a smile upon hearing this. Chang Sheng and Assistant Wang did not slow down. They quickly walked through the office area and entered the group's stepped conference room. The conference room was already full of company executives, and their eyes were all focused on Chang Sheng. Under everyone's gaze, Chang Sheng calmly sat in the front center. His arrival undoubtedly added a sense of solemnity and expectation to the meeting. "Mr. Chang." Some executives immediately stood up and greeted Chang Sheng. "Hello, uncles." Chang Sheng responded with a smile. His attitude was friendly yet dignified, making everyone present feel his style and bearing as the future successor. "I heard that my wife gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. The wedding will be held soon," said a middle-aged man with a smile. He. "Let's have a good drink with Uncle Zhang then," Chang Sheng said with a smile. With the arrival of Chang Sheng, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to become more serious. His arrival was not only because he was the son of the company's chairman, but also because his joining meant that the company's future development direction might change. Chang Sheng sat in the front row, which allowed him to clearly see Assistant Wang on the stage, and also made everyone's attention focused on him. Special Assistant Wang stood on the podium, his voice clear and powerful, and he reviewed in detail the company's performance in the past 6 months, from sales to market share to the research and development progress of new products. He used data and charts to support his report, allowing everyone present to clearly see the company's growth and progress. His speech was full of passion and inspired every employee present. The meeting ended with warm applause. Chang Sheng stood up and swept his eyes across the conference room. He saw the expectations and trust of the employees. He knew that from today on, he would no longer be a bystander, but a part of the team. At lunchtime, Special Assistant Wang took Changxing to the group's cafeteria. This was Changxing's first time to truly experience the company's culture and the daily life of its employees. The cafeteria was spacious and bright, with modern and warm decorations, where employees enjoyed delicious food and relaxed communication. Changxing noticed that the cafeteria had a wide variety of dishes, from Chinese stir-fried dishes to Western steaks, which reflected the company's care for its employees and its pursuit of quality of life. Special Assistant Wang brought Changxing to the food window. He pointed at the various delicacies and said, "Is this your first time in our group cafeteria? Let's try it and see how it tastes." There was a hint of pride in his smile, because this was part of his responsibility, and he hoped that Changxing could feel his dedication.
Chang Shang responded with a smile. Assistant Wang, do you have any plans for the afternoon?
There was a hint of relaxation in his voice, as if he was not nervous about the upcoming afternoon.
Special Assistant Wang replied with a smile. Yes. How could there not be?
In the afternoon, producer Lin from Star Emperor Entertainment and their popular actor will come to our group to discuss investment matters. This is also arranged by General Manager Chang, so that you can slowly become familiar with the company's business. His words revealed his expectations for Chang Shang, hoping that he could integrate into the company as soon as possible and take on more responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang said helplessly, I'm really impressed. He is only in his 50s, which is the age for hard work. Why is he thinking about retiring so soon? His words showed his confusion about his father, but also revealed his sense of responsibility for the family business. Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Wang smiled and said, Only you dare to say that. He knew that Chang Shang had a close relationship with his father and could make such a joke.
Chang Shang continued, Of course. The old man loves to eat everything. He even went fishing with my father-in-law today. That's why he asked me to come.
I still want to stay at home to take care of the kids. Soon, after the two finished lunch, Chang Shang returned to the office on the top floor, took out his mobile phone and made a video call to Lu Xian. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Xian appeared on the screen holding Debao.
Cindy, look. Dad called.
Lu Xian said with a smile. The little guy looked at the phone when he heard the sound.
Chang Shang smiled and said, Xiaobao is asleep, wife? Yeah. He fell asleep right after I finished feeding him. Debao hasn't fallen asleep yet.
Lu Xian said with a smile.
I can't go back this afternoon. I have something to deal with in the afternoon. The old man is really free to go fishing and let me do the work.
Chang Shang complained with a smile.
Thank you for your hard work.
Mr. Chang, Lu Xian said with a smile, and then continued to say to Chang Shang, Honey, do you know what Xiaobao did at noon today?
What did Xiaobao do?
Chang Shang asked with a smile. When I was cooking at noon, my mother was holding Xiaobao in the kitchen.
Xiaobao was still some distance away from the pot, but he urinated accurately into his mother's arms.
Lu Xian said with a smile.
Oh my! The brand new little general is so easy to use.
Chang Shang said with a smile.
Chapter 56 No matter what you say, I want to go today. Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled and said, Okay, take a rest. I'm going to coax Debao to sleep.
Lu Xian's words were full of tenderness and care. She knew that Chang Shang might be very busy today and needed a rest.
Chang Shang nodded, and he and Lu Xian had a brief video call.
The conversation between the two was full of tacit understanding.
After hanging up the phone, Chang Shang felt relieved.
He lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep.
Time passed unnoticed, and Chang Shang fell into a deep sleep on the sofa until he was awakened by the voice of Special Assistant Wang.
He opened his eyes and saw Special Assistant Wang standing in front of him with a serious look on his face. Mr. Chang, people from Xinhuang are here. They are in the conference room. Our colleagues from the investment department have also come over.
Special Assistant Wang's voice interrupted Chang Shang's dream.
He immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, and made sure he looked energetic. Chang Shang followed Special Assistant Wang and walked quickly to the conference room. His steps were firm, showing his importance to the upcoming meeting. In the conference room, representatives from Star Emperor Entertainment and colleagues from the investment department of Chang Group were already waiting. When they saw Special Assistant Wang and Chang Shang walk in, they immediately stood up to show their respect. As soon as Chang Shang entered the room, he saw Chang Yu, his sister, sitting in a corner of the conference room with a smile on her face. Chang Yu's appearance made Chang Shang feel a little surprised. He didn't expect her to participate in this meeting.
Mr. Chang. Colleagues from the investment department greeted Chang Shang one after another, with respect and expectation in their voices. Representatives from Star King Entertainment also followed the people from the investment department to greet Chang Shang, with a hint of surprise and excitement in their eyes. They realized that this meeting was not just an ordinary business negotiation, but also an important contact with the future successor of the Chang Group. Chang Shang responded to everyone's greetings with a smile, his eyes swept across the conference room, and then he turned to the representatives of Xinhuang Entertainment and extended his hand to express his welcome. His attitude was friendly and professional, making everyone present feel comfortable and respected. The meeting began, and Chang Shang listened carefully to the representatives of Star Emperor Entertainment introducing their projects.
He asked questions from time to time, showing his attention to project details and rigorous attitude towards investment decisions.
Chang Yu sat next to the popular young actor.
There was a folder in front of him, which Chang Yu kept flipping through. He looked very bored. Chang Shang also found that his sister was very bored sitting here. She just came here to accompany a few leaders of the internship company, which was not a big deal. Chang Shang looked at his sister and smiled. Chang Yu also noticed that Chang Shang was looking at him and smiled, so he rolled his eyes and responded to him. Chang Shang smiled and said upon seeing this, "Hey, you who are almost falling asleep sitting there, tell me about the selling point of your film." Then he pointed at Chang Yu. Hearing this, Chang Yu glared at Chang Shang unhappily, baring her teeth and glaring at him viciously. She stood up, walked to the projector, and began to explain in an awkward manner. Chang Shang was listening with great interest below, and every time Chang Yu glanced at Chang Shang, there was an unconcealable murderous intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill Chang Shang with his eyes. "Mr. Chang, Chang Yu's professional level needs to be improved," Special Assistant Wang whispered to Chang Shang. "It's okay. The one who is in trouble is Xing Huang, not our Chang family." Chang Shang also responded in a low voice. Assistant Wang also smiled when he heard Chang Shang's words. Soon, Chang Yu finished his introduction, but the person in charge of contacting Chang's company at Xinhuang had already turned pale. "Let's stop here," Chang Shang said with a smile, and then he was ready to leave. Hearing this, the person in charge of Xinhuang's face completely darkened, but he still forced a smile and said to Chang Shang, "Mr. Chang, I hope that our drama can have the participation of Changs." Chang Shang nodded when he heard this, and said to the staff beside him, "Send them away." Upon hearing this, the staff member smiled and said to the Star King people, "Please come this way." Chang Shang looked at Chang Yu with a smile, but Chang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill Chang Shang. After leaving the conference room, the person in charge of Xinhuang said, "This is our company's project.
Are you so unfamiliar with being part of the project?"
Chang Shang knew that his sister would be scolded, so he shouted, "Chang Yu, go buy a cup of milk tea for your sister-in-law to take home later."
"No.
Go buy yourself."
Chang Yu responded immediately after hearing this.
"I'm party A." Chang Shang came over, hugged Chang Yu and said with a smile,
"So annoying. You just know how to bully me.
"No matter what you say, I won't go today," Chang Yu said as he stepped hard on Chang Shang's foot.
"Fuck. It hurts,"
Chang Shang said immediately in pain.
"You deserve it. It hurts you so much,"
Chang Yu said with a little relief.
"If you don't buy it, I won't sign. And I will shatter your little plan," Chang Shang threatened with a smile.
"Okay. You're so cruel, Chang Shang. Just wait for me to go back and complain to my sister-in-law," Chang Yu said unhappily after hearing that, and then walked into the elevator angrily. Several people from Xinhuang were stunned when they heard the conversation between the two. It turned out that this intern assistant had such a powerful background. Seeing Chang Yu walk into the elevator angrily, Chang Shang turned to look at the person in charge of Xinhuang. His expression became more serious, and he said, "What you said just now is very right.
My sister has just started working and is not familiar with many things. Please bear with me."
"Mr. Chang, you're too polite," the person in charge of Xinhuang said awkwardly. His expression was a little unnatural, and he was obviously caught off guard by Chang Shang's change of attitude. Chang Shang's eyes swept over the Star Emperor employees present. His tone was calm but with an unquestionable majesty. "Well, if Chang Yu does anything wrong, you can just scold him. But remember, if you take advantage of my sister, I promise to make you, and even the entire Star Emperor, pay the price." Although he had a smile on his face, the sharpness in his eyes made the Star Emperor employees present feel pressured. "Don't worry, Mr. Chang.
We will never let that kind of scene happen,"
the person in charge of Xinhuang spoke quickly. His attitude became extremely respectful. It was obvious that he did not want to offend the young but powerful heir of the Chang group in front of him. Chang Shang nodded upon hearing this, and said to the employee of the investment department behind him, "Let's review the contract one last time. Let's start if there are no problems." His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. At this moment, he was no longer the brother who joked with his sister, but the leader of the Chang group who made decisive decisions in the business world. After saying that, Chang Shang walked towards the office, and the people from Xinhuang were led to the elevator by the staff member just now. When the person in charge of Xinhuang entered the elevator, he looked back at the direction where Chang Shang disappeared, with a complicated look in his eyes. He knew that they had to be more cautious in this cooperation.
Chapter 57 How come this little thing can poop so hard?
Back in the office, Assistant Wang handed Changsheng some important documents that his father had given him. These documents included the company's recent financial reports, market analysis, and future development plans. Changsheng read the documents carefully, making comments on them from time to time, and offering his own opinions and suggestions on some key points. He knew that these decisions were crucial to the company's future development, so he had to act with caution. As the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared on the horizon, the company's employees began to pack up their desks and prepare to end the day's work. They talked about the upcoming celebration party, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. This is the company's semi-annual grand event, which aims to celebrate the company's achievements in the past 6 months and is also a recognition of the hard work of the employees.
Changsheng and Assistant Wan were also preparing to leave the office.
They slowly walked out of the office, through the busy corridor, and came to the elevator.
The elevator door opened, and the two walked in. The elevator slowly descended and took them to the bottom floor of the building. Changsheng drove his Cullinan and took Assistant Wang to the venue of the celebration banquet.
The celebration banquet was held in a 5-star hotel under the group. The banquet hall was decorated magnificently, with bright lights and melodious music. As the celebration banquet began, Changsheng and the group's senior executives toasted to celebrate the company's brilliant achievements in the past 6 months. They talked about the company's future development, shared their own insights and expectations, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As night fell, the celebration banquet gradually drew to a close. Changsheng interacted with many guests at the banquet. Although he was a little tired, he always had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that these achievements were inseparable from the joint efforts of the team. Near midnight, the designated driver drove Changsheng's Cullinan slowly on the way home. After the car stopped at the door of the villa, the designated driver said goodbye politely and left. Changsheng got out of the car, and although he was a little tipsy, his steps were still steady. He walked into the villa unsteadily, ready to end this fulfilling and busy day. After putting the 2 children to sleep, Lu Xian couldn't fall asleep herself.
She sat on the sofa in the living room, quietly waiting for Changsheng to come back.
When she heard the sound of a car outside, she immediately got up and walked to the door to check. Just at the door, she bumped into Changsheng, who had just entered. The two smiled at each other, and Lu Xian asked with concern, "Why did you drink so much?"
Changsheng was a little drunk, but obviously in a good mood. He smiled and said to Lu Xian, "Wife, why haven't you slept yet?"
There was a hint of relaxation and joy in his voice. Lu Xian sighed softly and replied, "If you can't sleep, then just don't sleep." Her words revealed her concern and expectation for Changsheng. She carefully helped Changsheng to the dining table, then walked into the kitchen and took out the hangover soup that Zhang's wife had carefully prepared in the afternoon from the thermos bucket. The soup was still at a suitable temperature, so she brought it to Changsheng and said with a smile, "It's still hot, drink some." Changsheng heard this, took the bowl of soup with a smile, and drank it in one breath. The warmth of the soup and the aroma of the herbs made him feel much better. He looked at Lu Xian gratefully, and then said, "Let's go back to the room and go to sleep." The two returned to the bedroom together. Changsheng fell on the bed as soon as he entered the bedroom. Seeing this, Lu Xian half-jokingly scolded him, "Hey, take off your clothes before getting on the bed." As she spoke, she helped Changsheng take off his coat. Changsheng also stood up and quickly took off his suit, then sat on the bed. Lu Xian mentioned what happened in the afternoon with a smile. "Ye came here in the afternoon, looking angry and holding milk tea. How did you provoke her?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. Changsheng explained with a smile, "The girl's internship company has a cooperation with Chang's. In the afternoon, she was taken to the company by their leader for negotiations. I saw that she was about to fall asleep, so I asked her to talk to her." His words were filled with concern and helplessness for his sister. Lu Xian smiled and continued, "And then Ye got scolded by her boss. She seemed to find this little episode funny." Changsheng responded, "That girl drove my car to work, someone must have been eyeing her for a long time. I'm doing this for her own good. If you want to take advantage of her, you have to think about yourself first." His words revealed his sense of protection for his family members. As the two chatted, Changsheng gradually felt sleepy and finally fell into a deep sleep. That night, the two little ones at home were very quiet until the next morning, when they started crying. Changsheng and Lu Xian got up quickly, one was responsible for feeding and the other for changing diapers. "Don't cry, Debeo, drink your milk." Lu Xian coaxed Debeo gently, her voice soft and full of love. She gently lifted her clothes and prepared to feed the little guy, while gently patting Debao's back with her warm hands, trying to soothe his emotions. Chang Sheng stood aside, with a hint of disgust on his face, but his movements were very skillful and careful. He changed his son's dirty diaper, and then carefully carried the little guy into the bathroom. On the sink, he gently washed the little guy with warm water and a soft towel, making sure every corner was clean.
How can such a small thing poop so hard?
Chang Sheng patted the little guy's butt gently while cleaning it, muttering half-jokingly. Although there was a hint of helplessness in his tone, it was more of a doting on the little guy. Lu Xian sat on the bed and couldn't help laughing when she heard Changsheng's mumbling. Her smile was full of maternal love and deep love for Changsheng. Soon, the two of them calmed the two little guys down. They each held one in their arms, rocking them gently and soothing them with a gentle voice. The two little guys' eyes were wide open, their legs were kicking, and they looked very lively.
Let me watch. Go take a shower. You still smell of alcohol.
Lu Xian said to Chang Sheng with a smile. There was a hint of joking in her voice, but more of concern.
I've been smelling you all night.
Chang Sheng responded with a smile. There was a hint of apology in his smile, but it also revealed his gratitude to Lu Xian. Don't let the smoke stink my daughter and son. Lu Xian continued to say with a smile, her words full of protectiveness for the children.
Chapter 58. What are you doing?
Why are you still playing tricks? After hearing this, Chang Sheng obediently walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the warm water wash over his body, taking away the fatigue of the night. He didn't stay in the bathroom for too long. He simply rinsed himself, quickly dried his body, put on clean clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Lu Xian was in the bedroom, patiently pushing the two little ones in a stroller. Her movements were gentle and rhythmic, as if she was humming a lullaby. The two little ones seemed to feel their mother's tenderness, their eyes were slightly closed, their little hands tightly grasped the edge of the stroller, and they looked very relieved.
Xian Xian, Changsheng, it's time for breakfast. Come down and have breakfast.
Lu Xian's mother shouted again outside the door, with a hint of urging in her voice. Hearing this, Lu Xian and Chang Sheng smiled at each other.
They knew that this was a warm family moment that should not be missed.
So, the two of them pushed the stroller together and walked out of the bedroom carefully, fearing that they would disturb the tranquility of the two little ones. When they came downstairs, the two little ones were still lying in the stroller, their eyes curiously looking at the surrounding environment. Changsheng sat at the dining table with a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at the two little ones and said gently, "You are really obedient today, you didn't cry or make a fuss." His words were full of pride and love for the children.
Soon, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed a delicious breakfast.
After breakfast, Changsheng's father and Liu Xuan's father each held a little kid in their arms and walked back and forth in the living room, with happy smiles on their faces. The two little kids seemed to feel the joy, their eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, and their little hands waved from time to time, as if they were communicating with the adults. After breakfast, Changsheng felt sleepy. He stretched involuntarily, yawned loudly, and then said in a joking tone, "I'm sleepy again.
I'm going to take a nap."
There was a relaxed smile on his face, as if he felt helpless and amused about this sudden sleepiness. When Lu Xian heard his words, she couldn't help laughing and teased, "You're lazy again." Her voice was full of intimacy and teasing, and it was obvious that she was used to Changsheng's little habit.
Chang Sheng just smiled when he heard this, without rebutting.
He went up to the bedroom on the second floor, took off his coat, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to let himself fall asleep again. However, although his body felt tired, his mind was unusually clear and he could not fall asleep.
"System, did I obtain top-level cooking skills before?"
he asked silently in his heart, as if looking for some answer.
"Yes, host."
The system's voice sounded in his mind, confirming his doubts.
"Study," he ordered without hesitation.
As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind like a flood, instantly giving him a splitting headache. This painful feeling lasted for 4 or 5 minutes until the pain gradually disappeared, and a memory of top-notch cooking skills appeared in his mind.
Chang Sheng felt that his curiosity was completely aroused. He immediately sat up from the bed.
The urge to try drove him downstairs again.
"Aren't you going to take a nap?"
Lu Xian said with a surprised smile when she saw Chang Sheng coming downstairs. "I don't want to sleep anymore after lying down." Chang Sheng responded with a smile, his eyes flashing with excitement, and then he walked into the kitchen. Seeing those stoves and kitchen utensils, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had cooked here countless times.
"Can you cook?" Lu Xian asked with a curious smile when she saw Chang Shang walk into the kitchen.
Hearing Lu Xian's question, Chang Shang realized that he might have behaved a little abruptly, so he made up an excuse and said with a smile, "I studied it for a while when I was at home before, but I didn't stick to it." There was a hint of modesty in his words, trying to cover up the cooking skills he had suddenly acquired.
"Is this true? You can cook too?"
Lu Xian said with a smile, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. She was obviously very surprised at Chang Shang's possible cooking skills.
"Wait, my husband will show you how to cook,"
Chang Shang said with a confident smile, his eyes flashing with a challenging light. His words revealed a kind of confidence, as if he had seen himself successfully completing the cooking.
"Okay.
You can fry a fried egg. I'm afraid that if you make something else that doesn't taste good, no one will eat it, and it will be a waste of food." Lu Xian looked at Chang Shang with a hint of teasing and expectation in her eyes. Although her words were joking, they also revealed her concern for Chang Shang, and she didn't want him to feel frustrated because of failure.
"Want to make a bet?"
Chang Shang challenged with a smile, his mouth corners raised, looking relaxed and confident.
"Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Lu Xian responded with a smile.
Her attitude was equally relaxed, and she was obviously excited about this sudden bet.
"What are you betting on, wife?"
Chang Shang asked with a smile, his eyes flickering with anticipation, wanting to know the specific content of the bet.
Let me think about it."
Lu Xian thought, her eyes slightly narrowed, as if she was considering a suitable bet.
"Think about it first,"
Chang Shang said, then walked to the refrigerator and took out a few eggs.
His actions were quick and skillful, showing his familiarity with the kitchen. "Honey, I'd made up my mind.
If you cook well, I'll treat you to a foot wash," Lu Xian said with a smile. There was a hint of playfulness in her voice, and she was obviously satisfied with the bet.
"Then I want some pretty technician to give me a massage,"
Chang Shang said with a smile. There was a hint of joking in his words, but it also revealed his seriousness about the bet.
"Okay.
What if you lose?"
Lu Xian asked with a smile.
There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. She wanted to know what kind of bet Chang Shang would propose.
"I'll buy you a bag,"
Chang Shang said with a smile, his words revealing his love and generosity towards Lu Xian.
"Okay." Lu Xian nodded and agreed with a smile.
Her smile was full of happiness and satisfaction. After saying that, Chang Shang began to cook according to the top cooking skills he remembered. His movements were skillful and quick, and each step seemed so natural and smooth. When seeing Chang Shang skillfully cracking the eggs on the edge of the pot and then accurately hitting them in the pot, Lu Xian said in surprise, "No.
Husband, you really know how to cook?"
Just wait for your husband to wash your feet,"
Chang Shang said proudly, his voice full of confidence and pride.
His eyes flashed with a gleam of victory, as if he had already seen the outcome of the bet.
"I don't want to play anymore,"
Lu Xian said in a spoiled tone when she saw this.
"What are you doing?
Why are you still playing tricks?"
Chang Shang asked with a smile.
"Humph.
All rights of interpretation belong to me." Chapter 59, Did you see it?
It's edible. When Chang Shang heard Lu Xian's words, he felt an inexplicable grievance in his heart. His eyes revealed a trace of hurt, and he stared at Lu Xian quietly, as if seeking an explanation.
Finally, he couldn't help but speak. "Wife, how could you do this?"
There was a tremor in his voice, and he was obviously trying to control his emotions.
Lu Xian looked at Chang Shang's aggrieved look and couldn't help laughing.
She walked to Chang Shang lightly, gently hugged his neck, with a mischievous smile on her face, and asked softly, "How am I?" Her voice was soft and full of teasing, as if challenging Chang Shang's reaction.
Chang Shang was amused by Lu Xian's behavior.
He shook his head, a helpless smile appeared on his face, and said, "You are cheating." There was a hint of pampering in his words, and it was obvious that he was not really angry. Lu Xian smiled even brighter when she heard Chang Shang's words. She gently pushed Chang Shang away, crossed her arms over her chest, raised her eyebrows, and said jokingly, "Oh, what should I do?"
"Go and talk to him."
There was a challenging light in her eyes, and it was obvious that she didn't intend to let Chang Shang go easily.
Chang Shang was amused by Lu Xian's words.
He gently pinched Lu Xian's cheek, and the smile on his face became even brighter.
He half-jokingly said, "Where can I go to complain?"
"I told my father-in-law that I wanted to wash my feet, but my wife wouldn't let me go."
Or "I told my father that I wanted to wash my feet, but my wife wouldn't let me go."
There was a hint of ridicule in his words, and he had obviously accepted Lu Xian's joke. Lu Xian laughed even more happily when she heard Chang Sheng's words. She gently pushed Chang Sheng's hand away, and the smile on her face was as warm as the spring sunshine. She responded mischievously, hee hee. You can tell whoever you want, you stinky husband. Chang Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard Lu Xian's words, his eyes full of doting intolerance. He shook his head gently, then smiled and said, okay. Who made you my wife? I forgive you for cheating. His words revealed a deep love, as if to say that no matter what Lu Xian did, he would unconditionally support and tolerate her. When Lu Xian heard Chang Sheng's words, her eyes curved into crescents. She blinked mischievously and said with a smile, thank you, husband. But do you want to take a look at your fried eggs? If they are burnt, you will lose. There was a hint of challenge in her words, as if testing Chang Sheng's cooking skills. Chang Sheng was reminded by Lu Xian's words and immediately came back to his senses. He quickly turned his head to look at the poached eggs in the pan and found that the eggs were almost fried. He skillfully used a spatula to carefully scoop out the poached eggs and place them on the plate. The golden egg surface exuded an enticing aroma. At this moment, Lu Xian's mother came over holding Debeo. She had a kind smile on her face and said jokingly, didn't you eat enough just now? Her words were full of love and pampering for her children. Lu Xian responded with a smile, Mom, we are full. Shangxing just said he can cook. And then he insisted on showing it to me. He just fried an egg. There was a hint of pride in her words, as if she was showing her mother how capable her husband is. When Shangxing's mother heard Lu Xian's words, she also came over with Xiaobao in her arms. She looked at her son in disbelief and said with a smile, he can cook? It's almost like he can eat. From childhood to adulthood, he never goes into the kitchen unless he is hungry. There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, and she was obviously skeptical about Changxing's cooking skills. Changxing was a little unconvinced when he heard what his mother said. He smiled and said, Mom, can you have a little confidence in your son? Look, this is the fried egg I made. As he spoke, he showed the fried egg to his mother. The golden egg surface and perfect shape were eye-catching. Changxing's mother saw this and said gently to her grandson in her arms, Zayu, don't learn from your father. He is so proud of himself just because he can make a fried egg. There was a hint of joking in her words, but she also revealed her pride in Changxing. Changxing felt a little unconvinced when he heard what his mother said. He smiled and said, who are you looking down on? I can do other things. There was a hint of challenge in his words, and it was obvious that he was not satisfied with just being able to fry poached eggs. Then he brought out the poached egg and placed it on the dining table. The golden egg surface sparkled under the light, giving off an enticing aroma. Seeing this, Changxing's mother smiled and shouted, Old Chang, come here and try the fried eggs your son made. There was a hint of expectation in her words, as if she also wanted to see if Changxing's cooking skills had improved. Upon hearing this, Changxing's father came over curiously. He looked at Changxing with a questioning look on his face and said, Mother, is what this kid cooked edible? It looks good, is it cooked? There was a hint of doubt in his words, and it was obvious that he was not very confident in Changxing's cooking skills. Changxing was a little unconvinced when he heard what his father said. He smiled and said, okay. I'll give you a taste first. Let you see. As he spoke, he took a bite of the poached egg and said, see. It's edible. Really? I look down on people. There was a hint of pride in his words, and it was obvious that he was quite confident in his cooking skills. Changxing's father saw Changxing's look and said with a smile, everyone can fry an egg. You are so good, why don't you cook 2 dishes for us to try at noon? There was a hint of challenge in his words. When Changxing heard his father's challenge, a confident smile appeared on his face. He straightened his back and said with a smile, okay. Today I'll let you taste how good your son's cooking skills are. His words were full of confidence and expectation, and it was obvious that he had full confidence in his cooking skills. Changxing's father laughed when he saw his son was so confident. He shouted, okay. Mrs. Zhang. You don't have to cook at noon. Let this kid do it. Let's try this kid's cooking skills. There was a hint of joking in his voice, but it also revealed his support for his son. Changxing was even more excited when he heard his father's support. He picked up the golden fried egg with chopsticks and gently placed it in front of Lu Xian. He smiled and said, Wife, try it. Is it okay? His eyes were full of anticipation, hoping to get Lu Xian's approval. Lu Xian looked at Changxing's expectant eyes and took a light bite of the poached egg. Her eyes immediately lit up.
She looked at Changsheng in shock and exclaimed, "Wow! You cooked quite well." Her words were full of surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect Changsheng's cooking skills to be so good. Changsheng was delighted to hear Lu Xian's praise. He smiled and said, "That's right." Then he looked at Lu Xian with a hint of mischief in his eyes and said with a smile, "Wife, what do you want to eat? I'll let you order." There was a hint of challenge in his words, and he obviously wanted to show off more of his cooking skills. When Lu Xian heard Changsheng's words, a playful light flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Is it true? We can still order dishes? What if you can't cook? Then we will become the guinea pigs for your experiment." There was a hint of joking in her words, but it also revealed her trust in Changsheng. Then, Lu Xian looked at Changsheng and continued, "Then why don't you make some sweet and sour pork ribs for us to try?" There was a hint of anticipation in her words, and she obviously wanted to try Changsheng's specialty. When Changsheng heard Lu Xian's order, he smiled and nodded. Then he turned to the two mothers and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, do you want to order any dishes?" His eyes were full of respect and expectation. He hoped that the two mothers would also give him a chance to show off. When Changsheng's mother heard what her son said, she smiled and shook her head and said, "Let's not order. Just do whatever you can cook." There was a hint of tolerance and trust in her words, and it was obvious that she was full of confidence in her son's cooking skills. Seeing this, Lu Xian's mother also nodded in agreement. There was a trace of kindness in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with Changsheng as her son-in-law. Chapter 60, Hubby. You're awesome. You cook so delicious food. Changsheng seemed to be in a particularly good mood, with a hint of pride and challenge in his smile. He said with a smile, "Okay. Let you taste my cooking skills. Let you look down on me." His words were full of confidence, as if he had foreseen the scene where everyone would praise his cooking skills after tasting them. His movements were quick and methodical. He walked to the refrigerator and quickly scanned the refrigerator, assessing the existing ingredients. He nodded and had a rough menu in mind. But in order to ensure the freshness and diversity of the ingredients, he decided to go to the market to replenish some fresh vegetables and other necessary ingredients. He picked up the car keys, waved to his friends, and walked out of the house with a sense of pride as if he was about to go to war. His car was gleaming in the morning sun, and he briskly got into the driver's seat and started the engine. The car drove smoothly out of the community and headed towards the vegetable market not far away. The market was bustling with people, and all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruits were neatly arranged in colorful patterns, dazzling the eyes. Changsheng shuttled between the stalls, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, picking the freshest and best quality ingredients. He talked cordially with the stall owners, asking about the source and freshness of the ingredients, and occasionally bargaining, but more often he was very picky about the ingredients. He picked out fresh tomatoes, crisp cucumbers, lush green spinach, and some meats for his main course. His shopping bag gradually bulged, but he always had a satisfied smile on his face. Changsheng returned home with a full load, and his family couldn't wait to taste his cooking. He placed the ingredients one by one on the kitchen counter. Lu Xian walked into the kitchen briskly, her smile warm and friendly, with a hint of teasing in her tone. She looked at the busy Changsheng and asked softly, "Honey, do you want some help?" Her voice was full of love and support, and it was obvious that she was looking forward to Changsheng's cooking skills. Changsheng turned his head and looked at Lu Xian, his smile was full of doting and confidence. He waved his hand and said lightly, "No need. Just go and rest." His words revealed his concern for Lu Xian, and he didn't want her to be too tired. Despite what Changsheng said, Lu Xian still chose to stay. She knew that being busy in the kitchen was also a kind of fun, especially with her lover. She began to help wash and cut vegetables. The two of them cooperated tacitly in the kitchen, and occasionally exchanged glances, and they could feel each other's love. The mother of the two stood aside holding Dabao and Xiaobao, watching this heartwarming scene. Dabao and Xiaobao opened their eyes wide with curiosity, looking at their busy father, their little faces full of anticipation. Changsheng's mother pointed at the busy Changsheng and said to Dabao with a smile, "Dabao, look, Dad is cooking." Her voice was full of pride and joy, and she was obviously proud of her son's cooking skills. While busy, Changsheng washed a cucumber, then skillfully placed it on the chopping board and quickly and smoothly cut it into thin strips. He looked up at his mother holding Dabao, smiled proudly and said, "Mom, how about it? This knife skill is good." Changsheng's mother looked at her son's skillful movements and asked with a smile, "When did you learn to cook?" Her eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect Changsheng to have such skills. Chang Sheng smiled mischievously and responded, "Can I tell you?"
There was a hint of mystery in his words, and he obviously didn't want to reveal too much.
Changsheng's mother pretended to be angry and smiled and said, "You little brat. Before you could cook, you came home every day to eat for free? If it weren't for Xuanxuan's help, would we not be able to eat the meals you cooked?"
There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but more of it was love for her son.
Chang Sheng responded with a smile, "How can that be? I made this for you. I asked you to order dishes in the morning, but you didn't order any."
There was a hint of mischief in his words, and it was obvious that he didn't care about his family's teasing.
Instead, he enjoyed the family warmth and fun even more.
With the yawns of the two little ones, the atmosphere at home became warmer. Changsheng's mother and mother-in-law realized that the children needed a rest, so they gently carried Dabao and Xiaobao out of the kitchen, humming a lullaby to coax them to sleep. In the kitchen, the aroma of delicious food became stronger and stronger, making people salivate.
Changsheng's father and father-in-law were also attracted by the aroma and walked into the kitchen curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Changsheng's father looked at the spicy chicken his son was stir-frying and couldn't help but make his own request, "Can you put more chili in the spicy chicken?"
There was a hint of anticipation in his smile, and it was obvious that he had a special liking for spicy taste.
Chang Sheng responded with a smile while stir-frying the dishes in the pot, "No. You said this morning that I couldn't cook it well. Now you want me to put more chili in it?"
There was a hint of teasing in his words, but more of it was love for his father.
Changsheng's father explained with a smile, "Are you cooking this for us? Your father-in-law and I like spicy food, so just put more in it when you ask me to."
There was a hint of coquettishness in his words, and it was obvious that he was full of confidence in his son's cooking skills.
Chang Sheng responded with a smile, "Okay. Satisfy the two old men."
His words were full of filial piety and humor, and he was obviously willing to meet his father's request.
The two of them looked in the kitchen for a while, and Changsheng's father suddenly said with a smile, "Xian, let's go out and wait. Let him do it on his own."
There was a hint of consideration in his words, as he didn't want Lu Xian to be too tired.
Lu Xian responded with a smile, "It's okay, Dad.
I'll help him with it for a while." There was a hint of persistence in her words, and it was obvious that she wanted to finish this delicious meal with Changsheng. Changsheng also said to Lu Xian with a smile, "No need, wife.
You go and have a rest."
There was a hint of pampering in his words, and he didn't want Lu Xian to work too hard. Lu Xian nodded when she heard this, then followed her two fathers out of the kitchen, leaving Changsheng to continue working in the kitchen. Soon after, Changsheng served delicious dishes one after another to the table. Seeing this, Lu Xian also stepped forward to help. The two of them cooperated tacitly, and soon the dishes were served on the table.
Lu Xian shouted with a smile, "Mom and Dad, come and have dinner. Changsheng is ready."
Her voice was full of joy and pride, and she was obviously looking forward to this delicious meal. Hearing the shouting, the four elders couldn't wait to sit down at the dining table. Their eyes moved over the dishes, with satisfied smiles on their faces.
Changsheng's father smiled and said, "Changsheng, go get the bottle of Wuliangye on the second shelf of my cabinet so that your father-in-law and I can have some."
There was a hint of expectation in his words. He walked quickly to the cupboard, took down the bottle of Wuliangye, and took it to the dining table to fill it up for his father and father-in-law. Changsheng also sat down and said with a smile, "Moms and dads, are you guys going to eat?"
"What? You still don't believe I can cook? Let me try some dishes for you."
Upon hearing this, the whole family started to use their chopsticks with a smile. Lu Xian took a bite of the sweet and sour pork ribs in front of her and said with a smile, "Hubby,
you are amazing. You cook such delicious food." Changsheng's father also tasted the spicy chicken and said with a smile, "Well, it's not bad. From now on, Xian will have to cook. Just let Changsheng do it." Changsheng's mother smiled and said, "Xian, I think your father is right. From now on, just let Changsheng cook."